Hello. Welcome to my first stream. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's going to be a little bit scuffed. And that's because I've never streamed before. I'm excited, but I'm also kind of nervous. I've spent a lot of time prepping for this. And you might notice already, for some reason, my mic is being a little bit odd. I really apologize for that. I spent all morning trying to sort it out, and it just decided, nope. Nope. Why would I work for you today? I'm not going to work for you today. But yeah, I apologize. Now we'll try to get that sorted, but there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, sorry again. But yeah. Oh, hello there. Hi, Hitesh. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so you can probably tell I'm a little bit nervous. I've never done this before. I'm really excited to be doing it. So what have we got going for us today? Well, we're on the PTR. And basically, we're going to be trying out some Mythic Plus dungeons, some new builds, some new talents. So I thought the first thing we should go through, because I haven't posted a video on this, and I've been meaning to, is what are the actual changes to Windwalker at this point? As well as this, it's my first stream, so if you have any, like, if the music's too loud, or if the WoW in-game volume's too loud, let me know. I need to adjust all these volumes and stuff and sort everything out like that. So, yes, it's going to be very scuffed. But let's kick things off, I think, by having a little look at what has actually changed for Windwalker. Quite a few things. The big thing that you might notice here, that kind of, they're just kind of chucked in here. All damage done, reduced by 2%. Awesome. Thank you, Blizzard. Now, I'm not sure if that's because maybe in their internal testing, they thought that by giving us all these changes, we were doing too much damage. I don't know, but that's just kind of like a slap in the face. Yeah, there will be a VOD. Yeah, for sure. All my live streams are going to be VODed. And then I'll also be making videos off of them as well. So, like, let's say I'm running a few dungeons today. I'll then try to make a video on that dungeon. So that's a plan. That's why I kind of thought live streaming was a good way to do it as well, so that you can watch live. But then at the same time, I can be making videos out of it, because I work a full-time job, but I do this as well, and I really enjoy doing this. But I find it a struggle to put it all together. So it kind of like works out. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. If you want to catch up on the VOD, that's absolutely fine. I'm basically live streaming for the whole of January. I've set it up at the moment for every Wednesday and every Saturday. Wednesday because that's the day that well, no, that's basically the day after the new PTR changes come in. But on Tuesday I raid, so it kind of doesn't work out too well. So Wednesday's good, and then Saturday, I thought, you know, it's another day that I don't really raid, so I've got a lot of free time on these days. So we've looked at the damage done or damage reduced, kind of a kick in the, kind of kick in the stomach, but I'm sure that their internal testing showed that we were doing too much damage, so maybe it's not too bad. The big one though is this new talent. So we actually have a new talent called Slicing Winds. And what it does is it replaces your Flying Serpent Kick, but does massive nature damage in, like, AoE. And I'll show you what this is, basically. So here you can see my new spell, Slicing Winds. And you no longer have Flying Serpent Kick if you take this, which I'll go over in a little bit after I show you what it does. So basically, have you ever played Plunderstorm? Blizzard were basically like, hey, I hear you guys like Plunderstorm, so we're going to give you a Plunderstorm ability. And basically, it's a charge-up cast. You charge it up, and you dash, and you do damage. And it's a 30-second cooldown. So, it's kind of cool. What's noticed about this is you don't have to hold the entire thing down. It does its max damage no matter how long you do the dash. So I think, ideally, in a situation in AoE, you're going to just want to press it, like tap it almost. You're not going to want to hold it down. Because if you hold it down, you're going to end up flying miles away from everything. So it's just going to be like a tap button almost. You're going to tap it, do damage, and then you're just going to keep going. And I think this is going to be a high priority spell. It's going to be above Strike of the Windlord, Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch. This is going to be in your, like, initial opener from what I've been looking at. So you'd almost... Here, let's go to a target dummy. I think that's the best way to show you what I'm talking about.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Where are these target dummies? So we'll have a look at this guy here. We'll just do it on the single one. Actually, you know what? No, I've got damage meters up. Let's do it on the 3-1. So let's say your ads are spread out like this. So you want to hit all of them with the dash. So you're starting off, and we're going to do the like AoE opener, Storm Earth and Fire, strike the Windlord, and then I think this is when you press it, and you want to hit everything, and you can see you dash, and it does a good amount of damage. Like we're talking, I think I might have hit only 2 or 3 targets there, and we're talking already about 3 million damage. So just like all other Windwalker abilities, like AoE abilities, capped at 5 targets, lucky us. But it's going to be really, really good in AoE. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to push Celestial of the Conduits as our main AoE ability. Ability as our main AoE build from the looks of things. I will go over why I think that. But so anyone that really enjoys Celestial Conduit and has been like kind of feeling a bit bad that they've been pushed to the side, that they haven't been able to run it too much in Mythic Plus this season, the looks like is that they're trying to put Shadow Pan as your single target and maybe your raid build, but it looks like Conduit of the Celestials is going to be your AoE build, and we're going to test out Conduit of the Celestials today, because I'm really excited about that. Hey, Kevin Orson, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is very on theme for Windwalker, but as you can see, so let's press it. You just want to kind of almost do the slight dash, so like that. So that's just me just tapping it. Pressing it, releasing it instantly, and you already go quite far. So what will happen is your tank will probably group everything up, and you'll just press this ability once and not use it. The downside is we've lost mobility. Now, Flying Serpent Kick, in my opinion, isn't an ability you're going to use the most of the time, but it's nice to have it. It's almost like your panic button when you need mobility. Like your roll, you'll always use rolling as predominantly, and then when you run out of rolls, Flying Serpent Kicks you move. But suddenly, you press that button, and you've just lost your massive AoE damage. So I think it's going to have to be getting adjusted to this new change of, okay, we have this big AoE button now, we've lost a bit of mobility. Is it worth it? And I think from the internal testing and the damage numbers, it is going to be worth it. It's just going to get used to it. So I think we're going to have to be a bit more conservative with our rolls. Use an opener on the challenge pack? Yeah, sure. So let's do an AoE opener then. I'll turn these damage numbers off and we'll just go absolutely ham on these ads. Let's see, we'll start with this one. So if we're going AoE, we'll just double Tiber Palm. We'll Fist of Fury to get that ball rolling. And then what we'll do is we'll just press this once, the dash. Get in the middle of these packs. And Spinning Crane Kick, I don't know if you just noticed that, but Spinning Crane Kick no longer has mark stacks. You might notice, Spinning Crane Kick is now an ability that you can press without having to worry about marks of the crane. So you no longer have to be tab targeting like this if you want to get crane stacks without Storm Earth and Fire. It no longer has them. So when this button glows, press it. It is going to feel weird, but if we look at the damage breakdown from that, you can see that it's not too bad. It's not going to be like the most damaging ability when you've got everything running, but I think overall in the dungeon it is going to do a fair amount, and it's going to be a take that you want to take, and I think it's going to be a lot stronger with Celestial of the Conduits, Conduit of the Celestials, Celestial of the Conduits, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. But what we're going to do is we're going to try it out in dungeons as well, I think, and that's where we're going to really see what its damage numbers are, because I've done no testing up until this point. I've hit a few target dummies, you know, but nothing like nothing crazy. But I think it is a really cool ability. It's just going to get used to not pressing that button for mobility, otherwise you're going to lose a lot. Because we're talking, what is it, 464,000 nature damage to enemies, so 5 times that. Oh, quick math, I don't know, like 2 million, 2.5 million, something like that. So I think it's going to be a good ability, 30-second cooldown. What else have we got Windwalker changes-wise? So we've talked about Mark of the Crane. Now, that's not actually listed on... Oh, no, it has. They list Mark of the Crane here, but they call it a talent, which is really strange, because Mark of the Crane is not a talent. It's actually like a almost hidden passive on Windwalker. If you look in your spell book or anything like that, the only mention of Mark of the Crane is actually on Spinning Crane Kick, the ability itself. So it's not a talent. You're not losing a talent. You are just losing that stack. So I think there's going to be a bit of a toss-up here on what people think about this. It's going to make Windwalker a lot more friendly to people starting the spec, which is really cool, and I think it opens up that. It allows people to play it more and not have to worry too much about getting stacks. But on the downside, you kind of lose a little bit of your skill expression from it. I think the top-end players are going to be a little bit like, yeah, like, it kind of helps differentiate, like, top loggers and, like, middle-of-the-pack loggers. I'm not too bothered by it. I think it's going to make AoEing a lot better, a lot easier, a lot less to think about. and it should help boost our damage numbers up. It does line up nicely with Strike of the Windlord. What else we got? We got Mastery Combo Strike, effectiveness increased. I'm not sure what the exact damage percent of this is. It says 35, but I think overall it's like I want to say 5% increase overall to our Mastery, which is good. You can't complain about that. And the big thing about Mastery is that Mastery is really big for our Celestial of the Conduits. So that's let's have a look here. We'll talk about these changes first, I think, and then we'll get into some dungeons, because I think it's worth understanding what's actually changed. So Mastery is really good for our Celestial Conduit. It scales off of Mastery really well. So if we're getting Mastery buffs and we're getting a new ability to add to this AoE, that also now works with Conduit of the Celestials. You see Heart of the Jade Serpent. This is kind of our... How do I describe this? It's our, like, big hero talent within the hero talent. It's the thing that you basically, once you press Conduit of the Celestials, all your cooldowns get super short. You're bursting out damage. You're going absolutely crazy. And they've replaced Rising Sun Kick of one of these abilities that gets reduced cooldown. Instead, they put it on Flying Serpent Kick, which means that they've actually put it on Slicing Winds, because you're not going to be going Conduit of the Celestials and reducing your Flying Serpent Kick. It's pointless, isn't it? You're going to take this talent with Conduit of the Celestials now, and that will reduce this cooldown by 75%. I don't know what 75% of 30 is, guys. Like 5? I don't know. Something. It's going to be really short, so you're going to press Slicing Winds first, I imagine, into Conduit of the Celestials, and then you're just going to go absolutely crazy. I think it's going to be really cool, and that's what I mean when I say I think they're pushing for Conduit of the Celestials to be our AoE build, which I really love. I love Conduit of the Celestials. When I'm not going to say bug abuse. When I tested the feature with Conduit of the Celestials with the Storm, Earth, and Fire feature a couple of months ago, I really enjoyed Conduit of the Celestials. I hadn't played it much up until that point, but once that started going off, I was like, damn, this build's actually really fun. It's really high APM, it's huge burst. Let's do one more test on the target dummy with these, and then we'll start queuing up, shall we? So we'll do a Conduit Celestial test. So we're going to get full stacks here, and then we'll just do our opener. We'll Fist of Fury, Whirling Dragon Punch. We'll do one of these, and then we'll Conduit the Celestial, and you always want to press it before it breaks again, because there's a bug with it. Amazing. You can see the cooldown for the, what's it called? Slicing Winds now. It's off cooldown, and we've been in combat for practically no time at all. So I think it's like, I think it's going to be quite cool. And you can see that Slicing Winds now is my top damage when I go Conduit the Celestial. So in comparison to Shadow Pan, it was kind of quite low down. But suddenly, it's your biggest damage in just a short opener. Hi, Polke? Hello, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. We're going to do some dungeons in a sec. But first, let's take off this old gear, yeah? So I have done a little bit of... It does look really fun. It looks fun. It looks entertaining, and I'm really excited to actually use this. And I hope they're not going to gut it, because at the moment I think they put a 600% damage like amplifier on it, which is crazy. And knowing Blizzard, they might do internal testing and decide actually 600 is too much. Let's put that to 300. And suddenly you're in the area of, is this spell still good? Yes, it is still our best ability to take in the tree, but actually. We just lost damage, and that's going to feel a bit bad, because it is going to be our go-to, I think. Yeah, Cock is Mythic build. Cock. Celestial Conduit is Mythic Plus build now, yeah. No, it's going to be really cool. See, the 2% nerf, I don't think I'd take that too face on. I think that because they've given us because they've given us this increase to our mastery, and they've given us this new talent, they've also given us Spinning Crane Kick changes, Courageous Pulse, Shadow Boxing. I think they've given us a lot of buffs, and because they've internally tested this, they decided that they've made us too strong. So look, I know how Windwalker is. We're always bottom of the tier list. We're always bottom of the damage meters. It is what it is. We're kind of limited by what Blizzard give us, but I'm really hopeful that they've reduced our damage by 2% because it is just really strong. This kit is really strong. I might be wrong. We might find out that actually we're in the gutter again, but you know Windwalkers, we play it regardless. We love this. We love this spec. I also did want to talk about Spinning Crane Kick one more time. I know I'm yapping a little bit and not doing much content right now. The changes with spinning crane kick is that damage increased by 80%, but they've removed the mark of the crane stacks, which mark of the crane put us up to, I want to say 100% increased spinning crane kick damage. It might be like 110. I'm not on retail right now. I can't remember off the top of my head. Basically, what this means is spinning crane kick is going to be stronger at lower target amounts. So let's say you're in a 2 or 3 target situation, spinning crane kick suddenly becomes stronger than it was with Mark of the Crane. But when you get to 5 targets, you've actually lost maybe 20% damage on spinning crane kick. So it's that toss-up again, isn't it? We're going to be a little bit stronger with lower targets and a little bit weaker with more targets. Okay, so what was I saying? We're going to get rid of this gear. So I'm still in normal gear. I've been on the PTR for about a couple of hours this morning, buying everything, because I've never done a PTR before. The only PTR I did previously was me and my friend were really, really excited for Legion. we played lots of WoD. That's when I started playing Warlords of Draenor, and we'd done Hellfire Citadel for like months and months, and suddenly Legion was launching. We were super excited, and we went on the PTR, and we got all excited to play it, and then we were like, we played it for one day, and we were like, well, we're just going to ruin the story for ourselves. Why are we doing this? And I've never logged onto a PTR since. Is Cock easy to pick up? Kind of new to Windwalker. I only played Shadowpan so far. Conduit with the Celestials is pretty much the exact same. The biggest difference between Conduit and Celestials is this one button. Is that the only difference really is that you press this button and you do massive pulsing damage. The other difference is after you've pressed that button, you're going to have a lot higher APM. The best way to describe this is all your cooldowns kind of get reduced by 75%, like your big ones, like this new Slicing Wind, Strike of the Windlord, Fists of Fury, no longer Rising Sun Kick. But basically, you start, like, it's almost like a mini bloodlust for yourself. By pressing Conduit of the Celestials, you kind of bloodlust yourself internally, and you can just absolutely pump out damage, and it's really high APM. I don't know if you've ever played Outlaw Rogue, but it's very similar to that for like a couple... I don't know how long it is. It's like 20 seconds or so. 20 seconds? That sounds a bit long, actually. How long is it? 8 seconds. Okay, 8 seconds. It's not as long as that, but like you really absolutely... it's high APM, but it's really easy to get into. If you practice on a target dummy for like 10 minutes, you'll get the hang of it. It's really not that different. It's just one major cooldown extra that you put into your rotation, and then you'll notice that suddenly your ability cooldowns are coming off of cooldown. You're like, oh god, I gotta spam faster, spam faster. What do I think of our tier? Great question. What do I think of our tier? Let's put it on first, shall we? Look at this guy. Oh my god. I think our tier looks amazing, especially... I don't know if you've seen our tier, how it looks. You go Super Saiyan 4 with one of the color schemes, and I think that's absolutely hilarious. I'm gonna love seeing loads of these monks just running around looking like... oh, I'm gonna butcher this now for all of you Dragon Ball Z fans. Is it Goku? It's Goku, right, that goes Super Saiyan 4, right? Please? I hope it's Goku. Please. But yeah, I think it looks really cool. What do I think of how it actually works? Okay, so what does it do? What does it do? Your spells and abilities have a chance to activate Winning Streak. It increases your damage of Rising Sun Kick, Spinning Crane Kick by 3% in stacks. Now, what's funny about this is they've taken Mark of the Crane, basically. They've removed that, and they've put that on our tier set. I think that's really funny. You basically gain stacks by Spinning Crane Kick on itself, and then you have a 15% chance to remove it by Winning Streak, and by then doing that, your Fist of Fury applies it as well, and you gain damage on your Fist of Fury, and it's passive, guys. It's RNG, and it's passive. Do I like it? No. No. I just don't think it adds anything. I really don't think it adds anything to the spec. I think it's kind of like the tier this season. It, like, you put it on, did you notice it? You didn't notice it at all, did you? Because it just works passively. You don't have to think about it. I don't think you have to think about this one either. But the only benefit I see from this is that they've done this for every class. Every class has some sort of like weird RNG luck of the draw. That's kind of the theme they're going for with this next tier. Yeah, not expansion. It's a tier, isn't it? They're going for this like sort of like gambling lottery sort of thing. So I don't think it's not the most interesting tier. It's going to be really passive. I'd like to be surprised, but I don't think we're even going to have like I don't even think we're going to want like things to like check how many stacks we're on or anything like that, because at the end of the day, you can passively just remove it. Like, and there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes you get to 10 stacks and it'll be amazing. And sometimes you get to 1 stack and it'll just remove itself and you'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Go again. It's just too RNG. You can notice a huge FOF in Mythic Plus if you lost your stacks late. Yeah, I mean you can. And I think that's what I mean. It's gonna be a complete gamble. And that's what I mean by I don't think you're gonna want to track it, because if you track it and you try to make it so you get a lot of stacks or lose stacks early, I think you'll just be overcomplicating it. I think they're trying to make this a simple tier, which is strange because I think tier 2, we've got used to the spec now, and we've got used to the hero talents. I think they could have done something a little bit different here and given us something to actually think about. Like, one of my favorite tier sets of all time was the and it's maybe controversial, last expansion, tier 3, the one that gave you a blackout kick, the cooldown reduction on your abilities. I really liked that. I thought that changed the gameplay of Windwalker. It made it interesting. It meant you had to blackout kick tactically to reduce cooldowns. I thought that was really cool. I'm all for tier sets that not make the gameplay harder or more challenging, but like add something new. You know, give something a little bit of difference. Oh gosh, we're getting a lot of. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat. I told you this would be a bit of a scuffed stream. It seems to be like deleting messages that I don't think should be deleted. So I'm really sorry about that. That you guys aren't saying anything that's wrong at all. I might have set my chat moderation to a little bit. I put it on moderate. I've never streamed before. I set it to moderate and I thought that's fine. No curses will go through. That's all I want. But it seems to be removing some of your messages that are actually asking questions and stuff. So I'm sorry about that. I'll read through some of them. You'd love to main Windwalker, but it's just so hard to pug things with Windwalker. True. Okay. I think the issue with Windwalker is everyone in World of Warcraft has Messer brains, right? They all have Messer brains, and they think to themselves, you're not the Messer, you're not a Resto Shaman, you're not an Orgvoker, you're not a Frost DK. I don't want you in my group when I could get one of those. But, like, that only really matters on... We're talking, like, anything past, like, maybe a 13, plus 13, 14. At lower tiers and stuff, it doesn't matter. Like, who cares what you're playing? What I advise you doing, and it's what I do for all of my videos and all of my content that's Mythic Plus related, I use my own key. And I find the group myself, and I'll sort it out, and it takes a little bit of time, but it's better than queuing up for 50 groups, getting rejected every time, and then being like, well, why am I even playing this game? Just make your own group. It's not as bad as you think, and you can vet people yourself. Suddenly you're the person going, oh, are you the meta spec? I don't think it's too bad, but it is difficult trying to get into groups as a Windwalker, because I think people are too focused on the meta when you just don't need to be at lower key levels. If we're talking 13s and stuff, then yes, if you're not in a pre-made, you are going to really struggle if it's not your key, because then you kind of need to be a bit more meta. You don't have to be. You can completely time 15s and stuff. There's a Windwalker called Dabnell, I think, who's like one of the best Mythic Plus players in the world. He plays Windwalker at a super high level. Obviously, I imagine he's playing with a pre-made. Maybe he pugs it. But it shows that... I think people are turning their heads about meta. It's the same with raiding. Like, a lot of people are like, why bring a Windwalker to raid? Like, they don't do anything. Except bring that buff that we can put on a Mistweaver or a tank. Bring the player, not the class. Anyway, that's my rant on that done. It does look badass. Windwalker does look badass. I lost my stacks, PI me. Okay, so I put all this new gear on. I look a little bit ridiculous right now, but we're going to rock it, I think. What else have we got? We have got new weapons. So I've picked these out as well. I haven't really looked at any of this. This is all the stuff I did like an hour before streaming. I came on the PTR and I was like, oh my god, I don't have any gear. I need to sort this out. So if you look at my bags, absolute mess at the moment. These are all the trinkets from dungeons that I'm not going to look at today. Honestly, there's a lot of trinkets this expansion. Bloody hell. There's a lot of trinkets this tier. I might look at these at a later date. But we are going to look at the raid trinkets. The good dungeon trinkets that I think are the best ones, and we're gonna have a look at some of the all class trinkets and see how they do. Is Slice and Wind looking like we're gonna be something we're gonna take? I think we are gonna be taking it. Oh my god! Airbnb, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. I'm so I'm so awkward when accepting. You really don't have to give me anything, but I really do appreciate it. I'm so British. We, we're not. I don't think we're known for being good at accepting gifts, but I really appreciate it. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Any tips for Princess tonight? Would it be bad to say watch my video? Honestly, besides saying watch my video on Princess, I would recommend, if you are going to watch one of the videos, I'd watch the newer one I did, as I play the Princess fight a lot better. In terms of what I would do for Princess, though, is as a melee, it's actually not as scary for you as it is for a range. For the first 30 seconds of the fight, you have to do nothing. Just pop all your cooldowns on pull, and then if you get the dashes on you, just before the dashes come in, think to yourself, I'm going to get the dashes. Pre-move it, get ready for it. If you don't get it, pop Storm, Earth, and Fire, go absolutely ham and do it then. If you do get a dash on you, position yourself perfectly, and then move out. Don't be greedy. Don't go back in. Don't hit that boss one extra time. Stand where you're assigned to stand, and just be good about it. But in the intermission as well, what I'd suggest is, if you look at that video and you go to the Princess section, I've got timers for all of my defensives and all of my cooldowns, and I recommend you copy those out, because defensives on Kai'Veza are insanely important. You need to be using those defensives at the perfect time, the exact time in the intermission that I've set out. For instance, I use Fortifying Brew about 10 seconds into the intermission. That means it's going to last you for the entire rest of the intermission. And I use Diffuse Magic at an exact moment in each intermission that it lasts just after that final massive amount of damage comes in. So you just need to be careful about your defensives. It's a defensive fight. And in terms of Touch of Karma, always use that for if you've been targeted by one of the dashes. That's when you use Touch of Karma. So it's a defensive cooldown fight. And then damage windows, you use all your big damage cooldowns on pull the moment you come out of each intermission, and then one Storm, Earth, and Fire in between the two dashes, if that makes, like the two dashes per phase, if that makes sense. I hope I kind of explained that. But yeah, that's how you want to play Princess. What else we got? Igor, I'm so sorry. You're writing really good comments on here, and I don't know why it's deleting all your comments. I can read them. I'm really sorry. I'll sort it out for next time. But I appreciate what you're saying about progging Ansaract, and yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm glad my guides help, and I don't know if you watched that Ansaract kill POV, but yeah, it was a little bit embarrassing. Since then, I've done a lot better on Ansaract. It's all about cooldown management and knowing when you're doing it. Anyway, enough yapping, bro. Let's get some gameplay going. So, just like on retail, let's see if a Windwalker can actually get into a group. If I can't get into a group, what I'm going to do is I'll make my own group. The biggest thing I've noticed this morning is that there don't seem to be a lot of tanks playing, which is a little bit worrying. I wish I had friends to play this game with. Any tanks want to come join? What I will also do is, because I've already queued up for a dungeon with one healer and he's not accepting me. Awesome. I've also been queued up for heroic and normal for about an hour now. So when I say scuffed stream, I didn't think the actual Mythic Plus side of it was going to be scuffed. I thought it was just going to be like the streaming side. I am going to leave Stormwind today, Ben Murray. I am trying. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of changes that we need to talk about. A lot of things that are changing with Windwalker. Oh my god, what am I pressing? A lot of changes that we want to do, and it's also getting into a group. As you can see, this priest, I don't know, blacklisted me or something. I can play Brewmaster if it comes to it, but I don't really want to test out Brewmaster. Maybe in a another stream I'll test out Brewmaster, because I've been playing a lot of that on my ult at the moment. But I want to kind of Windwalker focus this. It makes no sense. Why would Windwalker PTR, let's play Brewmaster. So we'll leave that for a second. I think what we... Oh my god. Guys, you can get invited to groups as a Windwalker. It's possible. All you got to do is believe in yourself. Oh my god, it's a pretty full group already. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, in that case, I need to I need to set myself up. I don't think I'm fully ready. There was a cape that I wanted to wear. It's this one, new cape. Oh my god, what is that? What? Okay, we're not going to question it. That this is an outfit and a half. I don't even know. We're going to play it like classic. Whatever our mog looks like, we're just going to rock it. In terms of trinkets, what I'm going to try out first are these AoE ones. So I don't know if any of you did the meadery whilst leveling or whatever, but there was this trinket called Ravenous Honey Buzzer, and it did insane AoE damage. I'm going to run that because I think that's going to be like... Personally, I think that's going to be one of our go-to trinkets for Mythic Plus. I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong, but like, I think it will be. Unless one of these raid trinkets is just absolutely absolutely head over heels amazing. I think this will be a go-to. And then I want to try out the Conductor's Wax Whistle, because it seems to be AoE as well, but it's passive. And it, yeah, I don't know. We throw a cart at people. Like, that sounds kind of cool, right? I kind of want to see what the animation for throwing a cart at someone is. So we got one weapon on. Can we please equip this? Cool. We got our 2 weapons on. I have bought enchants, guys. I'm prepared. Don't say I'm not prepared. Ring enchant. We are going to use Circe's circlet because from looking, there's no other rings in the game. There's no other rings in the game that I could find, other than the Jasta Diamond. I don't even know what that is. There's just so much. There's so much to look through. Take credit for your allies' deeds up to once every 12 seconds. Blah, 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 blah. Basically, you gain stats. It looks like a stance. You get... Oh, and then there's a chance that you'll give all your stats to an ally. Cool. Okay. Let's hope everybody's running that, because I'd like some more stats. I don't want to just give away stats. Okay. We put a... Oh, no. We'll put a socket on that, because I'm prepared. And then we'll put... Oh, God. Get this coffee out my hand. Let's see. Do I know how to play this game? Yes. Insert gem. Hey, Quark. It's going well, man. So far, we're trying to get into a dungeon group. We haven't got a tank, but to be honest, that's expected on the PvE. If you can see here that I've been queuing for... Oh, no, you can't see anymore, but I was queuing for a heroic dungeon for about an hour, and no tanks joined. There are tanks that are playing, but you have to get pretty lucky to find one. So I'm just talking through everything at the moment, and then hopefully getting to a Mythic Plus. I think a +5 is a good one to start with, because I'd like to just see the dungeon. I'd like to know what's actually going on in a bit. Because there's going to be no Wii chorus for it. There's going to be no add-on help. It's all just going to be basically playing it playing it old school style. But I'm really excited for it. I think it's a cool theme. Oh! YC634. Take him! Take him! It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Get him in. Get him in. Get him in. I like how you can see racing in what's it called? In a PTR. Yeah, I can show the new talent for Flying Serpent Kick. I'm actually running it right now. So it's called Slicing Winds. And basically, I don't know if you play Plunderstorm, but it's exactly taken from Plunderstorm. And all it is it's a massive channel dash. And you do a massive AoE slice when you do it. It's really cool. But the best way that you're going to want to play this is by basically just tapping it slightly. Because if you dash too far, you're going to end up miles away from anything that you're attacking. And it does the exact same damage no matter how long you hold it on for. So... it is a really cool talent, and we're going to try it out. I am going to go Shadowpan for this first dungeon. I know, Shadowpan, boring. But I want to kind of learn the dungeon first, and then compare it to Celestial of the Conduit, if that makes sense. I think we'll still run the new talent. I've still got Slicing Winds in, because I want to test that out on Shadowpan as well. What did I replace for it? Any of you with a keen eye? I replaced Transfer of Power. I'm not sure if that's the right pick. The main reason I replaced Transfer of Power was because that was initially the talent we didn't take at the start of the expansion. When this used to be, what was it, Darting Hurricane, when we had like the really cool low cooldown Tiger Palms. Transfer of Power was what we replaced out for that. So that's what I'm replacing out for it now. I think, you know, maybe it works out. I mean, I had a look at other things, but I couldn't really think of what else I could replace out for it. We're not running Ferociousness for Shadowpan either. I want to keep going with the new Mythic Plus build because they've added buffs to our Blackout Kick on top of everything else, so it makes sense that this is the kind of build they're pushing. Transfer of Power, it's not bad, it's just damage, isn't it? It makes your Fist of Fury do more damage, but I think that the toss-up is Slicing Winds is going to do more than a, 30% extra Fist of Fury. Yeah, the tier is kind of boring in what it does. It looks really cool, but where's my group going? We all learned this before, or does anyone need a quick explainer on boss tactics so we don't wipe? Guys, what do I say? Do I lie? I've never done this before. I'll tell him. I know what I'm doing. Oh, you can't see chat. Basically, this guy just asked if we knew what we were doing. Don't worry. I have no idea what I'm doing. But he doesn't know that. Don't tell him. PTR's a bit of a mess. I've never done this before. You can see all these random ads everywhere. We didn't get that tank, which is a bit of a shame. I don't know if I want to try find another group. I feel like sticking with a group's a good idea. Leaving is probably not the best thing to do. Honey Buzzer, if you haven't seen it, it's basically like a Slicing Winds. So I Slicing Winds the ad like this, and then I Honey Buzzer back on top of them. And that should do like, I want to say like 7 million damage overall, maybe more, to everything in its path. It's gonna be really weird to play Windwalker if this is our best in slot trinket for Mythic Plus. I think I'm kind of excited for it. No point dying 60 times to a sludge fist mechanic if you can explain it first. Guys, should I have lied to this guy? Should I tell him that I don't know what I'm doing? Sludge fist. That's where you stack up as 2 people, right? And you just don't move. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be fine. Setting up this PTR, absolute nightmare. If you are gonna do, if you are wanting to test out the PTR or anything, it takes time. It hated my add-ons. I use Bartender. If you've watched my UI guide, I use Bartender. It hated it. 64 Lua errors on joining the PTR. It basically said no. So if you might have noticed, my bars look a little bit different. I'm not a massive fan of them. It's basically standard Blizzard UI. And you can see that I've hidden bars down here that show my offensive cooldowns. I'm not a massive fan of the Blizzard UI for action bars. I think they kind of look a little bit gross. It's like lack of a better word. I think they're a little bit grim. It's just it's just a 5, isn't it? It's like, oh, come on, you're not getting a one shot in a 5. What item level are we, like 668? I'll just pop Touch of Karma, I'll be fine. Chill. Paladin, he's just worrying over nothing. What else can we talk about whilst we're away? I didn't think the dungeon queues would be this long. I mean, I did a little bit, but I didn't think it would be as bad. So I do apologize that we're not actually in any Mythic Plus right now. I would have liked to actually be showing content. But it is what it is. No tanks online. Hello? Let me fly. Do I think Windwalker will be meta for Season 2? Do you want the honest answer? I think that because Windwalker was so strong in Shadowlands in Mythic Plus, I think Blizzard are too scared to allow it to be meta. I don't know if you remember last expansion, Dragonflight Season 1, Windwalker actually was really, really good in Mythic Plus. It wasn't the best, but it was really, really good. And I don't think we're anything compared to that now either. I think... But then again, I'll go back to my speech where I was saying about meta. I don't think meta matters. Like, I think that people get honed in on meta, especially players like that aren't like sorting out groups and stuff. And if you're not a meta class, they're not going to invite you. I just don't think that's how you should play the game. Like, I get meta's important, but I think if someone's good at it, like, let them play. Like, they're gonna do well. Like, Windwalker kit is amazing. We have Ring of Peace. We have Leg Sweep. We have Tiger's Lust, Paralysis. We have so much utility, but people don't think about that. They're just like, Windwalker, ew. Why would I bring them? Last tier of Legion, we were good. Yes, actually, I did play in Legion in the last tier. That's actually the only really tier of Legion I played. I kind of took a break, and I played Windwalker, and I remember coming back, and suddenly we were using Crackling Jade Lightning, and that was like our biggest damage. And I was just like, well, what is going on? But yeah, Windwalker was really good in Legion raids at the end of that tier in Antorus. Antorus, yeah. Oh my god, amazing. You get scaled to 629 in eye level and M+. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, I'll be fine. It'll be whatever. You're still running a Bok heavy build for M+ and Shadow Planet and Celestial Conduit? I am. The main reason I'm doing that is because I still think they're pushing for this Bok build. I mean, I know that they've slightly nerfed it, but I still think it's going to be the way forward. I think that the buffs in themselves, like, they're still buffs compared to what they were. But I still think that they're pushing for it. I mean, I'm going to test out a few things. I think I'm going to start with this Bok build like this. Then I'm going to go into a Celestial Conduit that isn't so Bok heavily focused. Instead, that's more focused on big damage windows. And to be honest, I think this is going to be our Mythic Plus build. Conduit of the Celestials, what you see on your screen here. I think that Blizzard have realized that our hero talent is a little bit, like, dead in the water. Like, we're a one hero talent spec, which feels awful. Like, the only time I use Conduit of the Celestials is if a raid boss is under 2 minutes long in fighting. Like, how often is that? Like, it never really. A bit on heroic, a bit on normal, and maybe one or two bosses on mythic at the moment. Like, you only play this when a boss is under 2 minutes, and that feels awful. I want to play this hero talent a lot more than I do, but hey ho. Hopefully that's what Blizzard are pushing, and it looks like it. We've got a tank. Oh my god, we have a tank. Everybody, do not panic. I know how to get to the dungeon. I do not know how to fly, though. Oh my god. Okay, I said I knew how to get to the dungeon. I might have lied. I think there's someone that teleports you to the dungeon. How? Does anybody know? Oh my god, it's one of these dudes. Which is it? Nomi. Where is it? I did find this earlier. Oh no. What are these guys chatting in party chat? You don't want to see this. Is it you? Oh no, you give the keystones. Dungeon teleporter. Okay. Perfect. And I got a summon. Okay. Oh, that's the loading screen. I've been looking for this loading screen for ages actually. I really wanted to use it in the thumbnail, but I couldn't find it anywhere. It was right in front of my eyes. And we're in? Oh. Okay. This is kind of cool. It looks like we're in oh, what's the zone? The ringing. Okay, we are in the ringing deep. Wait, why are we in the ringing deeps? I thought this was its own new zone. Okay, I'm asking too many questions. I'm just here for the dungeon. Oh, is this the waterworks? So this is from the ringing deeps, isn't it? This is like the waterworks, right? They've just used. This isn't like they made a new dungeon itself. They've just taken the zone and they've revamped it. Honestly, my opinion on how they revamped zones and put a dungeon in it is lazy the right word? No, lazy's not the right word. I don't like it. I like it when a dungeon is its own instance. They've put work into it. They've really thought about it. They've made like the entire dungeon its own thing. It's like Not Code Offensive. I really didn't like Not Code Offensive because it was just I just don't like it when they make a zone your dungeon. It just feels really really cheap. How the new talent's working? We're about to find out. Actually, this is the first dungeon that we've done. It took, how long have I been streaming? It took about an hour to get into a group. I have no idea how to do this dungeon. Oh, he's explaining it. Okay. Hold on. Okay, he explained it. I didn't read it, and we're going. Okay. And I didn't change my talents. It looks like we're going Conduit of the Celestials, boys. Okay. I'm such an idiot. This is so scuffed. Alright, we're going Conduit the Celestials first. We're going to be running Slicing Winds, and we're going to be absolutely pumping, hopefully.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
And it is kind of laggy, actually. I did notice that in, what's it called? I noticed the lag in Dornagal. There was actually quite a lot of lag in Dornagal. I think it's just PTR. Like, I think the PTR is just not great. I mean, it's like a 20 gigabyte download, which surprised me. I didn't really understand that. And I think we're going to go ham here. Can we do more than 3 ads? I would like to test out my damage. Okay, we're going big. So we're going to pop everything here. No idea what's going on. That player died. Oh my god, there's things on the floor. A little bit of a dash here. No, can I dash? Can we dash? Okay. Oh my god, what is going on? Okay. Decent damage so far. I didn't use my trinket, and I'm getting absolutely clobbered by blades. This is so cooked. That's not a boss, by the way. That's just... Those are just ads. What was that? Okay. So they seem to put blades everywhere, and we're a dashing spec now. So that's awesome. I do want to test out the full damage of like Conduit the Celestial with this new trinket and everything. Oh yes, and with the new what are they called? The new affixes. What does this do? Oh, this is the old one. So if you didn't know, you can detox this off of yourself, or you can diffuse magic off of yourself. So if you are running a group that doesn't have a lot of ways to remove it off yourself, you can always diffuse magic it off yourself, and then... What the hell? Why was there scaffolding? You can diffuse magic it off of yourself, and then you can detox a homie, and that's a really good way to get rid of all of the... Like, two of the 5 stacks, basically. But luckily we have a priest, so they should just be able to mass dispel everything. Let's use Conduit of the Celestials here into a dash. I don't know. I don't think I'm getting true full potential of what this damage can be, because we're only pulling like 3 packs at once, which is better for spinning Crane Kick, but I feel like it's not really showing what Conduit of the Celestials can be. But at the same time, I'm trying to learn this dungeon. I have no idea what's really going on here so far. Okay, big pack, big pack. Not a boss, can't tell. Also, I've completely misaligned my cooldowns. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but these are the new swirly animations, and I actually think they look really good. What they've done is they made the inside of the swirly a little bit, like, how do I call it, like opaque, but the outside of the swirly has a really big animation on it now. So you can tell if you're inside a swirly. Swirlies, let's be honest, they look awful. Also, if my WoW volume is too loud, let me know, because I haven't actually done a dungeon while speaking yet, so if it's too loud and you need me to turn it down, please let me know, because I haven't tested this. I kind of do want to, I kind of want you to hear me. I mean, maybe you don't want to hear me, but... Okay, what do these do? Interrupt every cast and don't ask questions. Dash through them. And I'm going to save my Conduit of the Celestials for my next zooing, because I want to go big damage.
I require a target.
It needs casting, have a 30-second CD, and doing this damage. What do you mean by that? What are you referring to? The slicing winds ability. Dodge swirlies and avoid treat like boss mechanics. Okay, this guy. Oh, Big Mama. Okay, you know what? We are just gonna pop everything here. I'm just gonna wait for Zuin to come up and then go big or go home. Yeah, you can see the new swirlies. Woo! Come on, Big Mama, no! I don't know if 2 million is that good. I don't know if these damage numbers are deflated though, because we're like in retail already doing more than 2 million, so it's hard to judge. But we'll have a look at the damage. Sorry, clear my throat. Yikes. We'll have a look at the damage breakdown after this to see what sort of damage we're putting out. Something I need to get used to is talking whilst I play. I'm so busy like trying to focus on playing that I'm like, oh my god, can I even talk? Did you just silence me, buddy? So far so good. I don't seem to be dying. They said treat this like a boss. Is this a boss? It feels like a boss, so like I feel like I should be treating it like a boss. It feels like a boss. If it looks like a boss and feels like a boss, it probably is a boss. I'm gonna health pot here. This is crazy. She has so many knockbacks. The tank is getting absolutely mullered right now. I'm getting a little bit mullered as well. I'm gonna pop everything again, I think, in a sec. I do just want to wait. I know it's greedy, but I need to in. Play down. Pop everything. Heal myself with this. Big Mama, please. I'm not willing to wipe on a +5. Everybody's dead. Panic. I'm so... this is doing so badly. Uh-oh. The fight. The fight for the boys. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm the only DPS left standing. Big Mama's got a big shield. Am I playing this wrong? I'm just going to focus on damage here, guys.
Overcome this trial.
So we need to get this boss down. And there it is. World's first Big Mama kill. Did you encounter any issues with this boss? It wipes my groove. No, we're not gonna. That was crazy. He said boss has a shield. Yeah. What is happening? Yeah, man. What was happening? I didn't think that was a boss because he said treat this like a boss. So I thought, oh, this is just a big ad walking around. And then I looked down at after I popped on my cooldowns and I'm like, hold on. There's a boss icon. This is a boss. Why do you say treat it like a boss? If it was a boss. Oh my god, funny. Anyway, we got it down, and we've learned nothing from that, I'll be quite honest. It shoots out a couple of frontal silence abilities. I've learned that it does a hell of a lot of damage, and it's why I love Windwalker Monk, because we have so many defensives. That hunter probably like popped his turtle, and then he was like, oh, I'm dead. I'm getting used to this spinning crane kick mechanic, because I'm hitting all these ads still, but I don't have to. All you need to do now is hit one ad, and that's it. Which is going to feel strange if you try to min-max mark of the crane previously. You don't have to anymore. You basically just you can attack one target, and there's no more stacks. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Stackless run. Who is our tank? Can I put a marker on him? Oh, it's you. Okay. Well, hopefully we do a big pull here because I've got all my cooldowns and I want to try test everything out with the trinket again. See what we can do here.
Luck, Grandmaster.
3 ads. All right, you know what? We'll do it with 3 ads. I'm fine with that. Then we do the dash. And then we do this dash. And it's all dead. What I'm also missing at the moment, you might have noticed, is I'm not actually using Slicing Winds a lot of the time. It's because I've tucked it away here on my action bar. Usually, Lothox would like update this, and it would be somewhere on my bars. So I'll try to focus more on actually pressing this new ability because it's kind of cool, isn't it? It kind of doesn't give a good representation of what it does if I don't press it. Do I have chi stacks above the mob's health bar? I do. That's part of tidy plates, and I do have it, but I don't actually look at them. You can look at them, but I use this bar over here for my chi when I look at chi. Because I'm always looking up, well, not always, but when I'm looking at what I'm pressing, I'm looking at this bar over here. But yes, if you use tidy plates, it automatically comes with chi above the character's target's heads, basically. So if you do just want to look at them, you can do that, and that works absolutely fine. See, look, I've swapped the Slicing Wings up now, but I completely
I'm out of range.
Ow.
I require a target.
That would have been a good time to take Lighter Than Air. I don't like Lighter Than Air. A lot of people do. I don't. I don't think you need it. I think it's a bit gimmicky. In some situations, sure, but overall, bit gimmicky. I think in the time that you can move out of an ability, you don't really need to be doing dash and stuff. But like potentially, like to avoid fall damage or like super last minute positioning, sure, but we have a lot of mobility already. We have rolls and stuff. We don't. I don't think you need it. I think it's better to take something like Windwalking. Now I know Windwalking. Why would I take that? I think helping your teammates out, even the tiniest bit, useful. Okay, we pop this, we pop this, we pop this, and then we go back on our B. Whee! And everything's dead. Swapped out my Mistweaver Monk for Ret Paladin this season. I mean, the way I see it is, I think, like, Ret's is going to be good. Like, if you enjoy, like, playing, like, Ret or something like that, or Mage, like, absolutely fine. Like, they're always going to be really good. Windwalker is always going to be niche, but I think Windwalker is always just so fun to play. Like, even if it's not the best, like, it's just so fun. Like, the mastery in itself makes it just one of the most entertaining specs you can actually play. I've been leveling a Demon Hunter at the moment for splits for next tier. I'm god-awful at it, but I've been leveling this at the moment, and it feels so weird pressing, like, the same button, like, 5 times in a row. I'm just so not used to it. Let's just pop everything here.
Overcome this trial. Win my faith.
I do not have a target.
How does Slicing Winds feel? I think Slicing Winds feels really good, but I'm not pressing it enough because I keep forgetting that I have it. But I think, like, if you press it once, you can see ow, you can see that I dashed through, what the hell is this? How do I get past this? Roll? Okay. Like, I think that you do not want to hold it down. I think holding it down is going to be absolutely bait, and if you hold it down, you are asking for trouble, because you're just going to go flying. And in dungeons, I don't think you really... Wasn't me, that was the hunter. In dungeons, I don't think that you... Okay. Hold on. Sorry, boys. I need to clean this up. I apologize. I need to save our team real quick. If I dash through this, what happens? What was I talking about? Completely lost focus. I'm an awful streamer. No, I'll get better, I promise, I promise. Why is my bug button flashing? What was I talking about? Slicing Winds, yes. Look, so if you hold it down, like this, you go flying miles, and, like, honestly, you don't want to be doing that. Like, because if you go dashing miles, one, you're going to have to, like, roll once or twice to get back into the fight. It's just not worth it. Are these bosses? Okay, these are bosses. Did he explain how to do them? Big care on the shredder mobs. Nope, didn't explain anything. Dodge lines, pray. And I have no cooldowns. Oh, here though, we can dash through both of them. Oh, okay. Okay, there is tech for dashing. Anything that I... Charge into the wall? I don't know. Anything that I just said about, anything that I just said about dashing, Slicing Winds, ignore it. I'm an idiot. It's amazing. What is these guys doing? What is this on me? Pop a defensive and, like, ignore it? I don't know. We learn so much here with Windwalker PAB. Alright. Pop everything. Don't stand in a swirly. Hello, let me dash. The one annoying thing I've noticed so far about the PTR is there is a little bit of lag, and it's making Slicing Winds a little bit awkward to press because it's like a charge up. I press it and it seems to, like, not register. And I press it again and then I've held it down for a bit long, so there is a little bit of lag, but I can't complain. It's a PTR, isn't it? These guys seem a lot easier than that first boss. If you were watching that first boss compared to these two, I don't know if you just noticed there, I use my Slicing Winds because it's on the same button as Flying Serpent Kick, and I used it as a Flying Serpent Kick. That I think is going to be one of the biggest things that people are going to have to adjust to. You don't have Flying Serpent Kick anymore, and I think that muscle memory is going to really screw us over a little bit. Is the change do more damage, or does it just increase the distance? It's just the distance. So the damage for slicing winds will always be the same, no matter how long you channel it for. The only difference is distance. And as I was just roasting the distance and saying you'd never use it, and then I used it on that boss fight, it will have its uses. But for the most part, you're just going to want to one-tap it. Let's see the percent after the whole run. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the percent's going to be poorly accurated? Jesus Christ, I'm making up words. I feel like it's going to lack accuracy because I'm playing like a bit of a melon right now, to be honest. But I think that it's going to be alright, but I think it's not going to be a true representation. I think a couple more dungeons in of this and I will have got it on lock. But we are going to get our full cooldown here, so we'll do our single target opener. Oh my god, I dashed. How the hell did I dash? Oh, dash through the mechanic. Oh! Okay, he gripped me. That's cool. We are... Oh, I see! It's like sludgefish. That's what he was talking about when he was saying sludgefish mechanics. Because you're, we're tied together. Me and this dude are, like, bonded. Okay, that's fine. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Okay, so now me and, what even are you? I don't know. Me and this player are now bonded together, so you can't run away from each other. Otherwise, you... I don't know if you'll kill each other, but I think you just pull each other back. So if mechanics are coming in, you're gonna... Please move. Okay, I'll do all the moving. You stand still, bro. That's absolutely fine. You don't move a muscle. I'll do everything. Oh my god, that's terrifying. That's a cool boss. I can see this boss causing a lot of wipes because people panic, move, and then if you're tagged to a healer that can't move, oh my god, you are gonna they are gonna scream when you start dashing about the place. Is it Bok that gives the spinning crane kick proc? Why is my brain gone blank? Yes. No, sorry. It's not Bok that gives the spinning crane kick. It is any ability that gives the spinning crane kick its free cast, but it's also always Whirling Dragon Punch if you're running the Whirling Dragon Punch build, which you will in AoE. So look, I have Whirling Dragon Punch up, I press it, spinning crane kick instantly gets its stack, but then it's any button. You can press anything. It's just random. I love random. I love RNG. Why have I got swimming on my left of my screen? That comes... Okay, I thought bubbles would be, like, good here. Don't walk into the bubbles. They hurt. Also, I don't know if you saw that minecart animation from that trinket I had, but that cart just ran straight into this fish. Charge through the bomb to get rid of them. I feel like I'm reading that late. I don't know. I imagine you're talking about the last boss? Charge through the bomb. Or are we talking... I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on in this dungeon. I'm learning. By the end of the week, I'm going to know this dungeon like the back of my hand. I'm going to be king of this dungeon. Maybe should have pressed thingy there first. Have I seen Shadow? Ah, the duo boss, yeah, the one that charges, right. That does make sense. I was playing that boss like a little bit of a moron, I'll be honest. Have I seen Shadow? What do you mean by Shadow? Like Shadow Khan? Okay, we're getting back into the rhythm. 153. Okay, yeah, I did think there were latency issues. I didn't think it was that bad. Oh my lord. Oh, Shadow Priest. Honestly, I've never played I've never played Shadow Priest. I've had a mate that's played Shadow Priest a lot, and they really enjoy it. But what they always find is kind of similar to Windwalker, is that no one will take them for groups. It's just one of those things where it's guys, we pulled ads back here. Okay. And there you see it again. I use Flying Serpent Kick to get to the ads, but I don't have Flying Serpent. Oh my god. It's gonna It's gonna take some adjustment, everyone. When you start using this ability and you forget that you don't have flying serpent kick, you're gonna you're gonna feel so bad because you lose a massive damage button. You will get adjusted to it, but right now this is the first time I've run without flying serpent kick, and it is. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, what was I saying about Shadow Priest? Yeah, I mean, it's like Windwalker, isn't it? Like, he always found that, like, he was really struggling to get into groups. I mean, I've played groups with Shadow Priest before, and when I've invited them to groups, they'll always be like, damn, I've actually been invited to a group, finally, been waiting for this +10, you know, for like half an hour, because people just don't invite them. And it's another one of those, you know, not a meta class. But I think Shadow Priest are really good. The people that I've raided with that have played Shadow Priest have always done really good damage, and I think I mean, I've never played it myself, but I think, like, I don't know if you still do it, but, like, don't you, like, shoot loads of, like, shadow people at people? That's kind of cool, right? Do you still do that? I know that Shadow Priest had, like, 20 different iterations in the past 2 years, so I don't really know what they do, unfortunately. The only classes that I know anything about are Windwalker Monk, surprisingly, and I'm starting to learn Demon Hunter. Yeah, Demon Hunter. Do I like it? Kind of. I think it's a little bit boring pressing the same button 20 times in a row, but otherwise, I really like Meta. I think Meta's such a fun ability. Hello, Giesel Gizazap. This is a cool boss room. Wait, what's the tactics? Okay, there are no tactics. Okay, there are tactics. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Nobody panic. Don't use any of your dash abilities. Okay, use them now. That was terrifying. I was trying to get a dash ability out there. But, okay, I'm going to move out of this. This looks like a move out mechanic. Pop diffuse magic. Yep. Seems right. Nobody's dead. That looks like that's what you do with that mechanic. Leaping spark. I've been targeted. I've been targeted. What does this mean? Stand in it? Well, that doesn't sound right. Why did I stand in it? There was a big arrow pointing at it. It looked like the right thing to do. Oh my god, this is chaos. Why did I stand in it? I can't look at chat right now, but I'm hoping someone's saying, yeah, you are meant to stand in it. That was the right thing to do. You're a genius. And you know I am. I agree with you. Okay, now that I know what this mechanic does, you can it's quite easy to dodge. But trying to get these dash abilities in, kind of really awkward actually. Like, I want to dash, like, you want to dash almost when there's nothing going on. Otherwise, you're just going to end up dashing into a horrible mechanic. One more Celestial Conduit, and this geezer is toast. And we did it! They said it couldn't be done. They said I was crazy. Now, I'm not sure if that's just these guys learning these classes. I'm not going to bash damage, but I don't know if that's good damage. Like, I don't know if I've done good damage this dungeon. We'll have a look at it. It looks good in comparison, but it could just be that these guys are learning their classes, so actually this is rubbish damage. Let's try do a damage breakdown. This is unfortunately not working how I wanted it to work. Usually when you finish a Mythic Plus, this comes out as overall damage, and you can press it and see a breakdown. This breakdown is not as accurate. So unfortunately it's in the top left corner. Let's move this, guys. Let's have a look at this properly. So, as you'd expect, spinning crane kick at the top. No surprises there. Fist of Fury, Celestial Conduit. Slicing Winds, lower than I thought it would be, but I think that's because I played it bad. Already doing a 3.3% damage overall. More than Strike of the Windlord, Whirling Dragon Punch. I think if you actually use this ability right, and not like me, I think it's going to do a lot. I think it's actually looking really good. Yeah, actually, that I thought it would be way lower, because I missed loads, I mispressed it loads, I really didn't utilize it as well as I could have, and it's already like in the top, what's that, 8? I'd say that's good. Trinkets. Meh. The conductor's wax whistle doing 1.3%. That's kind of awful. I'm not gonna lie, and that's a passive trinket, so that's not even me messing up to use that. Maybe that's a not take. And Ravenous Honey Buzzer, 2%. The pulls weren't massive, and I think Ravenous Honey Buzzer scales off of how many targets you're hitting. I think we did quite a few smaller pulls, so I'm not gonna discount that trinket just yet. But meh. I don't know. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. Dabnell did 4 million damage overall in a time 10. Oh, God damn. What a gamer. I'm not Dabnell. I'm not bad at the game, but I'm not Dabnell. That guy is something else. I'll try, guys. I'll try and do 4 million. 4 million. Okay, that's the target to beat. We're almost halfway there. Now, a Shadow Pan run. Yeah, we will do a Shadow Pan run. Oh, I was kind of hoping this group would stay together. That is a little bit sad. I was hoping that maybe we'd keep the tank, but that's okay. We've learned a bit from this dungeon. I think the first dungeon was always going to be the roughest. Let's be honest. No idea what's going on in the dungeon. No idea what anything does. And trying to learn these new abilities. It was always going to be a little bit of a mess. But there's always room for improvement. I don't know. Dornagal, yeah. Also, as well, the latency is atrocious. I'm not saying that impacts how I play. I'm not. It's not an excuse. I'm just. It feels bad. Guys, you gotta believe me, please. Okay, we'll go to Stormwind. We'll switch out some talents, and then we'll start looking for another group. Actually, we'll start looking for another group now because last time it took ages. I'm going to take the one with the tank. I know it's a +2, but it is a +2, but finding tanks is so hard. It's not going to be... Like, I do want to do... Oh! Cancel that. Get me in here. Boys. Come on. We don't need meta and PTR. Yeah. Okay, +7. It's going to be a little bit harder, but it's going to be a good one. I think now that I know the dungeon a little bit more. I think Celestial of the Conduits is still the go-to build. I don't think I showed it off too well there, but now we're going to go for some Shadow Pan. The only real difference here, talent-wise, is that we're going for more of a Blackout Kick-centered build, kind of the one that you'd be running right now in Resale. We are still going to use Slicing Winds. We've taken out Transfer of Power for this one as well, kind of similar to Conduit of the Celestials. Hero Talent stays exactly the same. We have got our trackers over here, so if you want to keep tabs on all of that, we have that now, which is kind of cool. And now we just wait for the group to form. Trinkets, though, we are going to switch those out. So I think we're going to try the raid trinkets out now. Junkmeister's Mega Magnet, which is a use trinket. And then Z's Thug Hotline. These are both the agility trinkets from the raid. So what does this one do? Your damaging abilities have a very high chance to charge the magnet. Okay, so we gain stacks, and then if we use it, we reverse the magnet's polarity to violently recycle buried garbage, dealing a lot of damage on my targets. So, 20-second cooldown? Really? That is... So do I want to spam this then?
I do not have a target.
Oh, that is crazy. A 20-second timer trinket. And then what does this one do? Your ability to have a chance to call a member of the Goon Squad to attack your targets for 10 seconds, gaining bloodlust or similar effect summons the whole crew. All right, so we're rocking the Goon Squad. That is a great title. So that's just a passive one. Hopefully they do. Hopefully the Goon Squad do AoE. Let's see what this trinket does real quick. So if we press it here, no charges. Okay, I have to charge it first. So if we, okay, in the top right, you can see over here I've got magnet charges. So I imagine what we're looking for is something like... Well, I said it could stack up all the way up to 30, but it's on a 20-second timer. So do you want to stack it or do you want to use it? I feel like if it's on a 20-second timer, you want to be spamming that, no? Let's have another look. Let's use it. all it does is I whack a magnet out and... Do I do any damage? Does that do anything? Okay, it does damage. But then you can see the timer's going down. Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, that's a very strange trinket. Goon squad. Yeah, I know, right? So, I'm not sure about this one, guys. 20-second cooldown, but you want to gain stacks. But I feel like any trinket that's like super low like that, you want to be using all the time. I think I'm going to stack it. Quickly, let's get our macro building abilities out. Macro, let's get our weak aura building abilities out. Let's see if we can track this trinket. Maybe not, because we're on the PTR. It might not already have it. Icon. Nope. Oh god, no, what have I done? New aura. Pre-made auras. Yeah, I love pre-made auras. Icon. Default. No, it just shows monk ones, doesn't it? It doesn't show trinkets. That is annoying. There was a way I used to do this. Was it through details? I haven't made a macro or weaker in ages. It reminds me of Spy Master. I never got to use Spy Master because obviously Windwalker. But wasn't the concept of that you ramp it up to like max stacks and then you do an insane amount of damage, but it can take up to like halfway through a fight, can't it? I don't know how that's going to play out in a Mythic Plus. Did Spy Masters like... Did it keep the stacks, or did it generate in between pulls? Like, did you have to chain pull to keep that going? Let me know. What was I doing? Training dummy. Let's see if we can make a Junkmaster's Maestro. Oh, there was a way to do this in details. Auras. Let me do it. Ah, I've completely forgot how to do this. I'll have a look into it next time. They used... What is that? What have I done? Why is there just a Banlu on my screen? Let's get rid of that. It charged to 40, but if you died, you lost the stacks. Okay, so you do keep the stacks. Maybe it works like that. Let's have another read real quick. I'm sure these guys will summon me, and they won't be annoyed at all that I haven't made my way there. It doesn't say anything about dropping off, so you might be right. It might be like a Agility Spy Masters then, where although it's a 20-second cast, you want it to be as stacked as possible. So I'm going to have to keep an eye out on 30 stacks. As well as that, I didn't really look at the... Sorry, I was a bit overwhelmed by what was going on. I didn't really look at the aura uptime of our new 4 set. So winning streak, it had an 84% uptime in combat, and it activated it 61 times. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know. This is what I mean by it's passive. It's not going to show up at all on the damage meters because it's a passive thing. It just increases your spinning crane kick and rising sun kick damage output. It's going to be really hard to tell how good this is through the PTR because there's not really much you can compare it to. Realistically, the only way we're going to be able to find out how good it is through like APL from some of like the more theory crafting Windwalkers. Like I don't think I can really show that. I don't know APL. I don't code. I can barely play Windwalker. That's not true. I can play Windwalker. Please believe me. All right, so we'll do this dungeon. We got the groups together. I do like how it teleports you right in here. And we know what's going on now. We're keeping the same weapons because these, I think, are going to be the weapons for Season 2. I think one of these weapons will be, but I think it will be the same as last season where you have your crafted gear. I have no crafted gear on now. I might look into crafted gear for the next stream. But I haven't really given crafted gear much thought. Yeah, there's nothing much more I can add to that. I haven't given crafted gear much thought. I just realized I've had music playing this whole time. I'm really sorry. I'm learning. We'll turn the music off and we'll get some in-game sound going. Oh man, that's a cold coffee. Okay, Shadowpan. A passive hero talent that you don't have to think about at all. Amazing. This guy looks like he's going to pull big, so We like that. I have already messed up my opener. Do not fret. Okay, so those blades come out, but they don't, like, do as much damage as you think they would. Obviously, don't stand in them, but they don't seem to be too bad. Alright, let's try, actually play properly now. Oh, Bloodlust. Oh, my goons are out! Where are my goons? Can anybody see my goons? Where are the boys? Oh, and there's the shaman doing absolutely insane damage. Surprise, surprise. Okay, we got some real pulls going now. I think in the last dungeon, we were going quite slow, so I think this is going to be a bit better at representing damage overall. Goon squad. Yeah, I know, I couldn't see them. I need to be maybe more zoomed in. I wish I saw the boys. I don't know how well that trinket's going to do, but I think it has some really funny flavor. Okay, okay, we are going so big. I like this guy. How many stacks am I on for the magnet? I cannot see. I'm kind of getting zapped. Can you stop? 15 stacks, okay. We're going to wait till it's on 30, I think. I want to test out what it can do at its maximum voltage? Magnets don't have voltage, do they? Maximum magnitude? Guys, please help me out. What word am I thinking of? Magnetism. Maximum magnetism. There we are. I know what I'm chatting. 10 stacks on trinket. Yeah, we got 19 and it doesn't drop off from the looks of it. There's no timer on it at all. So that's kind of cool. And I'm not pressing slicing winds. I'm just so not used to it. How? Alright, press slicing winds now. It feels so weird not having Mark of the Crane stacked. Oh. Yeah, I do apologize if the stream is a little bit laggy. It's the game. It is not the... Well, I mean, it might be the stream. I don't know. I'm not... But it is the game. It is just running at lower... high latency. I don't know. It's PTR. I've never played PTR, but I imagine this is probably how it is all the time. Okay, slicing winds on everything. Okay, that was good, but I dashed through the boxes. Weird. I've got 30 stacks. Unleash it. Did it do good? No. That sucks. What? Okay. Let's pay a bit more attention to what's going on. That was embarrassing. I might have pressed it too late and everything was dead. Because I think it's like sort of channel, in a way, if that makes sense. I pressed it and it did no damage.
I must get closer.
Oop.
I require a target.
Was it a dot or something? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it is a dot. Maybe I didn't read it properly. I'll try it on these goon... Oh, I've got 30 stacks still now. Let's try it again. Alright, we pressed it. Honestly, I can't tell if it did anything. I'm going to say it did something, because I'm no longer on 30 stacks. And now it's off cooldown again. And in that 20 seconds, I managed to gain... Where is it? 7 stacks. So I don't think I want to press it again now. I am not pressing this slicing winds. I'm... Yikes. That's kind of cringe at this point, actually. I might actually move where it is on my bars. I'm kind of in danger right now. But yeah, I really like these new swirly animations. I think that swirlies used to be so hard to see. Get out of the way, boys. But they made them a lot easier. I don't know if you ever played, like, Byrack and things like that last expansion. But, like, swirlies are always bigger than they look. And I think that's really, like, a lot of people get one-shot by swirlies because they think they're out of it just, and they're inside of it because there's no real border. But they've changed that. It was in none of the patch notes. They never mentioned they were going to do it, but they've changed swirly animations. They always have like a really clear outlining border now, which is kind of cool. Slicing Winds feels like it's Spell Rush. Yes, actually, it does. The only difference is the charge, but yeah, Fel Rush, very similar. I actually played Demon Hunter. I don't know why I didn't think of that myself. Alright, we're doing a big pull here. I don't have many cooldowns. I have 17 stacks. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's at least hit a Slicing Wind, shall we? Oh, I'm rooted. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's okay. This shaman is going crazy. Oh, you destroyed the scaffolding to get them down. That's why there was scaffolding earlier. That's weird. Yeah, Enhanced Shaman just seems to be in a really good place, and a lot of people like aren't happy with it. But I think Shaman was in such a bad place for such a long time that they deserve their little moment in the sun. But to an extent, it is absolutely busted as well. Like there's no denying it's insanely busted. 30 stacks, let's go. What did I do? I don't know what I did. Oh, is there a dot? I think it is a dot. I could see a little dot icon on top. Like, is that? Is it? Is that my goons? I don't know. Welcome to the firing line. Is that what she said? Firing squad? Isn't that already a quote from another dungeon? Welcome to the firing squad. That's the mother load, isn't it? Am I crazy? Alright, someone earlier said I want to dash this guy through the bombs. Oh, it makes sense now. Now I'm actually looking at it again. So you want to dash him through the bombs. Kind of like the boss in... Whoop! I'm so sorry. This big guy, he just came out of nowhere. Kind of like the boss in Siege of Borealis, where you need to kite him through the bombs, and it always goes wrong, no matter what. Okay, everybody's dying. Luckily, I use health pot, I guess. Okay, I'm dying as well. I'm kind of scared. Pop everything. I have nothing for this. The fight, please. Nope. Okay. I imagine what happened is no one dashed him through a bomb. And the bomb blew up. It's basically like Siege of Borealis, except instead of kiting him around, it looks like you dash him around. And the bomb timers go off, and obviously your group get one shot. Other than that, you seem to get circles on you for this fight that you want to move out the group, lines that come out, dodge. It's pretty standard fight. What about us Windwalkers? We want some love too. Enhance is like Blizzard's favorite child. Is it though? I swear Enhance was like, or am I crazy? I think Enhance was like awful for years and years, and it only became really popular this tier. I mean, I don't play Shaman. I've never enjoyed Shaman. Am I crazy in thinking that they used to be good? Bad? Am I crazy in thinking they used to be bad? No, yeah, I did think so. Because I remember seeing like loads of Shamans complaining all the time. Especially the rest over... Oh my god, I did it again. Especially the rest over ISC. But I mean, that's a little bit different, isn't it? But, like, resto sucked for ages. And then suddenly Blizzard were like, right, you know what? We'll make all of them good. Every Shaman spec, we're gonna just buff them out the wazzo. The Shamans can't complain anymore. Chris Metzen, he plays Shaman. It's fine. We'll do it for Chris. Even with the red cycle, you can pop bombs standing near them. Right, okay, I see what you mean. So it's literally like Siege of Borealis, where the tank could pop the bombs, except there's now a dispel on it. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I could probably then stand in a bomb, diffuse magic if I have to. I mean, ideally not. But ideally not, but if I have to, yeah. So I was trying to work out when you want to use Slicing Winds. really. I think slicing winds makes sense to in an opener. It makes sense to do either before or after Fist of Fury. Move left, please. Before or after Fist of Fury? I think probably before. Okay, don't get hit by those. Okay, this is going to require some quick thinking. We broke our line. No one died, though. I'm on 16 stacks right now. I kind of want to see what the damage is like in single target for this. I'm tied to this person, so I need to, like, slicing winds backwards. Because if I go through, that is not good. All of these players are pretty decent as well. It's kind of cool. That hurt. If my teammate dies, do I also die? Great question. Let's use the magnet now and just see what sort of damage it does on the damage meters on a single target. So I'm curious. Move right. So I really don't... I'm not too sure what this trinket does. Okay, it did 3.5% of the single target damage. That's not bad. And that was at like 17 stacks or something? Is it a dot? I don't think it is a dot. I think it is just a straight up damage. I need to reread it. I'm awful at reading. Oh! Did you know that you shouldn't walk into those bubbles? Did you also know that I've done it 2 dungeons in a row? How's Windwalker feeling so far? I think it feels very similar to how it was feeling before. Like, there haven't been massive changes. The only difference is this slicing winds ability that we now have that I'm finding difficult to get, difficult to remember that I actually have it is the best way to describe it. Like, in my mind, it's not an ability, and I'm trying to get my head around, like, okay, I need to be pressing this button now. If that makes sense. Like, a lot of the time, I'm just kind of forgetting to press it. Or I accidentally use it instead of... I think it's still flying serpent kick, and I'm trying to use mobility, and I'll press it instead. So I think this is going to take the most adjusting to. And I think when you start using it yourself, you're gonna feel exactly like me now, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe I just used that to try and get through this dungeon faster. Or, oh, I forgot I had that ability. Why haven't I pressed that in the last 5 minutes? $1.8 million. It's still not that high. Can't compare myself to Dabnell. That guy is... see, I just did it then. I tried to get through these electric circles faster so I could get to my group and do damage. So what do I press instinctively? Well, Flying Serpent Kick's the main ability that you're going to be using at most times to do that. So that's what I press. Is it worth popping cooldowns? Are we wiping? I think we're wiping. Can we survive this? Seems like we bit off a bit more than we can chew. I'll be honest, everything's a little bit spread out. Oh, okay, I shouldn't have done that. I regret pressing my cooldowns. Oh, god damn. That's a lot of casts. Yeah. Behind. Oh, and the tank died. Okay, that makes... That's starting to all make sense now. I think the healer perished first, then the tank, and there was like 10 ads just casting. I keep pressing it. I might actually keybind this to something else because I need to get adjusted to it. I also might move where it is. I want it somewhere in the middle of my screen so I actually know that it's an ability I need to look at, because I'm so focused on staring at this bar. I don't know. It's bad habit. Bad habit, really. Let's use our CC. Come on, we're our Windwalker monks. Let's oh, we're just doing 2. Yeah, we can do 2. Okay, one cast goes through. 90% of my health gone. No, I got defensive. Please. Okay, this looks like it's going to be one of the danger runes in Mythic Plus. If you do too many of these and you run out of CC, your group is going to get zapped into next year. Oh? What stunned me? Okay,
I'm out
sure,
of range.
sure, why not? I think I pressed Rising Sun Kick like 3 times in a row there and it didn't trigger once.
I cannot take more at this time.
Yes. And yet, the void still grows.
It's actually cringe now. I'm changing this keybind after this dungeon. Dabnell's MVP. Yeah, Dabnell is. To be honest, Mythic Plus is not my like main sort of content that I do. I'm more of a raider. I mean, I enjoy Mythic Plus, but I feel like to push it you have to have like a pre-made that you know and can communicate with anyway. But I do enjoy Mythic Plus and I enjoy doing like 10s, maybe 12s and trying to push it, but I'm definitely more of a raider than I am a Mythic Pluser. Like, I love raiding. And I think I'm better at it, to be honest. But Dabnell is like so good at Mythic Plus. Like, it's crazy. Uh-oh. There was like a video on him recently, actually. I didn't get to watch it, but someone, I don't know who it was, but they literally did a video on him and how he was somehow pushing like 1% titles on Windwalker Monk.
Overcome this trial.
I checked that out. He's so good, and when I do Mythic Plus and I'm like planning in advance for like what I want to do, I will look at like stuff like his. What's Dabnell use? Or, like how does Dabnell play?
I cannot take more at this time.
What stunned me? Uh-oh. Help! Rip me! Oh. Oh! Okay. Oh, that was a circle on me! Oh my god, I'm so bad. Guys, I promise I'm not this bad. I'm just nervous, honestly. I'm finding it quite, not difficult, but like, to try and talk and play the game at the same time is something I'm not used to. It's why when I started making videos, actually, I did a lot of voiceovers, and I was trying to get into talking whilst I play. I think I'll get better at it, but like, I have like a brain, and it works in a singular way. It will get better, I promise. I promise it won't always be this bad. I will change that keybind. Was FOF nerfed at all, or is it still our highest prio? In AoE, I think our highest prio is going to be Slicing Wind, kind of like Strike of the Windlord, because they're both on really high cooldowns. They're going to be higher prio, but like Fist of Fury is still your go-to because it still works with the 4 set as well. Where like you apply, you get the winning streak basically, and then it increases like your Fist of Fury by 5% each time. So it's kind of like Fist of Fury is still going to be like your main damage in a run. Spinning Crane Kick will still be up there. I mean, we can have a look. Like you can see, Fist of Fury is Spinning Crane Kick. They're just miles ahead. They're always going to be your #1 damage in dungeon runs, and Fist of Fury should usually beat Spinning Crane Kick. Because you should always prior Fist of Fury over a Spinning Crane Kick. But Slicing Wind is going to be like Strike of the Windlord, where if all 3 of those abilities are up, I think you're going to want to be doing Slicing Wind because you want that cooldown to start running, and then Fist of Fury, and then potentially Strike of the Windlord. Those 2 are kind of interchangeable. I usually like Strike of the Windlord first, just because it's on such a long cooldown. But Strike of the Windlord is actually not that strong of an ability. If you have a look at the damage breakdown, can you even spot it? Like, where is it? It's yeah, it's lower than Whirling Dragon Punch, which is surprising. It's lower than Tiger Palm. Slicing Winds now competes with like Rushing Jade Wind. It would be higher up. I think Slicing Winds will be better than Flurry Strikes, if I actually use it properly. But I am a little bit of a one-brained individual at the moment. I'm playing a little bit poorly. Dabnell MVP. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take just a 5-minute break. I just need to be right back, and then we'll do some more. I think what we're going to look at is we're going to do... I like Conduit of the Celestials. Hello. I'm not in the... runs over, bro. Please.
That
Let me
item
half.
is still
Okay, we're
recharged.
trapped here. We're going to do more Conduit of the Celestials. I really enjoyed Conduit of the Celestials more than Shadowpan. I just think Shadowpan's a bit boring. It's too passive. I like the burst of Conduit of the Celestials, and I think if I played Conduit of the Celestials in this group compared to the group before, it would have felt so much better. Because this group, we were doing big pulls. We were going quite hard on the dungeon, like doing actual Mythic Plus pulls. In the first group, it was like kind of smaller, kind of learning it. I think Conduit will play a lot better in that. I'm going to re-keybind this now. What do I want to change it to? Right. Oh my god, I hate PTR. I can't even slash keyb. Options, keybinds, quick. Oh my god. We are going to change you to shift 2, and that way if I really want to press you, I have to press shift. There we are. Problem solved, everybody. It's that easy. Change your keybinds. As well as that, we are going to now have a look at new trinkets. What were the trinkets like in that dungeon? I feel like I didn't utilize the magnet very well, I'll be honest. Why can't it dynamic overall? Alright, hold on, let me see if I can actually get a proper damage breakdown. What I usually do is Mythic Plus will change this at the end of the run, because it's PTR, it's not doing that, so I don't think you can see the whole run. I can see the +5 overall, but I can't see the +7. Usually it pops up at the end. Is a little bit annoying. How do we change that back to the correct segment? Current segment. Fine. Trinkets. I can't see them, which means either I played with them poorly or they're not that good. Junk Maestro's Mega Magnet, 0.8% of my damage overall. I feel like I probably I think it could be higher, but I don't think it should be that low. And then, what did the boys do? What did my goon squad do? What are they even called here? Capo's Malt? No, that's my... What did my goon squad do? Are they an aura? Goon squad. What am I looking for here? Is it called goon squad? Oh, it's called Z's Thug Hotline. It doesn't even say what the goon squad do. I don't like trinkets like that. I hate trinkets that don't tell you what they do. It's just, oh yeah, you're going to call a member of the goon squad and they're going to attack your target. Like, what are they going to do though? Like, just hit it? Okay, my goon squad. I don't see them on here. So that makes it pretty hard to judge. Am I blind? Did the goon squad do well? I don't know, Igor. I'm trying to find out. I don't think so. Unless I'm just missing it. Ooh, I can't see what the goon squad did, which is kind of Capos. No, I think Capos. What, you think Capos? Isn't Capos my... See, Capos is my fist weapon. So, which surprisingly high actually. So I initially thought it was Capos as well, but Capos looks like it's just what my fist weapon does. It could be Molten Gold. That's the only other thing I could think it would be. I don't really know what else Molten Gold would be. I'll look into it more off stream and see if I can find out what that is. I don't want to waste time and run through that now. But we're gonna go Molten Gold. We're just gonna say that these two trinkets, meh. Meh. This is when the tier list comes out tomorrow on Wowhead, and these two are the best trinkets. Oh my god. Well, I want to try House of Cards because I think this is a complete RNG season, so why not add some more RNG to it? I love how it's add 7,000 to 9,000 mastery. Get lucky, why not? And then we'll use the equip trinket as well, which seems to be just, you know, gives you agility and then it decays. So makes sense. These are like the generic trinkets, so all classes and specs can get these. So I imagine they're not going to be that good. But I do want to try everything. So far, I love Ravenous Honey Buzzer, and I think that's probably my favorite trinket so far. To be honest, I think that's going to be... I'd be surprised if that isn't the go-to, because I feel like at the start of the season, this was like a really good trinket. It just does a lot of damage. It won't be good in raid, like for single target or anything like that, but I think that this could be surprisingly good in Mythic Plus. And I don't know. I mean, we've got all these trinkets to try. I don't think I'm going to try them all today. I need to properly have a look through them. I know some of them are going to be like meme trinkets and just kind of awful. But these are all the trinkets. There's a lot of them. Scarden's Grace with a twist. Oh man, don't say Scarden's Grace. I never got one. I know. I did Mythic Plus for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I didn't, not even the Vault version, I never got a normal Scarden's Grace drop. I've been using this horrible trinket for the entire season. Treacherous Transmitter, its effect is amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. 18,000 agility. Having to use this in Mythic Plus, or like on a raid boss when things are hectic, it is a horrible trinket. If any of you used it, you know what I mean. Like having to chase an orb around or having to stand still on a platform that you summon and then the boss gets moved and you're like just stood there like a melon. The only good one was jump 3 times. I hated this trinket. I'm glad to be rid of it. I'm glad to be rid of it. Yeah, no, really, I'd never got Scarden's Grace, and it is the best trinket for Mythic Plus. It's honestly the best trinket for a lot of raid bosses as well. I just never got one. Never dropped in my vault. Never dropped on the floor. It might have dropped on the floor, but someone would have, it would have been someone else's, and I would have been like, need? And they would have been like, yeah, and logged, and then they just left the group. Yeah. Hopefully I get a bit lucky with trinkets. I mean, I can't complain too much. I got a 639 Void Reaper's Warp Blade. Like, I got that in my vault, so I can't say I haven't been lucky. But yeah, I'm gonna half back to Dornigal now. I'm just gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna go in with Cock, and we're gonna do this dungeon again, and we're gonna smash it with our new keybinds and our new trinkets. Let's see. I've I spent a while trying to set up this stream and give it some cool animations and stuff. Let's see. Oh look, see we got this cool be right back thing here. Yeah, very cool. All right. Let me. Oh no, I haven't set up the timer for this. Oh god, I knew there'd be something I hadn't done. So scuffed. It's so scuffed, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Is that working? No? Why not? Why? The time is running. It's running on this one. Why are you not running on this one? Oh. Alright. I'm gonna put it on the starting screen because it's too scuffed. I'll fix it another time. I'm really sorry. The stream's already started. I am coming back. Just give me 5 minutes. Oh god, how late am I? Okay. I am back. I hope I'm not too late. Long 5 minutes. Long 5 minutes. Oh, cool. I actually just noticed that the chat actually shows up in that window. I spent an hour trying to set this up, trying to set the chat thing up. And I was super convinced that it wasn't going to actually show up anything. So that's cool. I'm happy about that. Alright, so back into dungeons. Unfortunately, this is going to be like a kind of one-note stream in that it's only going to be... Let's try a 10. Okay. Why'd you delist? Let me in. Declined? This is just like retail. A 13. That's a pretty terrifying thing. This could go so badly. Let's see if they take me. Am I going to get blacklisted on PTR? Sorry, you're not a meta spec. You're not allowed in R13. That's got 2 tanks, and it's an M0. I don't really want to do an M0. I mean, I can. What do you guys think? Do you want to see an M0? It's not like... What do you think? Do you want to see an M0? Or you not... Probably want to do some higher keys. Okay, 13. Forget about it. Don't even answer that question. We're doing a 13. It's going to go amazing. I promise. Let's see them. We need to change some things real quickly before we get in this dungeon. We're going cock again. We're going to go the same build. I have re-key bound my slicing winds. And what I also want to do is actually... Now I can actually make a weak aura for this. Hold on. You've never seen weak aura skills like this before. Icon. Cooldowns. Where is it? Yes. Cooldown tracking. Perfect. This is actually going to help so much. Where is Loftos? I want to see... Okay, well that's a bit much. I'm going to make this a massive bar, and I put it right there. And that way, when I press it... Yes, okay, now I can't mess up. I couldn't possibly mess up. Now I've got this fat bar in the middle of my... button in the middle of my screen. There are meant to be people that can teleport you to dungeons from Dornagal, but... I have no idea where they are, so I'm going to try to get the Stormwind before this group kick me. Let's change this to actual gaming, shall we? So you can actually see what's going on. Oh, Stormwind. I suppose I've never really talked about my race. I play Void Elf, and I actually think Void Elf is a really good race to go. They recently redid it. So how Void Elf works is it has a racial where every minute you get a massive like damage buff and healing buff. And so if you line stuff up for like 2-minute cooldowns and stuff, you're always going to have like huge extra damage every 2 minutes. It's really good. It used to be the best race to go in Dragonflight. In Dragonflight, the main reason for that was because we used Serenity, and it just lined up perfectly with it just lined up absolutely perfectly with the Void racial. Hello everybody. I'm here. Plus 13. What could go wrong? I'll try explain what boss mechanics are as well on this one, because I've done it a couple times now. I kind of know what's going on a little bit, more or less. 50% chance I don't. Last first pull. Oh my god, we're trying. We're going hard on this one. Okay. Oh, trinkets. Oh no. We're gonna try the card deck. We're gonna put that over there, and we're gonna try this Eye of Kazan. These trinkets are probably gonna be awful, but I want to try them out anyway. As well as that, I should probably buff myself. I haven't haven't buffed myself at all in any of these runs. Let's turn that music off. We don't need music where we're going. As well as that, I can provide everybody with an everything stew. I made 200 of these at the start of the season, start of season 1, because I thought, man, I'm going to make so much money off these bad boys. And then Beladar's bounty was discovered, and then I was broke. I literally spent like, I want to say near 100k making these like stews. And then no one wanted them because they suck. So on my actual character on retail, I have hundreds of these stews just sat there. I don't know. I don't do professions. I thought I was like some money-making genius, like some hidden money guide on how to make money in in the War Within. Yeah, don't ask me how to make money in this game. I have no idea how. Okay, yeah. I'm ready, boys. Take me in. Okay, this deck. So deal yourself in, granting you mastery for 20 seconds and stacking the deck. Stacking the deck increases minimum mastery on future hands. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, so you can... yeah, retail PTSD, literally. Basically, when you make a character on PTR, you copy absolutely everything over, except UI or anything useful. You copy all the unuseful things, so my entire bags were full of trash. You should have seen them before I started the stream. It was atrocious. It was an absolute mess. And it copied over my stews, which was good at least, because I didn't have any food. I know there's a vendor that you can buy food from, but... nah. No timer. Oh, he's not happy about that. Need to change spec. Okay. Okay. This is going to be one of those dungeons.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
I'm going to top the meters. Yeah, cope. 3 pull here. I'm going to pop everything because I just want to see what sort of damage I can do on 3 targets. Shuffle the deck late. Okay, that's fine. So I think shuffle the deck is pretty much Scardens, in a sense. You want to pop it before you pop all your cooldowns. So basically, whatever I just did, don't do that. But that's quite a lot of damage on a 3-pack pull. Not bad. Alright, so I imagine we pull everything here. And then we need to just survive. So I'm going to pop defensive now. Dash for everything now before he puts his blades on the floor. Yeah. It looks like it spawns on players as well. So if you are like a ranged or something, probably... Oh my god! Excuse me, sir, would you not throw a flamethrower on me? Holy warlock damage, okay. Okay, this is kind of crazy. This is nutty damage. Flamethrower. So that looks like it's on a tank. And it looks like you just need to move out of the way for that. Oh, oh, oh. It doesn't look like it puts a dot on you. It feels like it should put a bleed or dot on you. It doesn't. It's just straight up damage. You just need to move out. It looks like the initial tick doesn't go through, and then after that, you are going to take a lot of damage. That was so scuffed. I almost got one shot by a flamethrower. That was great. So basically what you're doing in this dungeon is you're going around and you're blowing up all of these weapon supplies. Do not stand in that circle. Trust me, it hurts. Don't ask me how I know that. I just do.
Farewell.
I am rooted. Amazing. I'm root again. Amazing. We'll see everything. Pop our defensives. Taking a lot of damage from everything now. A little bit of a step up from a 7 to a 13. Or was it a 10? These guys look like they're whirring, and they look like they should be doing AoE damage. They're not. I don't know if they're meant to be. You'd imagine that they are. But they don't seem to hurt. Yeah, no, you are right about saving Zuan for the second pull. Yeah, that was just being silly. That seems like, so it seems like in this dungeon you'll pull like a small pack first. Kind of like, oh, what's that dungeon? Kind of like the Dawnbreaker, where you lust on the second big pull. So I think the optimum way of doing it is to pop nothing on the first set of ads, and then you would go absolutely ham. Ooh, okay, cool. This guy is standing in midair. Okay, that's fine. The lag is, it's something. I do have cooldowns, but these guys are on half health, so I'm just going to wait for the next big pack, and I'm going to pop everything. Paralysis not work there? Is he immune? I tried to paralysis that ad to stop it snipe, and it was just said no. It literally just said no, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, that second one does look like a beast. Hey James, sorry, I don't know why your message got deleted. I will read it after this boss. It just did. It's a weird thing at the moment. I set up some moderation, and it seems to be deleting messages, but there's nothing wrong with the message that you send. I don't know why it's doing it. I will read through that message after I have killed this ad. So it sends out a frontal, and it's a big silence frontal. So if you're melee, what you want to do is move back a few steps. I know, move back a few steps. Disgusting. Can't damage when I'm moving back. But if you move back a few steps, and then you can just dodge it. All these swirlies, do not stand in them. You're going to get knocked about a lot on this boss from testing it. My tank is dead. I am a little bit concerned. Okay, this is not good. I am the tank now. He's healing me like I'm going to survive this damage. We have got a res out, so I'll pop Karma and pray. Pop Diffuse Magic, because that hurts a lot. Oh, I need to vivify this. Okay, cool. We recovered? Somehow I tanked for like 10 seconds there for semi-recovery. This is a lot of damage. And now we get to do all that again. But this time without dying. I think ad focus is important here. Oh, bring him in. I do not have much AoE right now. I can use my dash, but I don't want to dash with all this on the floor. Alright, we've got a cheeky little dash in there. Dodge the swirly. We have all our cooldowns coming back off the cooldown, so I think I'm just going to pop everything now and pray that we can do some big damage. Oh, don't push me into that. This guy's casting in the back. Can we interrupt him? Okay, he doesn't respond to paralysis, but you can go in and interrupt. Oh my gosh. How am I still alive? Okay, no. Holy moly, this is a crazy boss. I think this is probably going to be the hardest boss in the dungeon. The second boss seems pretty straightforward, where you just have to dash things through bombs and, you know, just avoid damage. It's not too bad. This one seems crazy. It spawns loads of ads, knockback, silencers, swirlies. The last boss seems kind of chill as well. I'm not 100% sure what goes on in that fight yet.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
And the third boss is kind of like a sludge fist, where you have to stack up with a teammate and just dodge loads of mechanics. So that's all about movement. This one just seems like raw damage, for lack of a better thing. You need to kill everything before it kills you. And we've pulled again. Guys. Guys, please. Okay. I guess we perish. Yeah, sorry, James. I'll have a look. So you started with Windwalker, swapping from Brewmaster. If there's one biggest thing to pay attention to while getting my single target AO priority down, what would it be? That's a good question. Priority-wise, I think it's from Brewmaster. So I've played a bit of Brewmaster, and they're not similar at all. Really, with Brewmaster, like you spam Tiger Palm, don't you? Don't spam it, but you use I think it's keeping mastery up. I think mastery is super important. There's quite a few things with priority that you need to keep an eye on. I don't think there's like one singular thing. The biggest difference, I think, between single target and AoE for priority is how you use Fist of Fury. I think that's probably the one thing I'd say you need to get aware of. In single target, you want to Rising Sun Kick before you Fist of Fury. In AoE, you want to Fist of Fury before you Rising Sun Kick. The main reason for that is that it just works out in single target. Rising Sun Kick is like, it's just better to go in that order. Just Rising Sun Kick does a lot more damage. Not a lot more damage. Fist of Fury will still do tons of damage, but you want more Rising Sun Kicks than you do Fist of Fury. It seems weird, but we've played it like that since Serenity, and we've pulled. I think we wipe again here. Awesome. The main thing with AoE, though, is because Rising Sun Kick, what it does is it resets, it like has a chance to reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury. So here I'm on 16 seconds. I Rising Sun Kick and it dropped it down to 10. I think that was a good representation of that whilst I died. And this group collapses into oblivion. But basically, Fist of Fury in AoE is your biggest damage. It is your singular biggest damage. Spinning Crane Kick's very close, but you want to be Fist of Furying as much as humanly possible. So to get the reduction is huge. So I think it's just getting in the habit of switching between which one you prioritize. I hope I kind of explained that well. I think in my Windwalker guide video, I do talk about AoE priority and single target. I think I don't like shouting out my own videos. It's kind of a little bit cringe, isn't it? But I think I go through like priority there quite well, and I basically explain like there's an order to it. In like there's always an order. Like you always want to be tiger palming as #1 priority if you have less than 5 stacks of chi and you're not capped on and you are capped. What are we queuing for? Why am I in this group? Yeah, I don't know if I explained that very well. That was kind of a botched explanation. Thanks for subscribing, Mordua. I appreciate it. Welcome to the club. What else have we got? I can tell you how to spend the gold. I spent about 5 to 6 in the war event. Yeah, this expansion has been awful for gold. I feel like I've bought more WoW tokens than I would have liked to. I think the crafting and the priority on crafting this season, especially at the start, was you had to spend so much money on good gear. Like, it was kind of nuts. I'm not a fan of having to buy WoW tokens, but I've always been a player that has no gold. Because I enjoy raiding and I enjoy dungeons. I don't enjoy world quests. I don't enjoy dragon flying. I don't enjoy professions. I enjoy the combat of the game. So money's always been a little bit of my downfall on this game. So when a new season comes out, I'm always panicking. But I have got a bit. I've got 100k. I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag, guys. I got 100k. Don't be jealous. The mecha drone has to be interrupted when it leaps away. Yeah, that was the one that went into the it kind of went into the stuff on the floor, the electric circles, didn't it? And I was the one that ran over and interrupted it. I think that's kind of like in the Stone Vault when that ad jumps away and it's a range that ideally interrupts it. But I think that kind of that screwed us on that boss there. Let's queue up whilst I yap. +4? Hell, I love +4s. That's more that's more my speed. Normal 13 key, literally. It goes all right until you get to like the first boss, and then yeah, he's over. Go next. Windwalker monk should be the top always. Yeah, that's the dream. I mean, I find that generally, Windwalkers can like be really good in keys. It's just at the very high end of keys. I think once you're playing with like the true meta specs, that's where you can see like, I'm never going to compete with a really good enhancement player. Like they're just, their kit is so good that trying to compete with that is just. Did I just get meted on the PTR again? That feels bad. That feels awful. What? No, I did not just get. Guys, please. We're monks. We should be. We should. Oh my lord. This is like retail. I'm having PTSD from trying to queue. I would make my own group, but I think it's faster just to try and join these groups. I mean, I'll be in the same position as this group right here, trying to find a tank and a healer. Just it's my own group. It's not going to make much of a difference. Oh, they got a tank. Let me in. I'm sorry. I should have joined sooner. Guys, please. It's a 12. Come on. I'm a Windwalker. You want me. Please, don't decline me. They're checking my radar RO. Oh, sorry, mate. Your radar RO is too low. You're not getting in here. Oh, we got a bunch of deleted messages. I do apologize. It makes no sense. I think it might be it could be emojis. I'm not sure why it's also deleting. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will sort it out for the next one. Does it actually show up? Let's have a look. Does it show up here? Okay, my chat just disappeared. Awesome. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry about that. I'll still answer all of the things that's been deleted. Yeah, so you want to buff on cooldown basically for your rising. Yeah, that's in AoE. That is like pretty much exactly what you want to be doing. Fist of Fury is like is pretty much your #1 priority in AoE, and you kind of play around getting that cooldown reduced. A lot of people, like, you would think spinning crane kick, it sounds like it's your biggest damage in AoE. It's not, and it sounds weird, but if you don't have a proc spinning crane kick, like if it's not glowing and does like bonus damage, you pretty much don't want to press it. The only time you would ever really press it if it was between that and like a blackout kick and you had nothing else up. So spinning crane kick's kind of deceptive in its usage. It's not as good as it's not good unless it's buffed by Chi-Ji. Chi-Ji? Where's my talent? Yeah, basically if you don't have a Chi-Ji on it and it's not doing that additional 200% damage, it is really, really bad. Even though it is like your #2 damage in a like you can see it's like #1 in that last pull. It's still if you're pressed, you don't want to press it. If it's not glowing. All the damage comes from that Chi-Ji, all of it. Honestly, I've only played Monk. No other class for some reason. I'm stuck to Monk's lore, but the Shami are calling my name. I mean, I wouldn't look. Shaman isn't. Shaman is such a good place, and I don't think. I mean, I don't play it, but whenever I see an enhancement shaman, who's like really good at the game, no one competes with them. Absolutely no one. Like it's night and day. Like in raid at the moment, we have an enhancement shaman, and he always talks to me as like no one can even get like close to him. Like you'd be on Olgrax, and I think like all of his damage comes from Trematoten or something. It's absolutely crazy what shamans can do. But I think Windwalker's got such a unique style. No classes like it. The mastery is what makes this spec. Like trying to play Brewmaster after I played Windwalker for a while, I was like, what? I can press the same button, and nothing bad happens. I can press the same button 2 times in a row, and I'm not going to be punished. It's so weird. It's such a unique style. Oh, we got a group. Cool. We want you to play Classic. I do currently play Classic at the moment, actually, on the side. I play it with a couple of mates. I play a Priest. Yeah, very exciting. Yeah, Classic. Hardcore, of course. I did actually play Classic when it came out. Not in 2006. No, not then. I played it in, like, when was it? Like 2019. And I played through the entire thing, and I really enjoyed it, but it's not this. They're different games. They are completely different games. Okay, so we're gonna try do this Bloodlust thing here, where I hold my cooldowns for the big pack and see what we can do with this mastery trinket on top of everything. Hopefully, 5 million. 5 million sound good, guys? Let's go for 5 million. I should try the Monk challenge. Didn't that one streamer try the Monk challenge and he like got battered by some random ads? I haven't really kept up with that drama. Like a really good player, and he was doing the Monk challenge or something, which, like, it doesn't really make sense. All you do is you use the staff. I don't really know what's called the Monk challenge. Okay. Do not stand the flamethrower. Yeah, 5 million. Not bad.
I do not have a target.
I don't think I played that perfectly either. So, yeah, pretty good. Try to get a good dash here. Yeah, that's not bad. I think it really depends how the ads are stacked up, but the fact that you can extend the dash can be useful in certain situations. Like just then, the ads were a little bit spread out, but I wanted to use the cooldown. I'm not sure. Also, I've noticed that I am double tiger palming. I think that might be because of a macro that I have set up. I think I have the wrong macro, the tiger palm. I was actually thinking of making a macro video at some point. It's just being pushed to the side because I've got so much going on with raid prep for next season. But if you see my bars, I've actually got quite a few macros. I've got macros for like Ring of Peace, Detox. I've got macros on all of my DPS abilities. If it's something people would be interested in, I'd be happy to make a macro video. Some of them are more useful than others, but there is always method to the madness for a macro that I use. Yeah, sure. Let's go ham. I'm rooted whilst I go ham. Amazing. And I couldn't, I couldn't use Tiger's Lust there to remove it, because if I did that, I would have just cancelled my Celestial Conduit. Which is probably not what you want to do. Yeah, I don't... These guys wind up. I don't think they're doing any damage, though. Am I crazy? Is this like a bug? I feel like they should be doing damage to me. I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm just on top of them while they're winding up. Surveying Beam is definitely the cast from these ads that you want to be interrupting. It does like a massive like red laser on you, and it hurts. Oop. I always get baited by that, by druids, when they knock everything away. And I'm like, why have you knocked everything away? And then it pulls back, and I'm like, druids. DPS down! DPS down! Don't know what this is doing. It hurts. I'm going to... Am I dead? Alive? Get in the ring! Your health is now mine. Oh yeah, I was going to mention when I came back, actually. I completely forgot. So yeah, this is... Please don't die. This run is going to be semi-one note, because at the moment there's only one dungeon out. So all I can really do today is just run this one dungeon on repeat, which I know can get a little bit monotonous. However, next Wednesday when I do my next stream, there is going to be 4 dungeons out. Exciting. Hello? What am I? I'm trapped in the box. Okay. Don't dash into the box, I guess. Is this a bug? Can I report this? What is this? I'm going to get exploded. I'm going to have to pop a massive defensive for this. Can I dash back out? Hold on. Okay. I'm going to report that one. What was that? Please, please, please kick them. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that was really funny, actually. Okay, so it looks like that this dash that we have now can be something that you can get stuck on things in. It looks like you dash through anything then. So even though those were solid objects, I dashed through them. So that might be something that needs to be notified to Blizzard, perhaps. Like, so you don't want to be doing a dungeon and then getting stuck in a box. Maybe it seems like that's something that we, yeah, try to get looked at before it goes to live. Maybe, like, if you hit an object, you, like, just stop moving. That would be good. We have all our cooldowns up now, so I'm just going to pop everything. Oh, get out the bad stuff. But yeah, you can see once I pop Conduit Celestial, if you're not familiar with it, all my cooldowns go on like rapidly, like quick CD. So like this dash, the new dash that I have, like was 30 seconds, but it was like maybe like 10 seconds there in total. And you need to be aware of that. I think that's one thing that like you can get caught out on, is because your cooldowns are coming off so quick, you might be planning to use a Whirling Dragon Punch, but suddenly your Rising Sun kicks like straight off of cooldown, and you're like, oh god. And you spend a lot of time like not pressing any buttons. I still do that sometimes as well, because I don't play Conduit as often. But I think once you get used to it, it'll be absolutely fine. I'm getting absolutely roasted by these two other DPS though. That's a little bit embarrassing. I stepped my game up. Bringing shame to the Windwalkers. That big circle, don't stand in it. It's kind of like the Dark Orb from, what do you call it? I always compare abilities to other abilities in this game, because Blizzard tend to use a lot of like reused abilities in like a certainly different way. Like slightly different, they'll be like tiny tweaks. That guy's casting. Boys, he's casting.
Far away.
Is this M0?
I require a target.
No, it's a 12. Is that like... What do you mean is it Miss M0? Is that like Flame? Is that like you guys are so bad? It's just M0. I'm dead. No, I'm not. Oh, I am if I stand in that. So this is also, I was thinking about this. This is a 2-minute trinket, kind of like, or not kind of like Treacherous Transmitter. But I think it's going to be if this is the go-to trinket because it increases mastery for Cock, then I think that we're going to end up in a situation where you're not going to want to be using Celestial Conduit on 1 minute 30. It's going to be like another, use it on 2 minutes. So I'm not sure if this is going to be the go-to trinket, because really you want to be using Celestial Conduit every 1 minute 30. It's the whole point of running the talent where you, what do you call it, where you, I'm dying. Where you reduce the cooldown of Zuin. Like, you don't run that in any other situations except when you're running Celestial Conduit. So I feel like, almost in a way, this trinket kind of doesn't work, even though like the effect is really good. Increasing mastery is so good for Conduit. I don't know if the 2 minutes is good enough for the lineup. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but at the same time, I don't know. This is also a really weird thing that they do. They build scaffolding mid-fight, go on top of it, and I don't think they can be attacked. You have to, like, break the scaffolding they're on. You got some really weird things in this dungeon.
I'm out.
But overall, it's a good dungeon. I just wish it was its own thing and wasn't a reused, what's it called? Raging Chasms? Ringing Deeps? Yeah, I just wish they didn't use Ringing Deeps. I think it's a little bit lazy. That guy just got one shot. I'm stood in fire right now. Monk go burr. That's not bad. So all the damage comes from Zuin there, and that's because you're basically popping all your major cooldowns, and then Zuin, like, I want to say does like 10% of all the damage you do on top of that. But you can see that from that one, Slicing Winds did so much damage, and I cast it twice there because of the reduced cooldown. So that's why I think this build is going to be the go-to. Just pulls like that are just going to be so good. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Oh, please don't aim that at me, Mr. Tank. Okay. Blades go burr. Okay! Can I dash through it? Sure, why not? Changing that keybind as well has made a massive amount of difference. I have not once failed to use Slicing Winds. Or like messed up using Slicing Winds. So potentially, if you are going to get used to the new ability, potentially put it on a new keybind to flying serpent kick. Because the amount of times I pressed it instead of flying serpent kick, I feel like maybe they need to be on different buttons. You're just going to end up pressing it accidentally, or maybe you just, maybe you won't. Maybe that's just a me thing. Probably just a me thing.
I do not have a target.
Okay, we've got everything up for this boss. Even the trinkets lined up here. We want to make this guy dash through bombs. If he doesn't, we are screwed. If you get a circle around you, go near a bomb. Okay, I will. Thank you for the tip.
Welcome to the firing range. I must get closer.
Where's the bomb? There's no bomb. I'm baited. Oh. I guess we popped all the bombs. That's kind of good. So I guess if you don't have a bomb, you just want to charge him not towards your entire group, I guess. And I'm not sure if these guys have an enrage effect. I haven't noticed it, because in every run that I've done so far, we have... Bomb! Ow. Did I do that right? Oop. Yeah, so let's for sides. Let's kill this dude first. And he looks enraged. I'm gonna say he was enraged. Okay.
Survive.
For science, this guy is 100% enraged, right? Yeah, okay. So, everyone. You don't want to kill these guys at different times. Think of Stone Vault. They both need to die at the exact same time, because that hurts. You gotta test these things for science. I don't know how to report. I might do it after the dungeon. I'll do it after the dungeon. The, what's this? Oh. Okay.
The wise monk chooses their
Well,
own
damage is
style.
definitely higher. We're moving in the right direction. I think the first two dungeons I did about like 1 point something million. This, oh, big pool. I love big pools. Hold on, I'll be quiet.
Grandmaster.
I cannot do I need to target something.
That was pretty good. We hit 7 million there. When I turn my brain on, anything can happen. Alright, this is the boss where you have to stack up. I don't know if any of you done Stone Legion? Stone Legion? No, it was a Sludge Fist. A long time ago. Castle Nathria now. Basically, you get a vine between you two, and you got to stay with your partner. You got to move together, otherwise bad things happen. And we don't like bad things happening. So if you're using your dashing abilities here, be careful. Yeah, so you can see he puts in a lot of mechanics like this, where you need to move the right way. Those two either didn't... I didn't quite see what happened to them. They either didn't move the right way together. But yeah, a lot of these mechanics come in, and you've got to basically move as a group. I think the best thing to do is have someone potentially ping. Yeah, dashing is going to be so awkward here. Yeah, see? When you dash here, you need to just do the one tap. No, I'm an idiot! Save. I'm not an idiot. You saw nothing.
I cannot drink more of this time.
Move to the left. And now all of these are going to, like, spawn water orbs. I'm going to pop a defensive here, actually. It's all about dodging. I kind of dodged. Kind of. Why have I got a pet bar in the bottom of my screen, by the way? I've just noticed that. Oh, I don't like the standard Blizzard UI for action bars. I didn't realize I've got this pet bar here this whole time. I don't think anyone else noticed it because no one mentioned it. we were just happy with this pet bar here. Well, yeah, that's fine. Dodge! Oh, healer, you're doing God's work right now. I could maybe move back. I think that's the best way to use the slicing ability here, is to move back a little bit and then dash. Otherwise, you're going to go too far away from your partner. Okay, we're going left, always left. Sure. Well, this is a horrible position, by the way. I'm probably dead, yeah.
Only the strongest survive.
Ah, you can release here. Interesting. Did you encounter any issues with this boss? Yes, it killed me, and I didn't like it. Oh, this looks juicy. Oh. I haven't seen him do that yet. Oh, that looked like such a juicy pull. And then this goddamn fish just killed everything. Tank? The tank just stood in every bubble that spawned. Who's the tank now? That's the druid. How's the new rework? It's good. It's good, actually. Yeah, it takes a little bit of adjusting to. Like, the only changes that you're really going to notice are the new ability, Slicing Winds. Other than that, you're not really going to notice a lot more. I suppose Spinning Crane Kick, actually. Spinning Crane Kick's another one that you'll notice, in that you no longer have to get stacks anymore. Previously, you had to get 5 stacks by hitting 5 different targets with either Strike of the Windlord or by using Storm, Earth, and Fire, or just simply tab targeting. Now, they've removed that. They made it so that your Spinning Crane Kick will always do, its maximum damage.
Your survival
Okay, cool.
wasn't necessary.
So, I think that Windwalker's a lot more friendly to players that are, just starting out in Windwalker. So if you are interested in Windwalker and want to, try it out, or maybe, play it for the first time, I think it's, they've made it, easier. I mean, it is easier. They made it easier to get into, I think. But on the other side, if you're playing Windwalker a while, you might not be too favorable about that, because it was kind of like a skill expression thing, being able to mark all the targets. I mean, it wasn't the hardest thing in the world to mark all the targets. You had multiple ways to do it. You could literally just use Storm, Earth, and Fire, or you could use a Strike of the Windlord. So it's not like it was difficult to do. But I have seen some people who are not pleased that they're removing the skill expression. I guess it just depends how you feel about it. Slicing Winds, on the other hand, really cool ability, does tons of damage. You need to remember that it's not a Flying Serpent Kick anymore, because I've made that mistake multiple times and I've used it as a Flying Serpent Kick, and you end up just losing tons of damage. And now we're in the Death Room, everybody. If you are going to die in this dungeon, pretend like I haven't died in this dungeon yet. This is the room that you do it. These ads all cast Lightning Bolt. It hurts, and interrupts don't seem to care about interrupts. You interrupt them and they just cast again. So, cool. Healer's dead. That is actually really bad.
I simply
Okay.
wish you had lasted a little longer.
1 second after the healer died, I perished too. Overall, yeah, so to answer your question, overall, I like the new rework. I think it's interesting. But you got to remember, this is week 1 of PTR. So anything here can be changed. The damage of Slicing Winds could be changed. For instance, they could be actually, we don't like Slicing Winds. We think Windwalker does too much damage with it. Removed. Anything can change. Damage numbers can change. Abilities can change. Talents can change. Okay, this is going really cringe now. But I personally don't like where it is in the talent tree. I think Slicing Winds is in a... Like, 'cause they got rid of a talent that we no longer use and replaced it, like, 1-for-1. But I think where it's positioned, I don't like it. Predominantly because you have to choose... Because all our talents kind of locked in stone, for the most part, for single target and AoE. You have to choose one of these bottom talents over here to replace it with, and it's like, well, which talent do I replace it with? So I've gone for Transfer of Power. Currently, I'm not sure if that's the perfect choice. The main reason I did Transfer of Power is because this is initially what we didn't run. In at the very start of Season 1, if you were playing Windwalker, we had Darting Hurricane here. And it was a talent that basically made it so that your Tiger Palm didn't really follow a GCD. Like, it was really, really cool. And you could, like, spam Tiger Palm, like, in between abilities really fast, and it was, like, fast-paced gameplay. And then within, like, 1 week, Blizzard were like, no. No, actually, that's too strong for Windwalker. It made no sense, because Windwalker weren't topping meters or anything. It's not like we were absolutely god tier at the start of the season or anything, but they were just like, no. They just didn't like something about it. Maybe they didn't like the fact that it messed with the GCD. I couldn't really tell you. But yeah, kind of a tangent there. But I don't like its positioning. I think it could be positioned a little bit higher up the tree. I've heard a lot of people say that they would like it in a node with Strike of the Windlord, which is kind of a good, not argument, but it's kind of a good proposition, because Strike of the Windlord is not actually that good of an ability. It's very misleading in how good it is. It used to be really good in Dragonflight, which is when we... I think it's when we got it back. You might have had it in Shadowlands. I didn't play Windwalker in Shadowlands, but in Dragonflight, Strike of the Windlord was really good, but it's not that good anymore. A little bit of a misconception. If you've been playing a lot of Windwalker, you might think, oh, Strike the Windlord's a really good ability. In AoE, it's actually not that good. If you look at actual raw damage numbers, kind of bad. Also, this ad pack is beasting me. Am I dead? No, Vivify, please. I can't die again. That'll just be embarrassing. Healing pot. Okay, we're good. I think Transfer of Power, better choice. A better choice instead of Slicing Winds, I disagree. I think Slicing Winds is going to be a must-take in AoE. It might be that Transfer of Power is better than one of these other talents in this row. But, I don't know. I feel like Blizzard are pushing for this talent. They've made it extremely strong. I'd be very surprised if this talent isn't a go-to for next season. They'd have to nerf it into Oblivion. Which they can do. They've done it before. I can see them doing it. I've seen them nerfing it into Oblivion. Why not? Oh, Lord. So the first phase of this boss, kind of chill, really. He shoots out some lasers, drops some rocks, and that's fine. But then he starts doing some other stuff, and I don't really know what's going on. So I have a circle on me. I'm under the impression you move out with this. I could be completely wrong. God, I wish I had weak auras. I love it when they play the game for me. So I'm targeted by Leaping Spark. I have no idea what this does. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. Oh, okay. Actually, that starts to make sense. They leap towards. And you say this stream isn't educational. Oh my god. That thing is leaping crazy. Oh. I was not in that. What did I want to... I was saying something earlier that I was like, I got interrupted by dying or something. Please don't kill me. Oh, yeah, okay, so I was basically talking about, like, how these streams are going to work. Yeah, so basically I was saying this first stream is going to be pretty one note, because they've only got one dungeon out. So it's not going to be, like, it's going to be pretty, like, not monotonous, because I'm a amazing entertainer, so you couldn't be bored watching me, right? But no, next week, when it's Wednesday, there'll be 4 dungeons out. I'm pretty sure they're all the War Within dungeons, if I'm correct. They might be the Legacy ones, but I'm pretty sure they're the War Within ones. Following that, so there'll be 4 dungeons out for next week, so I'll be able to rotate between those, which will be interesting at least. It won't be the same dungeon and repeat for 6 hours. That'll be nice. Following that, raid testing comes out, and so my guild, we're trying to go for a pretty high rating next tier, so we're going to be doing PTR testing for the raid, which I think is really exciting. I've never done PTR testing for the raid, and I think it works in that each boss has an hour window that you can test it for. So on the Thursday that it comes out, we'll be doing that. Each hour we'll have a new boss that you test. And then on the Friday as well, that's when the second round is. So that week's going to be quite busy for streaming, and that'll be interesting. You get to have to mess around with Discord and see if we have some guild chat in there. But yeah, that'll be fun. And then following that, Legacy Dungeons, which is the 4 dungeons that are coming back from previous tiers. It's Motherlode, one half of that Mega Dungeon, I think, and some others. And following that, all dungeons are out. And then we're in Season 2, more or less. Judging by talking to my guild and stuff and based on like PTR testing, we're thinking that next season's going to be about end of Feb. I think is if you're interested in knowing when the next season looks like it's going to drop, just based on when PTR testing actually ends and everything, it looks like it will drop at the end of Feb. Then you'll have that initial week where raids aren't out, like Mythic raiding and all that isn't out, and then the next week, first week of March, I think, is when it should all come out. But obviously, that's just guessing at the moment. We're not 100% sure. We can just go off of what the PTR cycles are. How does Windwalker feel? It feels good, man. It feels the exact same. With the slight difference that you now have a cool new ability that does big AoE when you dash. If you look at the breakdown here of that last one, I was using Slicing Winds quite effectively for a change. My last 2 dungeons weren't great, but you can see Slicing Winds in the top left of my screen. Number 3 damage overall for the whole dungeon. On top of Celestial Conduit, on top of Rushing Jade Wind, Blackout Kick, Rising Sun Kick. It does a lot of damage. At the moment, in its current iteration, it'll be a must-take in all AoE fights. All AoE dungeons. All AoE dungeons are dungeons. So spinning crane kick's an interesting one. I personally think spinning crane kick's always dealt damage. It's always been contender for the number 1 or number 2 spot. The difference now is actually spinning crane kick's been nerfed for like 5 targets. The main reason for that is you no longer have Mark of the Crane stacks. Mark of the Crane stacks like stacked out at 100. So if you had 5 of those, your spinning crane kick would do like, I want to say like, what was it, like 100% more damage or something? I don't know if I got those numbers right. But now it's been reduced to 80%, but that's 80% for all targets. So you're always going to do 80% spinning crane kick damage on like 3 targets or 2 targets. So it's stronger on smaller amount or like smaller groups. Like if you do a 3-pack, your spinning crane kick's now stronger than it was. But if you're doing a 5-pack, it's technically weaker than it was. So it's the toss-up really of it's a little bit of a nerf in larger groups, but it's a buff in smaller packs. So, but you tend to not pull small packs really. So, yeah, yeah, that's all I got. That's all I can really say about that. The tier set, I don't even know what to say about the tier set. I don't feel it. Like, there's nothing to track. I mean, even if I had trackers on my screen, I wouldn't notice it. Like, I genuinely wouldn't notice the tier set at all. Oh, cool. I can actually see the full damage breakdown for this dungeon. This is the first time, so I can actually look at this properly for any of you that are interested. So yeah, Slicing Winds, Earth Spirit and Fire Spirit, don't worry about those too much. They kind of get integrated here. So number 1 Spinning Crane Kick, number 2 Fist of Fury. Slicing Winds, like, that's crazy. I cast this ability... Oh, it doesn't say. Awesome. Great. Well, I don't know where I was going with that one. It doesn't even tell me how many times I cast it. I probably cast this ability like 20 times. Probably probably about the same amount of times as I cast Strike of the Windlord. How many of those did I do? 40. Okay, 40. So maybe I did about 40 slicing winds. Either way, it's so strong. Like, this talent at the moment is extremely strong. It's a must-take in its current iteration. It does more than Celestial Conduit, right? Like, think about that. Celestial Conduit, your hero talent, the big button you press to do maximum damage, it does more than that. So, yeah, really, really good. Hard to see your overlays blocking. Which overlay? Oh, right. Yeah, right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, what it says latest slub and daily subscriber. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that is blocking. But yeah, I've got this up now, so we can look at that. Yeah, apologies. When I show that next time, I'll move it into the middle or something. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, thank you, Valentin. Sending my... Wait, sending you kids from France? What does that mean? Oh, sending... I think you meant to sending you a kiss from France, not sending you a kids from France. I don't want to open my door and there's just a box with a child in there. Please don't send me any of your kids. Thank you. Yeah, no, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Thank you. I appreciate that. What trinkets was I running there? I was running the House of Cards, and I was running the Eye of Kazan. Eye of Kazan, I don't even know. I didn't notice that. It seems to have been up 82% of the time. So the thing with passive trinkets is they're really hard to judge by just playing. You need APL for that. Like, theory crafters need to basically work with raid bots and work out what the best trinkets are there for these sort of things. It's really hard for me to say, Eye of Kazan's good. It did this. Like, I can't tell you how this really affected it. But as well as House of Cards, because they're kind of like passive, they increase your mastery. Like, that sounds good. And that's kind of like, the only thing I can compare it to is Skardin's Grace, this trinket's kind of like. But the downside is that it's a 2-minute cooldown, which kind of makes it misalign with Celestial Conduit. So although it's really powerful, I don't know if it will be that good just because it delays. It means that every 30 you'll have 30 seconds in between every Celestial Conduit up. However, that could mean that you actually don't take Zuin's Bond, and instead you take Transfer of Power. And then the trade-off is that you just Celestial Conduit 30 seconds later every time. Well, it could be. That could be the trade-off. I might try that, actually, with this, You know what? I'm on the PTR. I'm testing. I'm going to try that. I've put myself into it. Trying to figure out what to main. So far, it's between DK and Windwalker Monk. So, the good thing about Windwalker is it's got Brewmaster and it's got Mistweaver. So, if you want to tank, if you're finding it hard to get into keys, you can learn Brewmaster. The only thing about Brewmaster I'll say is it's not in a great state. All I ever hear Brewmasters say... Like, if you think Windwalker Monks complain about how the state of Windwalker Monk is, Brewmaster Monk got no changes at all so far for the PTR. Not a single thing. Like, just think about that. Like, if you look at the... Like, look, here we have the PTR notes. You got Mistweaver. Mistweaver gets changes all the time, by the way. All the time. Mistweaver, you got a nice big chunk of text there. Windwalker, decent amount of chunk. Paladin. Brewmaster got nothing, and they are not happy about that because it's not in a great state right now. But I still enjoy it. I enjoy playing Brewmaster, but I don't play it at a high level. DK, I don't know much about DK, I'll be honest. All I know is that they were absolute abominations on Brew Twister Ovanax. And now I think they're in the gutter. I think that that's kind of one of the things Windwalkers have going for us, is that we're not good enough to get nerfed, if that makes sense. Like, DKs were not great on a lot of fights this season. Like, they really weren't, but they were so good on, like, 1 or 2 of them that they got gutted. Like, they went from, like, #1 damage all the way down to the bottom. I don't know where they are now, but they were pretty bad. But I couldn't tell you how their tier set is in that. All I know is that a lot of the tier sets are all kind of similar. They're all RNG. they're all roll the dice. That's kind of the theme for this season. Is it's all like it's all roll the dice tier sets. Like, oh, you're gonna go on a winning streak. There's a 15% chance it gets removed. Oh, but your Fist of Fury removes it every time. They're all passives. I don't know what other specs are. I imagine they're the same from what I've read on some of them. But they all seem to be passive effects. Kind of low-key. Kind of boring, actually, to be honest. Okay. I guess it's time for another dungeon, then. Well, they take a Windwalker monk. Oh, they delisted. We'll do a 5. Hello? Oh, I'm in a group with an offline player. Fair. Let's... Do I play with another Windwalker monk and then get my ass handed to me on stream? I say yeah. I think that'll be funny. That would be like... Oh, no. Let's have a look at what he's running. I'm curious. Sir, this is the wrong tier set. Alright, let's see how the old tier set compares to the new tier set then. I guess if everything gets level to 629 or something, someone said. Let's see what's better. I think it's a good comparison. We're going to run Cock again, because it's I just think it's going to be the go-to for M+, unless they make some massive changes. Other than that, we're going to take out Zuin's Bond here for transfer of power. I'm going to mix up some talents here. I'm going to go House of Cards, because I want to try this mastery on 2 minutes. But I then want a different passive trinket. Do. We get the Goon Squad out again? We do like the Goon Squad. Or do we get the Cobalt Cart? I'm going to say Goon Squad. I like the Goon Squad. Get them out. I don't know what they do. Never seen them. I don't even think they have like a animation. But I just think that's so funny. Every time you bloodlust, the Goon Squad come out and help you deal damage. Like, what does that even mean? And on Details Breakdown, it doesn't even like... I couldn't even find the Goon Squad. Genuinely couldn't find it. Yeah, Windwalker Monk's very engaging, especially because of the mastery. You've always got to kind of be thinking about pressing different buttons. It is super engaging. Like, Demon Hunter, that I'm playing at the moment as well, I find, like, when you're in your period of damage where you're out of meta and all your CDs are on cooldown, you're literally spamming, like, one button on repeat for, like, literally, like, 20 seconds. And it's just, like, it feels a little bit brain dead. Whereas when you're on Monk and you're running out of, like, chi and your resources are all on cooldown, I feel like you're still thinking, like, okay, I've got to press Tiger Palms, and then I can press Blackout Kick, but oh, Rising Sun Kick's about to come up, and I'm like 1 chi, but you can't press 2 Tiger Palms in a row to do that. Like, you know what I mean? You're always having to think about what ability to press next. And once you get used to it, it does just kind of become like habit and easy to do. But when you're learning Windwalker, I can imagine, yeah, it is difficult. It's been so long since I started playing Windwalker. I've played it in Warlords of Draenor, so I don't even remember that far back. Yeah, I'm like an old man now, honestly. How am I feeling about my debut on live streaming? Honestly? I think that I'm enjoying it. I don't know if I yap too much. I don't know. I'll be honest. Why not? I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying playing the content. I'm enjoying sharing it, but I'm not sure if I'm like really talking about things people want to hear. I don't know. I'm a little. I was nervous about it when I came on. Like I was really excited to do it, and I'm still excited to keep doing it. But I don't know. You kind of think to yourself, like, am I like people care what I'm talking about? I'm just kind of yapping about rubbish. But I think I'll get better at it. I think it's kind of the same as my YouTube videos. My YouTube videos started out very, very basic, and through time, like I was able to put more creativity into it. Like I really enjoyed the latest video that I put out because I felt like I was able to put like my personality into it. I think it's a learning thing. I've never live streamed before. I thought the stream would be a lot more scuffed than it is. No one's really said it's scuffed at all. So that's good. Maybe it is. And I did not change that keybind yet for Fist of Fury. That's annoying. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to hold cooldowns for the next pull, but he's kind of done it in a way that it kind of makes it awkward now, because this was the big pull. Kind of awkward. I'm still going to pop everything on the next one, but usually what I've been doing so far with the groups that I've been running with is pulling this as a 3-pack and then going up here and lusting. but from the looks of it, we're not doing that. Yeah, I'm not... keep tiger farming double. I shouldn't do that. And I did not move this bar. Oh, I'm such a... Wait, where's the pet bar? Okay, looks like I don't have a pet bar that I can move. Awesome. Thank you for... Yeah, thank you for saying I'm doing fine.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Can't yap too much.
Overcome this trial.
What, as in I shouldn't yap too much, or as in like that it's not possible for someone to yap too much? Because if I am yapping too much, that's fine. I can try tone it down. Oh, thank you for saying what I'm talking about is interesting. We'll see how interesting it is after I've been speaking about it for hours on end. But I enjoy what I play. I'm really passionate about Windwalker. I think it's a really underutilized spec. I mean, I only started my channel, what is it, at the end of September. I never had any thoughts about starting a YouTube channel. Why did I start a YouTube channel? Basically, one of my mates just said, "You're kind of good at Windwalker. You should make a YouTube channel." And I kind of thought nothing of it. I was kind of like, I'm not that good at Windwalker. But then I was like, actually, you know what? I'm not too bad. I'm kind of alright. I'm decent. I'm decent enough. And so I posted a video of just a Mythic Plus key, and people seem to like it. And I was like, oh. And then suddenly, I didn't realize there was such a niche in the Windwalker market. Like, I didn't realize no one streamed this class. Because to me, this is, like, the best class. Like, why wouldn't you stream this? Like, or, like, make videos on it? Like, I know there's, like, some really good YouTube Windwalkers, like Trill. Trill is, like, a PvP Windwalker god. And Dabnell. I'm not sure if Dabnell streams, but he's also, like, amazing. Like, there's some really amazing Windwalker players. I'm not one... Like... I don't like saying I'm good at a spec. Like, I think I'm decent at Windwalker, but I'm not on their level. Which is fine. I'm okay with that, but I'm always improving and getting better. I don't know where I'm going with this. Am I digging myself a hole? I feel like I'm kind of digging myself a hole. I really enjoy the spec, and I didn't think there'd be such an interest, basically, in Windwalker content. I didn't realize how many players actually wanted to see Windwalker content. And so I kept pushing it. And then my guild collapsed. My guild collapsed on Broodtwift of an Axe. And I was like, oh my god, that's not good. Because I was making mostly like low Mythic Plus and raid content, but what I really wanted to do is like, I found like, when I was playing Windwalker initially, like, I always found it like semi-difficult to find like guides and stuff. Like, there were people that would like play Windwalker and you could like watch them play, but like no one really told you like what you were doing, if that makes sense. It's like why I have this bar at the bottom of my screen that shows abilities. Like, I find a lot of people put POVs, but then you have no idea what they're pressing. Like you watch it and you'd be like, okay, but what are you actually pressing? And I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to make a channel where I could share what I do, not be the most amazing player, and then I applied for... So my guild collapsed. We were like a rank 1,000 guild. So it was like nothing special. We were just playing. We were basically a bunch of friends. We were all friends and we were playing this game together. And like, we really enjoyed it. We played the game together since late WOD. And then we like made different guilds on and off, and we never like played. But then in Dragonflight, we finally got our first like cutting edge, and we got all 3 cutting edges, and like we were really like chuffed. Like, we got, oh my god, we're god gamers now. We have cutting edges. Like, look at us. And we came into this tier like really hyped to play the game, and it started off like really exciting. But I think that with WoW, it can be a lot. Like, if you play this game, I feel like it's hard to play other games on top of it. And I think a lot of my friends were kind of leaning to the fact that like we'd had cutting edges, and they wanted to kind of play other games, you know, and not just have to play WoW every single day. Especially as one of them was like the raid leader, and like raid leading is, and guild master on top of that, like that is like a big task. To have to do all of that, it's like it's a big ask of anyone, and it's like a lot of pressure. And I think it was just wanting to do something else. So then I had to like find another guild, and I was like, oh my god, I want to, because I've just started my channel, right? I just started my YouTube channel, and the guild is banned. I was like, oh my god, this isn't good. This ain't a great start. So I applied to quite a few guilds, and like my friends were like, well, why didn't, like, I was applying to like rank 1,000 guilds, roughly where we were as well, and they were like, well, you're pretty good at Windwalker, why don't you apply for like higher guilds? And me to myself, I'm like, I can't apply for better guilds. Like, and I applied for, I think I applied for like one ranked 60 at the time. And I got a message like a few weeks after that, and they were like, hey, you want a trial? I was like, oh my god, do I want to try? Yes, I want a trial. And so I've been trialing with them, and that's the guild I'm currently with. So, and what's really exciting about that, what I think is really exciting about that, is that means that I can then put out YouTube videos of like boss encounters and PTR and stuff like early on, so everyone else can have a look at that and be like, okay, before you even get into a tier, or like maybe you're like starting heroic, there's already a video for you to watch. Like, so I feel like a lot of classes have that, but I don't really feel like Windwalker has that. So like, it just seemed like a really good opportunity. I could share like content with people early on, in a tier especially. So I find as you get later in the tier, everybody's already like kind of like, not everybody, but like loads of people you've already done like 100 plus Mythic plus dungeons, haven't you? You know how the dungeon is. You don't really need to watch a guide on how to do a dungeon you've done like 50 odd times. But like what you really want is like when you start in progress and like heroic progress and mythic progress, you're like, well, how do I do that boss? And there's no POV. I think what I'm trying to say is like, I think it helps like me get education, like just like helpful videos out early on. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. Yeah, makes sense to me. I have not read the chat for a while. I've been staring at my screen yapping. I do apologize if anyone's written any messages. If no one's written any messages, that's okay too. That's alright too. I will look after this trash pack. It's weird as well because having to like read chat and stuff. Like honestly, I thought I'd start this stream and there'd be like three people in here watching me, and I was fine with that. I was absolutely fine with that. I'm absolutely blown away by how many people are watching me right now. Like it's absolutely amazing. But then like I'm not used to looking over at chat, like the chat box or anything like that. Like that's just not something that I'm ingrained to do. My second monitor is a Discord monitor. It's always been a Discord. Like anyone that has a second monitor kind of knows. Your second monitor is like a Discord, and then the occasional like video or something that you're watching on the side. But yeah, I will look over. I do try to look over as often as possible. Once I finish this boss, I'll have a quick read. No, I appreciate every single person watching. It's absolutely amazing, and I promise it will get better. My stream will get more. Everything will like grow. I think is the end game of this. I don't know what I'm doing with a circle. I think I wanted to blow up a bomb, they said, but there's no bomb, so I'm just gonna move out and yeah. That was on me so long. I was told that with those circles you want to stand on top of a bomb, but there were no bombs up. So I'm gonna get a double dash here. Do I want to use... Oh, hit him through the bomb. Go through the bomb, big boy. That's kind of cool. I haven't done that successfully yet. But we don't want to kill these bosses at different times, otherwise this guy's going to one-shot us. Okay, I need to pop a big defensive here. Diffuse magic and hope that he does AoE damage, because this guy, he's like the bosses in Stone Vault, where if you kill one, the other one goes absolutely nuts. Oh my gosh, there's loads of messages. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it deleted your messages, Mario. You were literally just asking about DK and Monk. I'll sort it out for the next stream. My moderation's on too high or something. I don't know why. I apologize. Yeah, like it's just removing this strangest, like this like someone says a nice comment and then my YouTube algorithm is like, no, remove that. Like someone said you're doing fine, bro, and Yushi was like, delete this message. This is against TOS. Like, what do you mean? That's like the nicest message ever. Why are you removing that? Okay, there's a huge pull here, so I want to wait a second for my trinket. I'm going to hold for my trinket here so I can get as much out of this as possible. I'm going to dash, and then we're going to use Celestial Conduit, and then Fist of Fury. And now we're just going to go crazy. That didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. I think... What do I think? I think if the ads lasted longer, because it's only a +7, that would have done more. But Slicing Winds, I pressed that once, right? And it did more damage than everything. Amazing, amazing talent. I love it. And now I'm used to it as well. I'm no longer pressing it wrong. Like, it took me like two or three dungeons to get used to this talent, and making sure I don't use it instead of Flying Serpent Kick. But now I'm used to it. Like, it's really nice to use, and you get in the rotation. You just need a big button over it in the middle of your screen to tell you it's up, and then you'll be alright. Did we forget to do the bombs here? I was really confused while we were running back. I can read some comments now. Yeah, I mean, I've never done PTR before as well. I just thought that PTR, Valentin, I thought it would be like a good way to open up, like streaming. I didn't want to like open up with just mythic raiding. So I think that's just everybody does that. Like, I know a lot of people do PTR testing, but I thought, well, this will be interesting to show, like, off all the new Windwalker changes. Like, that'd be cool to start off with, and all the new dungeons. And also, I want to do it myself. Like, that's also another factor in all of this, is that, like, because I want to do high-end Mythic next tier, I kind of wanted to understand how Windwalker walks before we... how Windwalker works before I get into that tier. So I thought PTR would be a great time to initially start off with doing some streaming. And I think this one is going to be the most, like, one-note one, I think, just because it's the same dungeon over and over again. But once we get into next week, I think it's going to be a lot more exciting, lots of different things to try out. Legacy dungeons. Oh, we love legacy dungeons, don't we? Are any of you actually excited for these legacy dungeons? I think they could have brought back some different ones. I was never a fan of the Mega Dungeon. Personally, I didn't like the Mega Dungeon from BFA. I don't think I minded the Motherload. I don't know if I remember the Motherload. I remember there was one boss in there that put dots on you and something and it sucked. But otherwise, I don't really remember. I remember the trash packs, actually. You would always end up pulling extra trash packs and it was really hard to walk through that dungeon. So actually, maybe I don't want the Motherload. And off the top of my head, I can't remember what the other dungeons are. I feel like one's from Shadowlands? No, not Shadowlands. I feel like one's from Dragonflight. Am I wrong? Does anyone know off the top of their head which dungeons they're bringing back besides oh no. Besides Motherload and Operation... Was it Operation Mechagon? Is that the one I'm thinking? They're all goblin dungeons, aren't they?
I do not have a target.
Is it potentially set to subscriber only? Maybe it shouldn't be. I don't think it is. Why? Are the people that, like, the only chats that go through, do they look like they're only subscriber ones? But I can't see if you're a subscriber on my thing. Theatre of Pain? That's not a goblin dungeon. That is the one coming back, yeah. Did I like Theatre of Pain? No. I don't have fond memories of Theatre of Pain. I remember Theatre of Pain being a pain. Haha, yeah, funny. No, I don't think I like that dungeon that much. I do remember wiping that one loads. I don't know if I just sucked at the game. that could easily be it, you know. I wouldn't put it past myself. I remember it always being pretty tight on time as well. I'm not sure if I'm deceiving myself, but I do think it always felt tight on time. I did like how you could do the bosses in any order. I think that's always cool. then you can like try and do the hardest dungeons first. We have like... No, ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was going to say we have no percentage, but I think that might just be my Mythic Plus add-on not showing percentage, because it doesn't know what the percentage would be for this dungeon yet, because it just came out. Or maybe there isn't percentages yet. Maybe they're just timers. Also, am I correct? Are they removing Mythic Plus timers? Did I hear that right? Like, or was that just talk? Because I've had a few people say, oh, they're moving Mythic Plus timers. But then I've heard, like, I remember reading about it. And I know that Blizzard, like, were curious if people wanted it. But I don't know if they actually are implementing it. No. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, on one hand, it makes dungeons a lot more friendlier. Sure. But I feel like that's kind of what makes Mythic Plus. Like, gives it a new thing. You're timed and you got to clear this amount of stuff. And, like, it'll make it easy to get, like, your weekly or stuff like that. And I think you're less likely to have people that leave your dungeons, you know, overall. But I think, like, the high end, I don't think players will like that. I think timing, it's, like, kind of one of the things that make Mythic Plus, right? It's meant to be timed. It's meant to be a challenge. Like, you're timed, you're running on the clock. You can't, like, do super slow pulls. I mean, I don't know if they're implementing it, but I've definitely heard talk about it.
I do not have a target.
Good news, everybody. I'm winning. Yay. Oh, he's not Fist of Furying enough. Fist of Fury shouldn't be that low. Fist of Fury should be, I mean, he is wearing... I think he's wearing the old 2 set as well. Yeah, he's using the old gear. But even then, Fist of Fury should be a lot higher. He just needs to Fist of Fury a bit more, I think. Falling into the trap of spinning crane kick. Which it was super easy trap to fall into, by the way. We are sending this boss to the gulag. Oh my god.
I cannot drink more.
Is that on me? Ah, whatever, I'll be fine. Alright, so with this leaping sparks mechanic, what you want to do is these sparks will like target each player and then they're going to like literally jump towards you. I don't know if they do crazy damage, but they definitely stun you for like 7 seconds. I don't know if you can be stunned by another player's spark, actually. I don't know if I want to find out. No, because that... Okay, because that other... that tank was stood on top of my spark, and it didn't. So everybody's got their individual spark, and you just got to kite it, basically. So that's how that mechanic works. I'd say this is probably the easiest boss in the dungeon. This seems kind of chill. Dodge some lines, move your circles out, and don't get hit by the spark. Like that. That seems quite easy, right? Oh, thank you. Alright, I can have a little bit of a look at chat. Let's also have a look at this damage breakdown, shall we? Is that right? No, that's not right. I think I have to leave the dungeon first, and then it will do the full breakdown that we can actually look at properly. Let's have a little read, shall we? How Windwalker walk sounds better. Like the actual sound animation of walking. I don't think I've ever noticed it. Isn't it like a foot pad? Like a... No, that doesn't sound like... I don't know what that noise was. I don't know how to make a foot sound. Is it a good dungeon from Windwalker? Theater of Pain. Are you sure you're not thinking that though because Windwalker was absolutely cracked in Shadowlands? I didn't play Windwalker in Shadowlands, so I don't actually know. But I know that they were insanely strong. Probably one of their strongest expansions ever. Is it just like good pack pulls, I guess? My first two didn't go through. Oh, your first two didn't go through, but... Okay, it must be in subscriber-only mode, then I apologize. I have not set up subscriber-only mode so that subscribers can only type in my chat. I have not... That's just an oversight. I did say it'd be a little bit of a scuffed stream. We'll get there. We'll get there. One stream at a time.
I'm out of range.
I try to use slicing winds after strike the wind. What I'm trying to do is basically... Where's the talent page? Basically, when you strike of the Wind Lord, with Heart of the Jade Serpent, it, like, gives you, like, this decreased cooldown time on Fist of Fury, Strike of the Wind Lord, Flying Serpent Kick, which is Slicing Maelstrom, and Whirling Dragon Punch. I mean, I haven't been doing it perfectly, but what you want, especially with, Celestial Conduit, the ideal situation with Celestial Conduit, because what this does is it also activates that as well, even if you're not on 45 stacks, is to get your, like, Fist of Fury on cooldown, your not Rising Sun Kick anymore, they removed that, is to get all of these on cooldown, your Whirling Dragon Punch, your Slicing Winds, and then use this, use Celestial Conduit, and then try to get a Strike of the Windlord in, because it should then do the cooldown reduction. I basically try to order it for cooldown reduction is the goal. I'm not sure if I've done it perfectly every time. I mean, I know I haven't done it perfectly every time, but the goal is to try and get as much cooldown reduction on those abilities as possible, and to do that, you kind of want them on cooldown already. Oh, really? A Theatre of Pain isn't very big pulls? I don't know that. I don't remember it that well. I remember the last boss being a nightmare. Didn't he, like, send out stampedes of ghost animals at you? I don't remember. Didn't one boss put down a war banner or something that you had to destroy? I don't know. I don't remember. Shadowlands. That's when, isn't that when everybody went off to play Final Fantasy? Am I? I know I went off to play Final Fantasy. That's when there was the big exile, wasn't it? Or was that a little bit before? I just remember Oribus. I hated Oribus. I could never find anything. After 2 years of playing in Shadowlands, I could go to Oribus right now and not know where, like, not know which way to run. It was, I don't know what they were doing with that place, but I would always get lost. I'd never go into the right direction of which way I wanted to go. It was just too symmetrical. it was, I hated it. I absolutely hated Oribus. Do you do log analysis by any chance? I swapped from Mistweaver to Windwalker for my guild, and I seem to do lowest damage. Don't have all the Abyss items yet, but still. Log analysis, I haven't really done. To be honest, the best place... I mean, I don't mind looking at logs and having a look, but the best place if you want log analysis by, like, really, really good Windwalker players that, like, will look at your logs all day long and tell you what's going on is actually the Windwalker Discord. Like, they have a channel specifically for logs, and they've got, like, some of the best, like, players in there that will, like, straight up look at your logs and, like, tell you, okay, you're doing this wrong, we need to change doing this. Like, they've got, like, the Windwalker is so lucky in the fact that it's got, like, one of the best, like, community, and they've got their own website. Like, what classes have their own website? Like, the community is so good at, like, helping players and, like, giving resources and stuff. It was one of the ways I got into Windwalker was through, like, the website Peak of Serenity, and through the Discord. Was, like, learning through, like, reading, basically, but they wrote it in a way that was, like, really easy to understand. There were, like, priority lists and all of that. And I found that was the best way to get into Windwalker. What I found as well was that there was no, like, visual way to get into Windwalker, but that's what I'm doing, right? But yeah, like, the community is so good. I don't mind looking at logs. I've looked at a few people's before, like, gear setups and stuff, but I can do, but I've never really done it before. Like, proper log analysis. There are better people, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not opposed to it, and I don't mind looking at your log and having a little read and, like, pointing you in the right direction, but there will be, like, there's a Discord server where people will tell you exactly every single thing that you can do better. So it could almost be better to use that as a resource. And if you want the link to the Windwalker Discord or the Monk Discord in general, I can post that in chat if that helps. Theatre of Pain will be the least of our worries when Dark Flame Cleft exists. That's the one with the candles, isn't it? I did that dungeon a few times on Heroic, and all I'm gonna say is that I'd hate to be a caster in that place, especially when the cart's moving. Like, casters look like their life is a living hell. I always found it quite funny, because I'd be there, like, spinning away. It's like the meme where you've got one guy listening to Maroon 5, and the other person, like, sweating, and, like, that's the caster. The casters are sweating, like, constantly trying to stay in the light, moving, trying to play anything, and Windwalkers or any other melee are just kind of, like, chilling. So, but otherwise, yeah. I don't know how that dungeon will go. I think the last boss will wipe a lot of people. I like the minecart one, the one where the carts go through, but I haven't done it on Mythic. You'll have to catch me next week. Okay, yeah, it has done the damage breakdown. Oh, has it? The War Within Scaling Aura. What? What is this? Oh, you play... Oh, right, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's when you get adjusted. Yeah, so you can see, like, winning streaks up for 81%. It's really hard to keep a track of because I don't have proper weak auras for it yet, because it's PTR, so it's kind of difficult to have those in place right now. But it's just something you don't keep track of. I don't think it is... I don't even think, like, if you're trying to min-max at the perfect level, you can with winning streak. Maybe in some world there's, like... Because when I initially looked at it, I thought to myself, okay, with these with this talent, you're going to want to try to get to, like, a certain amount of stacks. But then you've got the or you want to get to 10 stacks and keep it at 10 stacks, because the way you can see the ability working, if you're at 10 stacks, you're spinning crane kick and rising sun kick, you know, they're going to do 30% more damage. So I thought, okay, you want to get it to 10 and keep it at 10. But but then your Fist of Fury gains damage when it's removed. And, like, you're not going to change your rotation for this this Gamba this Gamba tier set, and also anytime you press one of the two spinning crank or rising kick, it disappears. So in an ideal world, you'll get to 30 stacks, it will remove, and then you Fist of Fury, and then you've got a massive Fist of Fury and perfect damage. But how easy is that to actually, like, force, if that makes sense? Like, how can you really force that with the 15% chance to remove it every time? Not really. There's no... I feel like you can't manipulate it. And if you can't manipulate it, and it doesn't change anything, why think about it? It's why a lot of people have... I've read a lot of stuff about people saying that you're going to end up, like... A lot of classes are going to end up using their current sets, like, a little bit into the new tier. Like, usually when a new tier comes out like this, and your set's really good, you replace it instantly. But a lot of people are saying, well, they're literally about on par with each other, so you just end up using your old set your old set, like, for longer. So I don't know if they're going to buff these or change them at all, but right now, not impressed. Sorry, Blizzard, not impressed. Damage wise though, Slicing Winds, very impressed. Very impressed. Does more than Strike of the Windlord. Strike of the Windlord, not awful, but yeah, as I was saying earlier, I think that there's a good argument... Get off my screen. There's a good argument for Slicing Winds to be in a node with Strike of the Windlord, or even in a node with Thunder Fist. I think that having it down here is really awkward, and then makes you have to choose between Zuin's Bond, Transfer of Power. You're never getting rid of Fury of Zuin, Zuin's Battle Gear, Invokes Delight, and you're not getting rid of this chain, so it's like, well, which ones do I get rid of? Slicing Winds, I don't think you can't not take it. It's so good. Oh, you don't have to Blassie, you don't have to record your gameplay. If you have, like, logs, like Warcraft logs or anything like that, that's what they look at. That's the best way to do it. So all you got to do is go to the logs channel and post, like, a Warcraft log, and they'll be able to go through it. They don't need to see gameplay or anything like that. They can just look at, like, how many times you've cast a certain ability. Like, have you cast Rising Sun Kick this many times compared to Fist of Fury? Okay, well, you need to be casting Rising Sun Kick more then. Or, oh, I see you didn't use a defensive at this time, or stuff like that. Or you want to line up your trinket with this. Easiest thing I can do is if you had like a gear setup or something like for raid bots I could look at. I've helped people with that before. I mean, I don't mind looking at logs. I think looking at recording stuff is even harder to would be quite hard to judge. I think seeing it all in writing and stats and all of that is probably the best option. So if you can like get a log of what you've done, that would be the best way to go. Anyway, I'm in a dungeon. We go back to Shadow Pan. I've only done like one Shadow Pan, even though I'm over Shadow Pan, guys. I am. I don't know how many of you are over Shadow Pan. It's so boring. There's nothing to it. In this case, you don't take Zuin's Bond, so what do you replace? I don't know. Transfer of power. I'm just going to stick to transfer of power. And then, for this, I'm going to keep the mastery trinket again, because now it lines up perfectly with everything once again. But I want to try something else. Did the boys do anything? Where are my goons? It's got to be molten metal, right? It doesn't even make any sense. Why would it be molten? Wait, Black Jack? Is this my goon? Snake Eyes and Pocket Ace. Oh, these are my goons. So what do they do? 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. What's that? 11? 5, 4, 3, 12? About 1.2? That's not a lot of damage, is it? Okay, this trinket's going in the bin. Wait. This one's going in the bin. Yeah, I don't mind giving it a look classy. If you've got a log or something, you can post. I don't know if you can post links in the chat, though. I'm not sure how we go about that. I've definitely turned links off, because I don't know what people could post then. I don't want someone posting a link that takes you somewhere naughty. Yeah, nah, we're not doing that. I have an email address, windwalkerpov@gmail.com. Docs myself, great. But you can find that on my channel anyway. If you want to send me anything like that, anything log related, I don't mind looking and getting back to you. Don't dox me, thank you. What's the uptime of dual threat throughout the dungeon? Let's have a look. Oh, nope. Dual threat.
Listen to all voices, Grandmaster. Surrounded only
Am I blind?
by those who share
Been streaming
your
for a while
views,
now.
Your mind can never grow.
Damage, isn't it? It's an aura. Well, it's damage aura, isn't it? Am I crazy? Did I just miss it? Wait, I might not have run it. Oh, no, I didn't run it. Yep, that's it. That's what I did. I didn't run it. Why didn't I run it? Well, it goes back to that question of what do you get rid of for slicing winds. And that's why I took out transfer of power initially, because I took out dual threat. But dual threat's so good. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think you have to have Zuin's Bond. You have to go slicing wind now. You can't be getting rid of Whirling Dragon Punch and Revolving Whirl. You can't get rid of Fury. You can't get rid of Zuin's Battle Gear and Boga's Delight. So what do you lose? It's either dual threat or transfer of power. I wish I could compare the two. No, if you posted it in the chat, I can't see it. It would have got blocked. Hey, Christopher, is Slicing Wind sick? Yeah, it is really cool. If you want to have a look now, this is basically what you do. It's Thunderstorm. If you ever played Thunderstorm, you hold it down, it goes a little bar, and you dash and do damage. Damage isn't dependent on how far you dash. It does the same damage no matter what, but holding it down gives you distance. In a, like, perfect scenario, you'd probably just one-tap it and dash, like, the minimum distance. But I have had situations where holding it down to get distance or hitting multiple adds has been the play. So there is reason to hold it down in certain situations. It's just getting used to losing Flying Serpent Kick. That's the trade-off. I don't think you take this in raid for single target. No, well, no, it's not. You won't take this in raid for single target. Would you take it for cleave? It depends on the uptime. Let's say you're on a boss like Ulgrax, and the ads counted for DPS. I would take this on Olgrax. Would I take it on Rashanan? I would take it on Rashanan, actually, yeah. Then you'd beat those pesky warriors to the ads. You know what? Yeah, I'd take it on all AoE bosses in Raid. I'd take it... Except... I wouldn't take it on Antarak. I feel like you'd kill yourself on Antarak if you took this. You'd like, end up dashing into her or something during intermission. But I think in its current state, it's so strong. Let's queue up. Let's go attack. Everybody's playing now. There was no one playing earlier. Let's just do a 10. Actually, we'll sign up for both. You know, I can't assume I'm going to get into a group. I'm a Windwalker. They don't take our kind around these parts. Blizzard give us one more node. Dashing through the skitters, ripping aggro and dying. Yeah. I feel like it's one of those abilities that you need to be careful about pressing instantly. Because it does so much damage. It's going to generate a lot of threat. Not that threats like that are important anymore, but if you, like... if you run up... no. Get off my screen. No. Stop. Don't be like that. Like... no, stop. Okay, well that's the first Lua error I've got. Honestly, like 4 hours of streaming and I haven't got one yet. I cannot complain. But why is my mouse making that icon? Please load. What doesn't it like? You were fine earlier. Don't be like that. Now there are 2 of you. It doesn't like details. Why? Can I hide you? Why are you popping up on my screen? Can't you? Oh, you just got it as well. Okay. Okay, so it's something to do with details. Well, no, obviously it's to do with details, but I don't think it's detail. They'll have done something on the PTR. Yeah. I don't really want to turn details off. Kind of important to track. That's the whole point, isn't it? What are you doing the testing for? Oh, I want to see how much damage that I do in a dungeon. I want to see how much this does. How long does this aura stay up for? Kind of important information, no? Why can't you reduce the size of this, though? That would be fine. If I... Get off my screen. Okay. Windwalker, the new S tier. Ah. S tier. Don't know about that. I'd love to say yes. But I like to be honest with all of you. Not S tier. I think it'll be the same. I don't think we've been nerfed in any way, like significant nerf or anything that's made us like worse off. I am gonna have to close details just for a moment, guys. I am sorry. That is kind of cringe. Wait. Yeah, 'cause details literally shows us everything that we're doing, but I can't play with a massive Lua on my screen, can I? That's a little bit worse. I will turn it back on. I will test it in a minute. S tier? No. I mean, it's hard because I can't compare it to a lot of other classes at the moment, and plus we're like, you know, week 1 PTR. It's very hard to judge what's S tier or not. Like, realistically, everything's going to change from what it is now. Like, everything's going to have different iterations. What Windwalker is right now will not be what it is when it gets released. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's normal. There's nothing to worry about there. I could see Slicing Winds getting nerfed. Which would be sad, because I think it adds something to our kit. I don't want it to be another Darting Hurricane situation, where like they gave us a really cool talent, and then they just took it away in a week, and they were like, no, go play with something else. Yeah, I don't know. S tier? Nah. I don't think we'll ever be S tier. I'd love us to be S tier, but I just don't think... I think Blizzard are too scared. That's why we have so many caps on our AoE, because we were just too strong a couple of expansions ago. The Windwalker's really hard to balance. If we had uncapped AoE, we would be S tier. Like, we're that strong. They had to restrain us. They couldn't comprehend our power. But like, it's the same thing. Slicing winds, caps at 5 targets. And when I say caps, it still does damage past 5 targets, but it's like severely reduced. I think we will be B tier as usual. I don't think we're bad. We're not like D tier or anything like that. But we won't be Mesa. That's fine. Who wants to be Mesa? Meta's cringe. Because then everybody's playing Windwalker. It's like, nah, get out of here. I think if you already play Windwalker, you're going to enjoy it. Like, I think it's a lot more fun. Not a lot more fun. Like, we haven't had that much, but I think it's more fun. I think there's more engaging, more stuff to do, another ability. That's kind of cool. I think it is good as well for players trying to get into Windwalker, the changes to spinning crane kick. Higher end players may not like it as much because it's maybe like reduces a bit of skill expression, but I think it makes Windwalker a little bit easier to get into, because I'd say it's one of the hardest specs to get into. Like, no one has mastery like Windwalker. Windwalker mastery is kind of like terrifying if you're a new player. Getting into it, you're like, whoa, I have to press a different button every single time. And that is like, genuinely, that is like, that's spooky. So now just being able to basically pressing spinning crane kick whenever it goes, like whenever it flows, that makes it so much easier. You don't have to think about it that much. So ease of access, I think, is better, and I think the new ability is also really cool right now, and I really hope they don't nerf it. And I'm really sorry there's no details right now. There's a massive Lua error at the moment that just popped up on my screen out of nowhere. It seems to have popped up on a few other players' screens. That is just basically... I can't remove it. I can't even hide it. It just takes up like almost half of the screen. And it's something to do with details. I don't know if they pushed something new on the PTR in the last couple of minutes that just details is having an absolute mare with. I'll actually have a look at my Curse Forge after this run. I'll have a little look and see if I can update details. Maybe it's to do with an update or something. That'll be fun. I love updating PTR. I wonder if we'll lean more into haste mastery next year. I think that's the way they're going. They have changed our... They have... Oh, tank's dead. I'm not going to pop anything. We're wiping. We're not wiping. I'm sorry. Wait, no, we are wiping. I'm not sorry. I think that's the way they're leaning. If I bring up this again, you can see that they've increased combo strikes effectiveness by 35%. This is misleading. It's not like it's a 35% like buff overall to Windwalker. It won't be like, it means mastery strikes are stronger, but overall it'll be like, I think I've read something along the lines of 5%. So it's not like it's not crazy, but I think it's interesting they're finally leaning into mastery. Remember when we were crit burst? You guys remember that? Like, crit burst sucked. Like, it's just not fun. Like you, as you get further into an expansion with like crit burst, you get weaker. Like, is that even like normal? Like, you'd see people running haste that would like constantly get stronger. It was amazing. You're like, oh my god. But then crit burst, you like felt like your strongest tier was the first tier. So I like the direction of Haste Walker in that regard, and I think leaning into mastery as well is really cool because it kind of puts a lot of pressure off of the crit burst that we're used to. Mastery also scales really well with Conduit the Celestials, and that's where a lot of the damage comes from. Agility does as well, but Mastery can work like quite nicely too. So obviously what you're doing is combo striking, like your next ability does more damage. Well, my next ability is now Celestial Conduit. Let that hit like a truck. Serenity Gaming. I love Serenity. Anyone I talk to about Monk and Serenity, they always say they hate it. It's one of the main reasons I started maining Windwalker. I think when I started playing Windwalker in like Legion and WoD, I didn't like Serenity. I was like, ew, I don't like it at all. I felt like it was kind of complicated. But really, all it is it's a burst window. All it is a burst window. And then I just got used to it, and I actually preferred it to Storm, Earth, and Fire. I always found like Storm, Earth, and Fire was sucked on single target. Like it really did. It sucked on single target. And Windwalkers were kind of a burst spec for a while. It was like kind of strange, like full on burst. Like you'd use Do you remember the trinket from Sakura? I think you know the one I mean if you used it. The one that like basically nuked everything that you hit with it on a 2-minute cooldown, and you'd use it on pull, and you'd either crit like 6 million, which at the time was insane, or you'd like not proc your verse and you'd like crit it for 2, and you'd be like, go again, wipe the pull. I don't want this one. Like that was the only good thing about crit verse. Was the scaling of trinkets. I found that was hilarious. Like you'd do a pull and you just pull full threat. Yeah, Beacon of the Beyond. Yeah, Beacon of the Beyond. I love that trinket. I loved I love Beacon Serenity. I thought that was really fun, but a lot of people did not like it, and I can see why. They like the boys, and that's fine. Like, I remember when this expansion was coming out, actually, I read somewhere that they were going to increase Storm, Earth, and Fire's, like, ad count to 5 guys. Like, you were going to have, like, 5 copies of yourself running around. And I was like, that sounds so cool. I don't know if that was, like, a dream. But they just scrapped it. I think they must have just scrapped it. It was when they were, like, initially talking about hero talents. I remember reading something like that. That would have been so cool. Can you imagine, like, 5 of you, just like 5 of your clones just running around, absolutely causing chaos? Oh, I think it'd be so scum, but like in a beautiful way. You want to focus ads on this boss. Ads make or break this boss. They give it a shield. They kind of mess it up. If you get targeted by the silence, move out a little bit, and then try and roll out of it as well. And anything that casts, you need to interrupt. It will one-shot you, like, eventually. Like, all these ads, like, will cast eventually, and they can wipe your group. Yeah, that's right. I know the mechanics of these dungeons already. Don't at me. Yeah, like this ad here, should be dead. You don't want to let any of these ads stay up. This, I popped Diffuse Magic on this. I'd save it for this ability. It lasts for ages. Does massive damage to everybody, so your healer's got to heal everyone. And Diffuse Magic lasts just about as long as the cast, but it really hurts. I think I did this on a 13 earlier. We successfully timed it, of course. Don't check the logs. But this boss did some horrible things to us. Feels weird to play without details. Oh, he's casting. Yeah, so what they do as well is they'll cast inside of this horrible, like, electrical field on the ground. So that's what I mean. You want to be killing these ASAP and don't let them get a cast out. I don't think paralysis works on them. I've tried it a couple of times. I'm not sure if that's how it's, like, meant to be implemented. And they're just not, like, it doesn't make sense, though. Maybe I'm just an idiot and didn't press it right. Yeah, literally Shadow Clone Jitsu. It would have been so cool. I'm not crazy. I know I read it somewhere, but I think, like, because Storm, Earth, and Fire, if you're unaware, is like one of the most buggy abilities in this entire game. Like, a lot of Windwalker, like top Windwalkers in this game, advocate for them to like remove Storm, Earth, and Fire for something else, just because it is so buggy. It doesn't even work all the time. Like, clones can get stuck on things. Like, if you let's say I fixated a clone on a target here, and then we killed that target, that clone would, like, get brain locked, and, like, sometimes just wouldn't attack anything else afterwards. Like, it's one of the most jankiest abilities in this game. So I think, by having another clone, that would, cause a bit of issues. It was the, same for the tier set for Aberrus? Aberrus is the one with Sarkrath, right? One of the tier sets last expansion, they wanted to give us another Shadow Clone. It was like in early talks of the tier set. I remember, like, everybody was talking about it. oh, we're going to have a shadow clone that you control as well. And they scrapped that. They were like, no. Actually, thinking about it, no. Put that in the bin. Yeah. Storm Earth and Fire is extremely buggy.
Grandmaster.
A lot of the bugs you won't even notice. A lot of the bugs, like, don't actually matter that much. But it's really hard to code. Yeah. But we love it. At the same time, I feel like it's so far gone, like, it's Monk's identity. If we lost Storm, Earth, and Fire, what would we be? Like, that'd be weird. I wouldn't like that. Like, it's what Monk is. Like, at the end of the day, even if you were running Serenity, you'd still run Storm, Earth, and Fire. It's in some sort of content. Oh yeah, Avarice was. Then I think it would have been the final tier one, the one where you had the blackout kick that changed, gave you the cooldown. I think that... No, actually, no. I think it was Avarice with the Shadow Flame. I think... Yeah, because it was going to be a Shadow Flame clone that would have came out. I think it would have been the 4 set, I think. Like, you would have had a Shadow Flame clone. Something along those lines. And they decided... No, that's... Like, I think they just decided they could not code it how they wanted to. I'm pretty sure it was to do with Shadow Flame, though. Once you mentioned Shadow Flame, that triggered something in my brain. What are we doing here, guys? Are we big pulling this? Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. Creep them all up to me. I wish I saw some damage numbers. That'd be nice. What the hell is that? Like calling in the bomb squad. I love these new swirlies, by the way. I don't know what you guys think about them, but like, look at these. Like, these are so clear. Like, these are so nice. Like, and that's going to be how it is from now on. Like, swirlies, you can see these swirlies on the floor here. Like, you can actually see where they are now. I don't know how it's taken us to 2025 to get these. They are. Do you mind? They're amazing. I'm so happy that they finally changed swirly boxes. Am I dead? I feel dead. Who is rooting me? It's that guy shooting nail guns at me. He's nailing me to the floor. What the hell? Hold on. Let me... Oh, you literally can't target him. Okay, I was going to paralyze him. As long as they're on the scaffolding, you can't target them then. Good to know. Untargetable. So I think what you'd want to be doing here is you actually want to pull all of these ads underneath the scaffolding structure and just nuke it there. Otherwise, your entire groups are going to get constantly rooted like we are now.
I must get closer.
This is awful. This feels atrocious. There's no point even Tiger's lusting myself because he's just going to nail gun me again. Oh, I didn't even think about colorblind. Colorblindness and swirlies. Like, they're hard enough when you're not colorblind to like see a swirly outline. They're also extremely misleading. The amount of times like people die to a swirly because they think they're out of it, but actually they're not because there's no clear outline. Crazy to me that they've only just changed that. But it's good as well. I'm glad they have.
Overcome this trial.
I want to try and load up details again. I'm going to try after this next boss and see if the lure errors have stopped. Have they stopped for you, Igor? Or you turn it off as well. I imagine you probably turned it off as well. You have a massive lure error on your screen. Oh, you can turn it off with the advanced user interface. I did not know that. I use that as well. I actually have it on PTR right now. Okay. Thank you for the tip. I'll turn that off now. I love that. There's something wrong with your game. You're getting these like errors. And what do WoW players do? They just like turn it off. Nah, not my problem. Get that off my screen. If I can't see it, it's not a problem. After this boss, I'll turn them back on again because there's a bit of downtime whilst we run. For this boss, anyone joining and wants to know the mechanics, Brunt's going to charge everywhere, and you've got to line up the charges with the bombs so that he runs into them. Keezer shoots out lines, and you need to dodge those. And if you get a big orange circle on you, you want to stand next to a bomb ideally, so no bombs up, get into a corner. And they need to die at the same time, similar to Stone Bolt bosses. So you can see like there's tons of bombs up right now. You need all of these to basically break, so players get the charge on them. You need to basically line up so that you're hitting bombs. So I've charged now. I want to make him hit these two. Yeah. Basically, that's the theory of it. And then if you get one of these circles on you, you don't want to get hit by the charge like I did, and instead you want to stand over by one of these bombs and blow it up as well. So that's the other way to get rid of bombs. Basically, bombs stay up, you wipe. But you're given a bunch of ways to get rid of them. Fairly straightforward boss fight. I can see it being absolute chaos on higher keys. And now we have less mobility. I don't like that as well. I kept trying to flying serpent kick. You got to remember as well, if you're running this new talent, you've lost a big mobility, like your biggest dash. So that's going to get used to. I guess we're going to have to be a lot more conservative with rolling. Rolling. Can't just go. I guess we have to be more careful where we're positioned then. Monks in careful positioning. Huh? What the hell is that? All I know is how to roll off of bridges. We'll pop these two bombs here, and then I get a dash on me as well. Okay, this is going to be fun. Okay, yeah, run through all the fire. Luckily, it looks like that charge doesn't deal damage to you. I don't think that's going to be in retail. There's no way they have it so the charge doesn't deal damage to you. That's not the Blizzard way. That charge is going to one-shot you on retail. Yeah, we are missing the Warlock. And it's not a DC, they've gone off the line. That is a little rough. God damn it, I'm not going to time my PTR dungeon now. Yeah, so we killed the small boss way before the big boss. You don't want to do that. It didn't really show you there what it can do, but I did this on a higher, like a 12 earlier, and the big guy was absolutely one-shotting people. Be careful. If there's one thing to remember from this dungeon when you're doing it, don't let one of them stay up. Okay, we've got details back on, and I don't see any Lua errors. Cool. All the elementals? Say no more. Say no more.
Where are we going?
That's exactly what I love to hear.
Grandmaster?
And the divers? Oh boy. Please. You're making me sweat. Well, go on then, don't tease me. I want all the elementals and all the divers. Yes, that's the divers.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
He baited me. He lied to me. This isn't all the elementals and all the divers. Not as much damage as I expected. I expected it to do about what the Hunter was doing. I'm going to say it's because of Shadow Pan. I think if I was Celestial Conduit there, that would have done 7 million easily with the reduced cooldowns. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Conduit of the Celestials for next year. Like, super. Oh, no. They're going to do it again. Oh, I have to ring, don't I? This is not good. They're all restoring their health. We're running out of damage. And they're killing us! Oh my god, no, please. Oh, I didn't want to have to storm Earth and Fire here, but they need to die now. What else have we got? We got any more CC? Anybody hiding something in their back pocket? Okay. That was a lot more dangerous than it needed to be. Yeah, I think... I don't know. I don't know if I'm just playing worse on Shadowpan, but I feel like Shadowpan's not it. Conduit Celestial just feels so much nicer. I think it works a lot better with Slicing Winds as well. But there's plenty of testing still. I could be wrong. I'd be happy if I'm right though. I'm tired of Shadowpan in M+. Like 2 tiers in a row, like 1 hero talent for like all content is a little bit much. Yeah. I was about to say I've got a ranged on me. So as you can see, we've got vines on us right now. If you move too far away from your homie, who's also got a vine on them, you pull like each other to each other. And of course, there's infinite mechanics going on that you need to dodge throughout the boss fight, like all these waves, whilst staying near your homie. Because if you run off in different directions, you're going to pull each other into the waves or anything. And I don't know if you get a new homie each time. It looks like, yeah, you can get a different person each time. Well, we went different ways, but I pulled them back towards me. This is good. This is quite a fun fight. I do like this one. No, it is literally Sludgefish. This is literally a Sludgefish fight. Yeah. That's a great question. I've done this dungeon like 4 times now, so I should know this answer. I think so. I think one person doesn't get it. I think you're in pairs. I don't think I've ever been like tied up to 3 people, and I've run this dungeon like 5 times now. So yeah, I think one person won't get it each time. Kind of like on... Did Sludgefish work like that? Uh-oh. And that's what happens when you go the different ways. You will suffer the consequences. Well, let's see. Yeah, you can see this one player over here does not have a vine. And there were 3 of them. So yeah, if there are 5 people, 1 person will not get the vine. So pray you're that lucky person, I guess. Ideally, I think you want that on the healer. I don't know if it adds preference for the healer, but that's who you really want that on. Bubbles, the tank destroyer. I've watched this guy nuke at least 2 tanks so far today. Uh-oh. We pulled everything under the bridge. It looks like we have, but we can't hit them. Amazing. The bubbles move as well. Yeah, surprisingly, dungeons are a little bit harder when you're down a player. I know, crazy. We will do this. This dungeon will finish, but it is a little bit... The next room is going to be interesting without a warlock. So here, I Slicing Winds a bit further, so I can see that the ads were like a little bit in the distance, and to hit all of them, you can channel it. I think what people are going to have to get used to as well is like, how far does each... How do I break... each bracket of, like, distance, how far does it take you? Because a full one, I think, takes you about as far as a full Flying Serpent Kick would have taken you. I mean, I might be wrong. I'd need a side-by-side, but it takes you far. Like, you go really, really far. What you can also use it for, that I've been like noticing as I've been playing, is that you can almost use it as like a damage mobility. So like if something's like targeting you, I could then like dash through them and then damage them at the same time. So it doesn't just have to be used for like raw rotation. I mean, it probably will, but repositioning. I'd try use it as repositioning as well, where you can. No, we need to interrupt these, please. Oh, Lord. They almost one-shot my healer. They don't stop casting. Don't pull more. Okay. So this is the end. Why have you pulled more? There's no way. Why did you pull more? Two is not enough. This isn't a pull. Oh, I wish you could see chat. The hunter was not happy. Yeah, I think these are going to be some of the toughest mobs in the whole dungeon. If you think this is a +10 and 2 hits like take off half of a healer's health, the tank just typed, "I'm out, bored, sorry," and left. Oh, some things don't change. PTR and retail, they're like the exact same. Okay. Sometimes you just get bored, I guess. Let me... Alright, we are gonna do some more dungeons. I say dungeons. We are gonna do some more dungeon. I am gonna take one more break. Just like another 5-minute. Just before we do the last little section here. I don't know what we're gonna try next, to be honest. We tried a lot of different things. I don't want to play Chandapad anymore. I don't like it. I think it sucks. It doesn't suck, but I think Conduit is the way. I think a lot of people feel the same way. Like, a lot of people do enjoy Conduit in dungeons, but feel like they can't play it because it's obviously not the right choice in retail. But I think it's starting to look like the right choice now. I think you don't take Zuan's Bond at the moment. This might change. Anything I'm trying out here, don't take my word for it right yet. I'm testing out lots of things. But right now, I'm going to go with Dual Threat. And it's just because of one trinket. Hello. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. You're the best. Yeah. What's that Kino Reeves meme? Like, what does he say again? I forgot. It's been so long now. You're awesome, and then he's like, "You're awesome." Yeah, it's one of those. Okay, I'll stop now. What we're gonna do is House of Cards. I do like the flavor of this. We're going to use House of Cards, and the reason I'm not using Zuan's Bond at the moment, for anyone, like, curious, which you usually would always use with Conduit of the Celestials, they kind of, like, go hand in hand, is because of this trinket. I want to be testing out this trinket, because it's, like, it's basically Skardin's. It's Skardin's Grace of this tier, and I think that trying to line this 2-minute trinket up with Celestial Conduit and Zuin seems to be the best thing to do. I mean, I do need to have a proper look through all of these trinkets here to see if maybe there's a better on-use agility trinket, but from what I've seen, no. And we're also going to remove the Goon Squad, aren't we? We've had our fun with the Goon Squad. They're not it. I'm going to go back to Eye of Kazan. So both of these two are raid trinkets, and these are the trinkets that all classes can have. High chance these won't be the trinkets that you use, but from the ones I've tested so far, House of Cards I like the most. I really like Ravenous Honey Buzzer, but you don't really want to use 2 on-use trinkets. Potentially, though, you would, because they'd be used for different things. This would be used for your, like, big burst window with Zuin, and this would be used for just damage. So there's potential for using both of these. Conductor's Wax Whistle. I think it sucks. Junk Maestre's Mega Magnet. I don't know. I tried it once. I think it's really awkward. I feel like it's like an Agility's version of Spy Masters, but bad. It could be wrong. I could have been playing it with it wrong. Z's Thug Hotline. I've played this one like 3 times. It's bad. It's so bad. You call out the Goon Squad, and they do about 1% damage. So, yeah, nah. I haven't used Gear Grinder's Spare Keys, actually. This trinket is pretty much a Beacon of the Beyond. But I don't think it's that good, because we don't really run that much verse. Like, 5% verse. That's kind of bad. Like, well, yeah. I don't think it's that good anymore. So it'll do about 2.5 million damage, which I think you can probably get more out of from just a Ravenous Honey Buzzer, to be honest. That does like 1.5, but I've seen it do way more. Maybe I can be proven wrong. I'll try out lots of trinkets, but I think I'm just going to try out the House of Cards and the Eye of Kazan with Celestial Conduit and see if I can try and maximize like just damage windows. I want to hit 10 million, you know? How cool would that be? Windwalker Monk doing 10 million AoE damage. It'd be like you're back in Legion. the good old days. What's the meta in Season 2? Honestly, we don't know yet. We're on PTR at the moment, and it's only week 1. If anything that I said would be meta would just be, like, could easily change. It's all testing at the moment. What's good this week could absolutely suck next week. So, honestly, there's no meta right just yet. If you're really wanting to think of a meta spec, currently Shaman. If I had to say, if I had to say like what's probably going to be best in its current iteration, probably Shaman. But you know, who knows? Next week it could suck. They could be like, no, nerf it into the ground. But Shaman's always a good bet. Mage, always a good bet. There's always one mage spec that's amazing, isn't it? Warlock. Windwalker, yeah, Windwalker. No, Windwalker's good. It's fun. But I don't know if it'll be meta. It would be. I feel like it's not that Windwalker would have to be better than other classes. Those classes would just have to be worse than Windwalker, if that makes sense. Like they'd have to have taken such big hits that Windwalker would be good. But that's not to say don't play Windwalker. I think it's the best spec. So screw Mesa. Who cares? Where are the TSET trinket vendors? Just download the PCR. So I heard that they were in Dornagal. I haven't seen that. I think that's a lie. What you want to do if you want to find the vendors, they are all in your main cities. So if you're Alliance, they'll be in Stormwind by the auction house. Everything will be there. They're like massive ads, basically. Massive NPCs, and they're all stood there and give you different things. Yeah. And if you're Horde, I don't know. Probably also by the auction house. What do you think the Windwalker will get rework? The rotation will change? Turn around. What, in Dornagal? Did I miss them? Was I like talking about them and they were like right behind me? Where'd you download add-ons for PTR? That's actually a good question. You don't. What you do is you download the PTR and then you've got all of your add-ons for like normal in-game, and they're all kind of saved in a. Hold on, I can show you, but I don't want to dox myself. I don't want to dox. Let's see. Let me change this to chatting real quick. We're chatters right now. It's not that. Let's see. Double check. I mean, I don't care if you know my name, to be honest. That's fine. Basically, in here, this is Battle.net, yeah? Battle.net, and then you go Warcraft, and this is where all your add-ons are. So if you're on retail, all your add-ons are going to be in interface add-ons, and then you have your entire list of add-ons, yeah? What you then do is you download the PTR, and then you'll get a folder called XPTR that will come up. And this, if you go to interface and add-ons, will have nothing. This will be completely blank. So what you have to do basically is copy the ones from the retail one, like add-ons, and paste them all in there. And then if you want to try and save your saved variables as well, like let's say you use Bartender's a bad example actually, because the PTR nukes Bartender. It doesn't like it at all. I don't know what a good example is. Because it didn't like anything. I literally had to redo my entire UI. I don't know if it really likes your save variables, but there might be one or two things you use that might be okay. But if you want to like your save settings, basically, you'd go to retail. Would you go? No, you go retail. No, you wouldn't. I should watch my own guide. You go to retail, you go WTF, you go account, you press whatever number your account is here, and then you press the save variables in here, and then you can copy all of these over, and paste them in the literally the equivalent of this in the XPR. So that like you can't. I don't think you can download add-ons for the PTR. You kind of have to do it like that. You have to copy over your add-ons and your save variables. Oh, you can. Okay. Well, it turns out you can create a tab through CurseForge. Okay. Yeah, just been yapping. Oh, I always make things so much harder for myself. Now I'm making them harder for you. Cool. Okay, you can make a tab on PTR. If you can't make a tab on CurseForge though for PTR, this is another way of doing it. Just bear in mind you will have to basically redo your UI. If you've never done a PTR before, like you literally have to kind of change everything. Like it does take a bit of time. Like for instance, none of your options will be the same. None of your keybinds will be the same. I don't think mine were. Nothing will be the same. It's almost like a new game. It's like downloading an entirely new game. But I guarantee someone will then say, my settings were the same if you did that, and I spent like hours just having to redo everything for this PTR. But yeah, so it looks like CurseForge is one of the options with a tab for PTR, and if not, then just copying the folders over. That seems to work. And then, yeah, weak auras as well. Like, yeah, you basically, the main thing about the save variables is if you wanted your weak auras, you'd want to be copying those save variables over. Otherwise, you'll then have to install every single weak aura, and like, that's probably the biggest thing with save variables. That's the best example I could have. But then when I copied everything over, I had like 64 Lua errors. So you might end up having to like turn stuff off or just hiding them. Like apparently you can do. You can just hide your Lua errors, hide the problem, shove it under the carpet and ignore it. Or you can delete those add-ons. Bartender, it hates Bartender. Don't try use Bartender on PTR. That's my my best advice. It has an absolute meltdown. But what I'm gonna do is I am on BRB. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna as earlier I took one break earlier, but I couldn't work out how to use this timer for the life of me on this page because first stream and everything. Please, it'll get better, I promise. So I'm just gonna take another short break and then we'll get back into the dungeon and we'll go from there. Yeah, thank you all for still staying tuned. I really appreciate it. And we'll do some more dungeons in a sec. It looks like there's a lot more people online right now, so dungeons seem to be going a lot faster. Anyone that was here at the start and had to suffer with the wait for dungeons queue, I feel for you. I'm gonna be cheeky. I'm gonna do 6. Yeah, you can't stop me. No, I'll be back at 6, guys. I'll catch you in a sec. Oh my god, I'm late again. I'm awful with time. Okay, we are back. So for the last, what is it, hour and a half, we will, surprise, surprise, be running the same dungeon again. And we're going to go cock, I think. And we're just going to see how much damage we can actually get out now that I've done the dungeon like 5 or 6 times now. So I think I know where you want to be doing certain things on certain trash packs now. Oh, hello. Look at this guy. Oh, nice mog. I want the I really want the orange Super Saiyan. I think it's gonna be so funny, like seeing like a Volpira in this full set running around with his weird little like jumper pack on, like going full Super Saiyan. So we'll do this dungeon a couple more times. I apologize. It's been quite one note, I suppose. One note this stream. There is only one dungeon out. Starting from next reset, there'll be 4 dungeons, so there'll be a lot more to actually look at, cover, see what works better in those. But hey, at least we all know how Operation Mechagon works now. Operation Mechagon? Operation Floodgate. Jesus Christ. Let's so many groups to choose from now. I think I'm gonna go for a 10, because I'd like to try and make a video from a 10 as well. For anyone that can't catch the stream, I think I'll try talk through the dungeon as well. So now I've done it a few times, I should know what's going on, right? Right? More or less. Something like that. How have I got mail? Wait, did you get loot? Have I just not been picking up my loot at the end of my runs?
Good to see you again, Grandmaster.
Where is the mailbox in Stormwind? I should know this. I played Classic. Looks like I was not invited to that 10. What is this? Let me go back to gaming. I've got like 6 different quest items. Oh, that's more than 6. Oh my god, I've got like 20 of them. I'm not starting a quest. Infuse your armor with a faint echo of the Earthen Warden's power, unlocking additional visual effects for certain Aberrus the Shadow... Aberrus? I have no idea what that is. Let's see if I can do a 12 then. Try get into a 12. I don't really want to do a 2 or a 4. I kind of want the trash packs to be up for a little bit longer. I kind of want to actually do a bit more damage. I feel like in these lower keys that everything's kind of falling down a little bit too fast. I'd like to see what Conduit the Celestials can actually do. I'll try getting to this 12. Guys, please, I know I'm a monk. I know I'm a Windwalker, but it's the PTR. Let's have some fun. Thank you. Someone recognizes Windwalker. Of course, it's the group with a brewmaster. Probably felt sorry for me. He's like, oh, let him in. How's Windwalker feeling so far? Good. Yes, very good. Especially Conduit the Celestials. I think that it's really fun. I'm glad that it is getting a little bit more love. I feel like this is the hero talent that Blizzard are kind of pushing for Mythic Plus or AoE, just from what they changed with Windwalker, giving us this new slicing winds, making it kind of work with Heart of the Jade Serpent, like making it how like you basically reduce this cooldown. They basically replace Rising Sun Kick as one of the abilities that you'd reduce the cooldown for with Flying Serpent Kick, which means that it replaces it with Slicing Winds. It also feels like it does good damage. Yeah, I think I'd really like for this to be the Mythic Plus build. I think it would make it a bit fresher as well. I think we're all a little bit tired of Shadowpan. Like, Shadowpan's good, don't get me wrong. And, like, you can min-max Shadowpan by trying to work out, like, how to perfectly get off, like, the best, what do you call it? Flurry strikes, like, trying to optimize that, like. But, I don't know, so there's something about using Celestial Conduit and just, like, you know, hitting everything, going absolutely nuts, and then having all your cooldowns reduced to, like, 5 seconds a piece and just nuking everything. It's really, really fun. So I'd say Windwalker's feeling fun. I'm glad that they gave it a few changes. I would have hated for it to get nothing, which happens a lot of the time, actually. Windwalker, I don't know how many of you check out patch notes, and like you always see that nothing's changed, like nothing for Windwalker. It's always Mistweaver, isn't it? So it's good that Windwalker's getting a few like buffs here and there, and they're actually adding something new to our kit. Windwalker always gets shafted. Not wrong. But good news, it's Brewmaster that are getting shafted this time. Brewmaster, you've gotten absolutely no changes so far. That's not to say that they won't, but Windwalker's actually getting a little bit looked at. So we're going to be running Conduit the Celestials. We're not going to run Zuin's Bond. We're going to go for those 2-minute damage windows. That's what the main plan is here. Because we're trying to line it up with this new trinket, which may be good, may not be good. I think it's good. It's basically Skardin's Grace. If you know what Skardin's Grace is, increase your mastery for 20 seconds. And yeah, you just pump damage. This guy's counting manually. I've never seen that. Why slash pull when you can just count down? So we're going to see how this gets pulled. Usually, from what I've been testing so far, you tend to pull like this 3-pack over here and then do a big Lust pull up at the top. But I've seen a lot of different ways. If we pull more than 3, I will pop everything here. If we don't... Okay, looks like we're going for a big Lust pull then. That's fine. Yeah, we are. So I'm going to build up a few stacks now. Pop everything real quick. Get out of that. Okay! That is not good. Oh, so bad. Was that the flamethrower? It's got to be the flamethrower, right? I was not stood in the shred, was I?
See you again, Grandmaster.
Oh, that's so cringe. That's the first time I've died to that shred. They're really easy to get out of. I am just a moron. Oh no. Good evening, Trafalgar. Welcome. We are just testing out the new dungeon. We've done quite a few runs here, and we're just kind of trying to optimize the dungeon route, I suppose. When's best to use cooldowns. We're going Celestial Conduit at the moment, and we're just trying to see how much damage we can get. Yeah, that's fair. Although are we not blowing this up? Okay, I'll blow it up. Okay, he'll blow it up. Whoop. Oh, I just used Tiger's Lust.
I cannot take
So we're trying to dash through everything with our Slicing Winds. And now we're going to hold Storm, Earth, and Fire now. So that we can get it lined up every time with Celestial Conduit. Overall, I think this is quite a fun dungeon. Some of the bosses are a lot harder than others. The last boss, I think, is really simple. The first boss can go extremely wrong. The third boss kind of seems easy as well, and so does the second. But the first boss, I think, is where you're going to end up tanking your keys if things go wrong. Basically, it constantly summons ads, and you need to kill the ads, and if the ads don't die, rest in peace. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Oh, that's that. Thank you, Trafalgar. That's really nice to say. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming every Tuesday and Saturday is the like main schedule of when I'll be streaming. Sorry, I'm just thinking about this pull. I've got everything targeting me. I don't really want to die. Tuesday and Saturday from 3 till 9 GMT, UK time. I don't know what that is in America. Doesn't America have like tons of different time zones? Either way, yeah, that's the schedule. And then there'll be some bonus streams as well on Thursday and Friday, the 23rd and 24th, I want to say. I might be wrong on those dates, but basically when the PTR comes out with the raid bosses. So I should be doing those with my guild, so that'll be exciting. I'm looking forward to that. And next week will be is when there'll be like a 4 dungeon rotation rather than the 1 at the moment. They're bringing them out in like I suppose like delayed stages because they wanted to have like a longer PTR testing phase, I suppose, to get the dungeons right. Which is it's fine. I'd like to see them bring the dungeons out in a good state. Because I find a lot of the times the dungeons will come out, and how is that shaman doing 8 million damage? The dungeons come out, and then like within a week they're like nerfing dungeons to the like absolute bare minimum. Like they okay, we're just pulling. They super nerf dungeons, and I don't like that. I'd rather bring out the dungeons on release in like a good state. Like what were some really horrible dungeons? Necrotic Wake, for example. If anyone did Necrotic Wake in the first week, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They had bosses that were just so overtuned. It wasn't fun to play. Like, if you didn't hold everything for Surgeon Stitchfist, whatever he's called, you know what I mean, you'd wipe, and that would be it. Your key would be tanked. And that felt absolutely awful. So, along with dungeon testing is good, and it also means I can make quite a few videos on the PTR, like do some live streams, get used to it. Hopefully improve as the weeks go on. So for this boss, these ads are everything. You need to kill these ads. If you don't kill these ads, they're going to start casting. And their cast will basically just start wiping your group, especially on higher difficulty. The boss itself does these, like, basically what I have now. It's a big silent circle. If you move out and then roll, you should be fine. But it also knocks you back, so you just need to be careful. But you can see this ad is casting. So you kind of want to kill these and make sure they're not stood in the, I don't know, the sparkly ground. I don't know what else to call it. But ads need to die, basically. Ad fight. Windwalker feels great, Zeal. But I am a little bit biased. No, genuinely, it feels better. I think adding a new ability to the rotation's good. I don't think it, like, takes away from anything. I think that once you're used to not having Flying Serpent Kick, you're fine. Initially, when I started doing these dungeons, I kept pressing this button to use Flying Serpent Kick, and I lost so much damage because of it. But once you're, like, kind of used to it, and you've done it a few times, and I don't know why we run this way. You need offensive. This will kill you. So will the frontal. Yeah, basically, it's fun to play, and I think that Fun with the Celestial is getting a bit more love. So I really like it to be the main build. As well as that spinning crane kick feels really nice as well. There's a little bit less skill expression in it, but I think the ease of access for new players is going to feel good. So if you're just getting into Windwalker, and you've had like a lot of issues with Mark of the Crane and trying to optimize getting like 5 targets at times to make it actually do the damage it should, that's no longer a thing. It will do set damage every time.
Too far away. I require a target.
Yeah, the new ability feels really solid. I did a run earlier where like I was able to use Slicing Winds like pretty much perfectly for every trash pack. And it came 3rd in DPS below Fist of Fury and Spinning Crane Kick, which is like crazy. It wasn't like near their damage, which you wouldn't expect, but like compared to anything else, it was on top of it. Really good cooldown. And it feels great. And they've also added these nice new swirl effects. So now you can actually tell if you're inside of swirly. I know, groundbreaking stuff. So I have all my cooldowns here, so hopefully we can get a nice pull here. So that was a good pull. And I know 5 million doesn't seem like crazy when you can see like the shaman hitting like 8 million and stuff, but you've always got to remember, Windwalker's capped. We're capped in AoE, unfortunately. So I think the most I've done so far is like 7 million, which is pretty decent. But I always say Windwalker isn't the best in AoE, it isn't the best in single target, but it's consistent in both. So where some people will do amazing on the ads and you'll do mid on the ads, some people will do amazing on the like bosses, you'll do mid on the bosses, but overall your damage will just be like consistent all the way through. In terms of that pull, you can see oh, I didn't I was hoping Slicing Winds would be a bit higher up. I didn't really Slicing Winds well there then. But you can see that yeah, that was a spinning crane kick basically. But usually, if I get like a good Slicing Winds where you hit like almost all of the targets, you are going to do so much damage with that ability. That pull didn't really highlight it. Why can't I use this? I can't use this. Can I? Huh? Like, I had to press it at the perfect angle. Okay. So for this boss, you'll get this dash on you. You want to make him run through the bombs, basically. Getting him to run through the bombs are important. You can't have any bombs up, otherwise your group will wipe. Kind of similar to the first boss in Borealis. Except there's a few ways you can destroy the bombs. You see that guy with a circle on him right now? That destroys bombs, or you can have the big guy charge. And then similar to the Stonebolt boss, where there are two of them, they need to die at the same time. Otherwise, they get like an 80% damage increase. And yeah, it's not pretty. So I have this on me right now, so I can diffuse magic here to activate that. And you want to pop bombs with that. And then I have a charge on me, but there are no bombs up, so ideally, probably not targeted at my group. But yeah, you can see this guy's got loads of health here, so you need to target focus him. He might not wipe us here, but actually he might. It is a 12. It depends what he's casting at the time, similar to Stonebolt. So now he's going sicko mode, so I'm popping all my defensives because I've seen what this guy can do. I've seen him one-shot people. Yeah, wallop. You can see how hard that just hit the tank. That's Brewmaster, by the way, Stag's damage. How do I feel with the new prize system, with the new spell? I think it's alright. I'm still trying to work out when's best to use it. I think you want to be using it before Celestial Conduit. The main reason for that is that then you get the cooldown from Strike of the Windlord. I think you want to press it before Strike of the Windlord with the stacks. Pretty much, I'd have it pretty high up in the prior list. It depends. If it's the opener, I've tried to guess it here. Let's practice here, shall we? So we're doing the opener, and then I Fist of Fury. I'll Whirl and Dragon Punch. I'll dash. Then I'll use this. And then I'll Strike with the Windlord. And now, if you watch its cooldown, it should come off cooldown relatively fast. I don't know if I did that right. Did I do that right? I don't know if that explained it very well. High up in the priority, because what you're trying to do is it's a 30-second cooldown, but you can reduce the cooldown of it through this talent, Part of the Jade Serpent. And then what Unity Within does is when you press Celestial Conduit again, is it activates all of those. So you want to be using it before Celestial Conduit, ideally. Oh, for this boss you need to stack, you'll get a partner, you'll both be vying together. There's a lot of mechanics to come out here. Lots of dodging mechanics. If you go too far away from your partner, you won't deal damage to each other, but you will pull each other. One of you will pull the other. So, like, see, for instance, for this, if you go the different ways, those two will just pull each other, and then you get these waves that come in, so you need to be moving as a group, basically. making sure you just don't pull each other into the mechanics. It's kind of cool. Very Sludge Fist-esque. I have found that moving left always seems to be the way to go. Eventually people will just realize move left. Moving left just seems to be the best pattern. Oop. How's the latency now? It's actually not too bad. Earlier on, PTR was absolutely crashing. It was on like 150 latency. It felt really horrible to play, but it's kind of died down now, which is weird because there's definitely more people on it right now. Like there's more dungeon groups, so I really don't know how that works. I'm gonna hold my cooldowns here for the next big pack comes up. Oh! Do I think Celestial will be the viable Shadow, or will the main spec still be Shadow? I think Blizzard are pushing for Celestial to be the main spec. Not main, sorry, that came out wrong. I think they're pushing for Celestial to be the best AoE one. I'm not sure how other like Windwalkers are feeling about it, but I think that the way that they've added this new slicing winds, they made it work with Heart of the Jade Serpent. I think they're kind of like saying, we want you to use this in AoE. I'm not sure if the raw damage numbers are there yet. From what I've tested, I found Celestial's always done more damage, but I could be wrong. At the moment, though, this Slicing Winds does an insane amount of damage if you use it correctly for like an entire dungeon run, so I can see it getting nerfed. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't, because it, like, I don't want it to end up like Dancing Hurricane, where we had this really cool talent, and it was removed within like a week of retail coming out, Season 1. And that's what they replaced this with. Like, because it was so bad that you never took it, you don't take it any other situations anymore in retail. And so they just replaced it with this, and I'm really hoping they don't just gutter this one. But there is an argument that this does maybe too much damage right now, but don't tell Blizzard, guys. If Blizzard ask, it doesn't do any damage. It needs a buff, actually. Approximate damage percentage. That is a good question. I had a really good run earlier with it where it came third in my DPS overall. I'm trying to remember what it came out as. Well, here you can see it's at 4.8%, but I'm not using it like perfectly. So this is what I'd consider a run where I haven't used Slicing Winds well, and it's already third highest at 4.8%. I think I must have had it at maybe like 6 or so. My Fist of Fury is also extremely low for this dungeon. Yeah, Fist of Fury shouldn't be that low, guys. I promise. I'm doing something wrong here. I think I'm yapping. I've been playing for a long time. I've never really played and talked for hours on end before. It's fun. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying streaming, but oh man, it is kind of hard to yap for a long time. I'm enjoying it though. I am enjoying it. It's not me complaining. I'm not complaining. Bubbles, deceptively dangerous. You think he looks kind of cute, places his bubbles around, fine. I've seen him wipe my group like 4 times over. Bubbles is not to be messed with. Pop a defensive if the like damage starts coming in. This guy will end you.
I do not have a target.
We'll try to do a really good pull here. Hopefully the tank can group everything up. I've got all my cooldowns. The plan is to try and get something good going here.
I must get closer.
I am going to pop this early and see how this works. I want to try something out. I don't think we pulled enough there to really do anything, I'll be honest. That didn't go how I wanted it to. In my head.
I must get closer. I'm out of air.
What was that then? Yeah, so it kind of comes out third there. I didn't really Storm Earth and Fire. I didn't really Spinning Crane Kick. I don't know. I feel like you need bigger pulls. I feel like that was really scattered. Yeah, I want to give a good representation of what it can really do. But I don't know if there's enough packs left in this dungeon to really do that. Don't worry, though. I'm going to run this dungeon about 2 more times, so... we'll find one. These ads are the most dangerous in the entire dungeon. For anyone curious or anyone planning ahead, these guys, they all cast Lightning Bolt. It does about, like, it can do up to, like, half of your health. If you get double tapped, you will die, and they constantly cast it. The best I can describe it is Stone Vault. Those ads at the end, that, like, you know the ones I'm talking about, the really, really annoying ones that, like, constantly cast. Except these guys really hurt. Lightning Bolt needs to be interrupted. These guys need to die. If you overpull here, I've wiped, like, with my group, like, 2 or 3 times on these packs.
I require a target.
Do I think I'll start streaming on Twitch also? First off, Trafalgar, I apologize. Your messages are all being deleted. I don't know why. I've obviously pressed something wrong. It's happened to quite a few people where their messages have all been deleted. I don't know why. There's a working theory that it's in subscriber mode only. I don't feel like I set it up that way, but I easily could have. I've never streamed before, so I could have easily done that. It's not some ploy to get you to subscribe and then type. No, please, just... I don't mind anyone chatting in here. I will get that sorted for next time. But I can still read your messages, and that's what's important. So obviously, you're not used to asking questions. Do you think to start streaming on Twitch as well? No, there's no drama. Don't worry about that. I've streamed on Twitch before. Not as a Windwalker. I've streamed, like, League of Legends to my friends and stuff, you know, as people do. Maybe, like, a horror game or so. I think Twitch is good. But I also think YouTube's good. I don't know how you'd do both. I feel like I want to do both, because I did a poll like a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, before I started doing this, where I was like trying to get an idea of what people wanted to see. And YouTube did come out on top. That's why I'm streaming on YouTube, and I know a lot of people like YouTube. But I'm open to doing both. I just don't know how to get it to work. I don't know if I'll like stream just on Twitch itself. I think I like YouTube. I've got it all set up now. Plus, you know, all you guys know me from YouTube. You get nice notifications and stuff that I'm streaming. It kind of makes sense, you know, to do it on the platform that I've got my channel on. I mean, someone suggested I make a Discord and stuff. I don't know about that. Like, I'd like to do that, and I think it'd be a good way to share things. Because otherwise, the only way I can share anything with you outside of a video is through the community posts that I make. And I know that can be quite difficult to see a lot of the time as well. So that's something that could have potential, a Discord. But yeah, I suppose that there was a really long answer that didn't really answer your question. Yes, at some point, but if I did do Twitch, I think it would be a co-stream sort of thing, like do it on both. Because I don't want people that just want to watch on YouTube to like feel like I'm leaving YouTube for Twitch. There's no drama. I don't know why I'm talking about like leaving YouTube for Twitch, like I'm like some top-end streamer. Oh, I'm just some dude playing Windwalker. I hope that answers your question. Yes, yes, eventually, but not right now. This boss explains boss tactics midway through boss. Amazing. He shoots out those lines that you saw, but then the biggest mechanic is this one. You'll get this leaping orb that's going to chase you around. Don't be risky with it. You can pop them by making them go through these... Am I right? I'm just making that up. Theory crafting that you can pop them by making them go through those circles on the ground that are already there. from the looks of things. But if you get hit by one, they won't one-shot you, but they'll stun you for like 7 seconds, and then something else will one-shot you. Best way to describe it, similar to... What was that dungeon with the time ways? Moxie? No, Moxie's Borderlands. Who am I thinking of? Chromie. What's the like bad Chromie? Morchi? Basically the Morchi fight where she gets those like shadow things that chase you around, like your sand person clone. And if you run them through like the circles, you would avoid it. Let's test it. I want to make sure this theory works before I start spewing propaganda. So this is my Leaping Spark. Yeah, so it hits one of those. That field can no longer now be used to block it, so if that makes sense. The ones that look like water are the ones that you would use. And you can stand in them. I didn't know if you could stand in them before I checked. Honestly, not a great dungeon. I did not perform well there. That was a pretty bad one. Slicing Winds is below Rising Sun Kick there, but really it shouldn't be. And it hasn't been for a lot of the good dungeons I've done. Fist of Fury is a bit closer to Spinning Crane Kick, so that kind of makes sense. We can leave this group. Hold on. Gotta say goodbye to my friends. My gear is all whacked up. We will Hearthstone out, and we'll have a little look at the breakdown. It doesn't update until I leave this dungeon, but it does actually show as an update eventually, so I can actually have a little bit of an in-depth look at damage breakdown. I apologize, I've left music playing this entire time. I don't know if you can hear it. I've got it on pretty low. Oh, I'm so scuffed at this. This is so scuffed. It will get better though. You know, I thought it'd be worse. I honestly thought I'd be like sharing like I honestly thought like I'd do an entire dungeon and I'd end up like sharing it on this screen here, and I wouldn't know, and I wouldn't notice, and I wouldn't read chat, and I'd just be like playing the dungeon, or even worse. I thought I'd like come back from a break and I'd be like streaming a dungeon on this screen. Like honestly, I believed I'd do it. So as scuffed as it is, it's what are you doing? Stop scuffing. Okay, cool. We'll queue it for another one. We will go the same build. Will we? Yes. No. No. We're gonna change. I'm gonna go for the 1 minute 30 timer. Dual threat is good. There's no denying it. You take it in every build. I'm saying no. I create my own metas. I want to go for the 130, which means we're changing trinkets as well. This is the build I went with at the start when I didn't really understand the dungeon very well, so I kind of like screwed it up loads. I want to see how well this Ravenous Honeybee does, because I think it's going to do insane AoE damage. And I was playing on like 150 ping earlier. Oh, I'm still playing on 150 ping. Okay. Okay. We'll try this one out. In terms of damage, I don't really think this is like fully accurate of what like it could be. I mean, obviously it is, because this is what I just did. But Slicing Winds is, it should be above Rising Sun Kick. I just played it poorly. I think the weapon's quite interesting though. I haven't really talked about that. There's this weapon called Capo's Molten Knuckles, and that seems to be doing like a consistent almost 2% of your damage throughout every dungeon I've done. And it's just an equipped one. Obviously you don't get the stats from it, like, you know, secondaries, but you do get like damage that you do all the time. And it's not just that, it does Molten Gold as well. So if you add them together, it's doing about like 3% of my damage. Kind of crazy for a weapon equip. Like, you'd expect that from a trinket. Hold on, guys. I'm not in the dungeon yet. So we've got the Ravenous Honey Buzzer on. Oh, I don't really like this other trinket I'm using. I feel like I can't tell if it's good or not because it's like it's a passive. I can't tell like how well it's doing. Like there's no like details can't show me how it's doing. all I can see is it's uptime. I don't know. But the other ones I've tried have been awful. We had the Goon Squad earlier, which is a trinket where you summon the Goon Squad to help you out, that did like 1% damage overall. So that was pretty useless. We had this Conductor's Wax Whistle, which shoots a cast out at people, which also pretty useless. We have all of these trinkets over here that I don't even want to touch just yet. I'll touch them. I'll touch them next reset when I've had a bit of a look at them. There's just too much. I'm overwhelmed with the trinkets. I know 80-90% of them are going to be absolutely useless. Alright, let's try and get a good dungeon out of this one. It all matters. First pull. That's all that matters. That makes or breaks your dungeon. Alright, so we're going for a big pull here. So I am going to pop everything. I'm going to Honey Buzzer first. Then we're going to... I did Rising Sun Kick first there. That's a misplay. Don't at me. We still have Celestial Conduit buff up, so we kind of want to go hard here quick without getting aggro. We need to not get hit by these blades. These blades will one-shot you, as my healer has just found out. And the flamethrower as well. You need to dodge this flamethrower. It is crazy damage. Absolutely berserk damage. But everything else is fine. You just need to be really careful with the Shreddinators. They'll constantly put these things on. They land wherever each player was stood. They also one of 5 of them. And the flamethrower, I don't think it aims at the tank. It just aims at wherever, and he spins around, but it will shred you. You'll go from full health to no health in under 2 seconds. Alright, first pull. You can see those slicing winds. Tons of damage. Crazy. I'm going to wait for these to get a bit more stacked, because I want at least 5 targets. You want to get rid of the scaffolding quick as well. So I'm going to go for a big dash here. Oh, almost died. But I wanted to hit everything. And everything was a little bit spread out. So you can, like, increase the charge distance if you want to hit, like, targets that are farther away. Make sure to Honeybee. With all our big cooldowns up, but I'll save them for the next pack. I think that's the way to do it. No point using Conduit of the Celestials right now. Whatever that guy did, the Surveying Beam needs to be interrupted. It needs to be stopped. It does so much damage. It's like he shoots like a laser at you, but it nukes you. If you don't have diffuse magic up and you let that cast, you're dead. Straight up dead. And you need to disarm all of these like things to activate the bosses. Don't stand in it. Trust me. Trust me, don't ask me how. Well, we've pulled this. I don't think it's a good idea, and we don't have a tank here, I'm pretty sure. So I think we just die. So I'm going to have to try and save myself. Whoa, why did we pull that? I don't like when DPS pull. I'm sure that tank is not happy either.
Good to see.
He went the other way, and I don't know who pulled. Someone pulled. But it just wiped our group. And we popped all our cooldowns.
I must get closer.
A lot of pinging going on. I don't know who's pinging. I imagine it's the tank, but if it was the tank, he would have just, like, pulled all that stuff as well. Maybe a DPS isn't pleased with our pool sizes. This mini-boss guy thing here, when he casts, you will feel it, and you want diffuse magic for every time he casts Wolf Blood. It really hurts. Or like a touch of Karma or something. But like this cast can really hurt you. And it is magic damage. Big pull, finally. Cool.
I'm out of range. I require a target.
Damn. This is the boss. Don't be fooled. And all the ads need to die here. No questions about it. These ads will wipe the group. They all cast eventually. And when they start casting, they can cast inside of like zones that deal damage. And if their like cast lasts for too long, this maximum distortion, you will just wipe. So always focus ads here. The boss otherwise doesn't really do much. Nothing that crazy. It shoots out a frontal that silences, which you just dodge. It does this move here, Jump Start, which can just be completely negated with a diffuse magic, which is great.
Overcome this trial.
And then it like spawns like, obviously spawns ads again, because that's the main mechanic of the fight. But then it'll also put down zones of like previous, like you can see over here, it's like kind of sparkly. Ads will end up, always seem to find their way ending up in there, and that's where they'll cast. You, like, because they dash about, you can see. You just need to be careful, and just make sure they die. But if they start casting inside of that, you are in trouble. You're in big trouble. Not the greatest damage on that boss. Oh, can we get some bonus damage?
I must get closer.
Resist. Yes. Resist.
I need to target something
The
first.
voice.
It's a shame that I didn't get to test one of the new affixes. We just got one of the old ones. I don't remember how it works. I don't know if they change daily or if that just changes weekly. I need to double check that. But it'd be cool to try out some new affixes. I completely forgot what they do. I couldn't tell you if you asked me. They do something. Oh boy. Slicing Winds does some crazy damage. Alright, you want to fight under the scaffolding, because these guys will shoot their nail guns out and constantly root you. You need to get them off. You cannot target them whilst they're on their scaffolding. Yeah, so you pull everything up under the scaffolding, get under there, and nuke that. Even if the ads aren't on it, get them down. Tank is dead. Not good.
I'm out of range.
I am dead. Not good.
Too far away.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. Just pulled one too many ads, methinks.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Overall, you know, I think it is a good dungeon. I have pulled it like 10 plus times. I'm getting a little bit, it is getting a little bit repetitive, but it is a good dungeon. I think that people will like it. I think the boss mechanics are pretty simple. Some are a lot harder than others. Maybe need a bit of tuning. This one coming up is like really simple. I feel like they're missing some of the damage components of the fight, if that makes sense. Like, he does a charge, basically, but if you get hit by the charge, you don't take damage. I feel like that isn't right. I feel like they're going to implement some damage there. Otherwise, you're not really punished.
And yet, the void still grows.
Oh boy. Probably wouldn't have pulled the shredder on the stairs, but I've got all my cooldowns up, but I really don't want to use them on one ad. It seems like an absolute waste. Ooh, 2 ads. Okay, now you're talking my language. I'm just dashing around. When you use both of these, this talent and this trinket, you can like dash back and forth. It's kind of funny. These shredders have no chill, and these things are absolutely nuking people. You just need to make sure you move the moment the shredder comes down. There'll be like, you'll get like 1 second of like safety, or like 1 tick of safety from damage, but then if you stand still for any longer, you are roasted. These are the bosses. These guys are pretty chill. It's all a bomb mechanic fight. Pop the bombs, dodge the lines, kill the dudes. Oh, where my paladin gone? This dungeon is completely timeable without a paladin. I think in my last run we didn't have a warlock, or the run before that we had a warlock just DC, and we completed it, I think. Or maybe that was the dungeon where the tank said he was bored and left. Okay, everybody's gone. Oh, cool. Oh my god, well plays. They didn't even give him a chance to come back. You're DC'd for 10 seconds? Nah. Absolutely ruthless. I thought maybe the PTR would be a little bit different to retail, because everybody wants to like test things out and try new things, but no. People have absolutely zero patience. Or don't even want to attempt it. Hello, Fessa Anton. Apologies, your message was deleted. It sounds awful, doesn't it? It's just something my moderation's kind of a little bit screwy at the moment. I've messed up some setting, but I can't change it without like nuking the stream. I'd rather not nuke the stream. But I can read your messages, so don't worry. I haven't read much about the new patch. Any fundamental changes to Windwalker rotation happening? Heard the mastery is changing too. Yes. So the mastery is getting a buff. On paper, it looks really good. You know, increased by 35%, as you can see here. It's not like a 35% buff to Windwalker, but it's something in the lines of like 5% or something, maybe a bit lower. But yeah, mastery is getting a buff, which means mastery is going to be predominantly more suited to us. Haste will still be number 1, but I can see, because currently what it is you have agility, then haste, and then mastery, verse, and crit are all equal. But I think there's a good chance it could lean towards a like agility, haste, mastery, and then crit and verse are equal at the bottom. I don't know if it's pushed it that far. It might need some more APL testing. Not my field. I don't do anything like that. I don't know how to code. There are people that do. A lot of Windwalkers. It's one of the best communities, and they'll crack that soon, and I'll be able to let you all know and test it out. In terms of rotation changes, fundamental changes, yes, there are some. New ability, Slicing Winds. Sorry, what I'll do is I'll queue up as well whilst I talk. I want to keep the dungeons running. Why can't I leave? No tanks. Damn. Yeah. Slicing Winds. It's a new AoE ability. It replaces your flying serpent kick. 30-second cooldown, and it does huge damage. If we can look at just a breakdown of my last dungeon, which we only half completed because there was a little bit of a DC issue. Here, let me move this as well because I've noticed that. So if you look in the middle of my screen on this damage breakdown, you can see Spinning Crane Kick, Fist of Fury, about equal is what you'd expect. And then you have Slicing Winds, which is like way higher than everything else. And it's in 3rd place. and that's about 6%. So Slicing Winds in its current iteration, I think, is really, really good. It gets super empowered by Conduit of the Celestial, which is the build that I think is going to be predominantly used for Mythic Plus at the moment, just because it gets its cooldown significantly reduced after you use Conduit of the Celestial, or you get like 45 stacks on Strike of the Windlord and use it. Basically, compared to Shadowpan, you'll get to press this button a lot more, and this button does a lot of damage, is the like TLDR of it all. I think it'll get nerfed. I'd be surprised if it doesn't get nerfed. If Blizzard ask, it's weak. Other fundamental changes, Spinning Crane Kick. Yeah, Spinning Crane Kick used to have a like mechanic on it where you got 5 stacks, and once you were at 5 stacks after hitting 5 different targets, they were called Mark of the Crane stacks, you would then be able to do the utmost damage with Spinning Crane Kick. So like a 0-stack Spinning Crane Kick compared to a 5-stack Spinning Crane Kick was like quite a lot of damage. They've removed that entirely. They scrapped it. They said, we'll just make it so that Spinning Crane Kick does this much damage all the time. So there's no stacking anymore. It will just do damage. Fundamentally, it makes Windwalker have a bit more of an ease of access to new players. I'd already say it's one of the hardest specs to learn. At a higher end level, it does take away a bit of skill expression, so I can see some people not really liking that too much, which is fair. I'm easy. I see the button glow, I press it. You know, like it doesn't really change anything. You'd only press it anyway when the button glows, regardless of what stacks you're on. You just try to always be at 5. Now you just press it when it glows, and if it's not glowing, you really don't press it. So fundamental changes. That's about it, to be honest. Like, this isn't like a massive patch for Windwalker, but at least we're getting something. A lot of the time we don't get any changes or looked at at all. So it's kind of cool that they're giving us a new ability, a couple of changes with mastery and that whatnot. But I could see it getting nerfed, which would be bad. But I'd rather they nerf it during the PTR than during live, once everybody's had like a play with it. Because that's what happened with Darsing Hurricane, our previous talent. It was really good. Everyone played around with it. We got used to it. And then they just removed it. Like, they nerfed it into the ground. And you didn't use it anymore. And that feels worse, I think. Rather take it away on the PTR than take it away on retail. But it's really fun. It's really fun. It's a really cool ability. I mean, I can show you what it does. You basically charge up this... if you play Plunderstorm, exact same ability as on Plunderstorm. You charge this up. You dash, and anyone within your dash takes damage. The damage stays the same no matter how far you go. The dash is just up to you if you want to try, like, reposition or hit more targets, whatever. Really fun ability. It's just fun. I like it. It's cool. I think it adds a little bit something different. The only thing you need to get used to is you lose one of your major mobility spells, Flying Serpent Kick. And you wouldn't use it in single target. I don't think it will be good enough for single target. Really good in AoE, meh on single target. It just won't compete. It will be best with Conduit in its current state. I mean, you'll be able to use it with Shadowpan. But the thing is, Shadowpan and Conduit, you basically run the exact same tree, more or less. The only difference is that with Shadowpan at the moment, you run more of a Blackout Kick focus build. But that might change a little bit because of the changes. It might not. The only difference now is that, like, Conduit of the Celestials, you don't really run that Blackout Kick one. You just kind of go AoE. I mean, you might run the Blackout Kick one. I didn't really play... The thing is, no one plays Conduit of the Celestials in retail because it's that bad. It's really hard to know what the best thing is. But because of how Conduit of Celestials works and reduces the cooldown of this ability, it synergizes really, really well. And that's why I think Blizzard are pushing for Conduit of Celestial to be our AoE. That looks like what they want. And it looks like, well, I mean, I think everyone kind of wants Conduit Celestials to at least be something. It's a dead hero talent. Like, when you think of Windwalker, you think, oh, we're Shadowpan. Like, it kind of sucks, doesn't it? It'd be cool to actually get some use out of Celestial Conduit. Oh, we got a lot of monks. A lot of people are playing monk that I've noticed on the PvE, PCR. I've noticed a lot of monks, a lot of paladins, a lot of warlocks. I don't know if those classes have had a lot of changes. Mistweaver always gets changes, so that's no real surprise. Brewmaster got no changes, so I don't know why I've seen so many of those. Oh my
survival
god.
wasn't necessary.
So that is the worst part of having 3 melee DPS, is these guys will bring out their shredding things. Usually super easy to dodge, you have time. If you've got 3 melee on top of each other, you're going to spawn all 3 of those on top of each... Am I going to pull these? I am an idiot sandwich. Look at me. This is what an idiot sandwich looks like. Yeah, so those shredders, you really shouldn't die to them. Kind of cringe that I did. Because they're easily to dodge, and they don't damage you instantly. But when you've got 3 melee DPS on top of each other, you can easily kill each other with it. Kill yourself with it. They didn't kill me, I killed myself. Look internally, not externally. Or some freaky monk. It's just saying. Feel like I'm starving for resources with Conduit. In what sense? Like, you don't feel like you have enough chi? I wouldn't worry about, like, thinking you play it Giga wrong. Like, to be honest, like, Conduit's been so underutilized, like, not a lot of people will know how to play this Giga right. You know what I mean? Like, it's, like, so unused. Like, we had 1 week where everybody was kind of playing it because of the bug. But otherwise, you only really play it if you really, really enjoy it. But a lot of people play for, like, best damage, don't they? So you'd always run Shadow Pan. It's all about burst windows. So you kind of want everything up for your burst window. Oh, my. My best advice as well is to always, like, if you notice when you press Conduit Celestial, you'll have the ability to press it again. That means you can activate Unity within earlier, which is, like, the big thing you want to activate outside of the damage of Celestial Conduit. Always repress it, because there's a bug where, like, I think it's, like, 1 in 10 chance or something from people testing it that it won't even activate. And if you don't get Unity within activating, you won't get any of the CDR or anything. It's really bad. And I guarantee they'll never fix it. There'll be one of those bugs they never, ever fix. So always press it just before the channel finishes, which can be a little bit hard in PTR, seeing as we're playing at like 150 ping. But yeah, always press Unity within. Are we popping these? Yeah. And this is a boss, and we're just going straight to it. Okie dokie, sure. These ads need to die as fast as possible. Always prioritize these ads over the boss. Unless you like wiping. I'm going to save all my big cooldowns for when the ads spawn again. After it does this little jump start thing, all the ads spawn again and it's rinse and repeat. But you want the ads to die ASAP, so I'm just going to hold everything. Makes sense to me, makes sense to you. We press again for Unity within. We almost died because we don't look at mechanics. This is going to hurt so bad. I'm actually going to vivify myself. Youch. Trinkets are these guys running? Oh, he's also running the eye. Okay. Their damage is just crazy.
Where are we going today?
My damage could definitely be better, but it looks so low compared to these guys. It's about what it's been all day. I mean, I can imagine that I'm not playing as well as I could be. But man, when you look at a shaman's damage, you're just like, what? What is that?
Farewell.
Okay, Shreddinators. You may have taken my life countless times today, but not this time. Okay, maybe this time. Oh, I'm sorry, Shreddinators. I was just teasing. I'm sorry, Shreddinators. Oh my god, this isn't legal. 3 melee DPS. This is not legal. This is... This is horrible. Where do you stand? And they're gonna flamethrower. Oh no.
I do not have a target.
That is horrible. When you have a few ranged DPS, it's not too bad, but 3 melee stood on top of each other. Crikey.
Welcome to the firing range.
There's still quite a lot of bombs up. I need to pop this one. You can diffuse magic as well with that to try pop bombs if you have that on you, which is kind of cool. I do enjoy finding ways that you can use diffuse magic in dungeons or raid bosses. I think it's a really cool ability. Like, what's the boss? On the Silken Court, you can use it to get rid of a dispel on yourself without a healer having to dispel. It can be really useful. Especially in Mythic when you got dispel like 5 and it goes absolutely crazy. Oh, that guy's got so much health. We need to take him out. Otherwise, we're in trouble. I haven't really looked at this model. What is this guy look? Get back here. Let me look at you. Oh my god, what is that? Oh no. Oh, I don't know how I didn't hit all 3 of those. Okay. The issue is you need to deal damage. You need to kill them at the same time. This guy's just dashing around like a madman. So a lot of damage ends up getting like lost on him. I'm gonna, yeah, karma here because he starts whacking people. Sweet. I'm still not sure what the best way to use slicing winds is. I'll be honest. Like, in comparison to Conduit the Celestial, I'm still trying to work out what the best order is. Like, in my mind, it's the way I've been doing it, but maybe I'm wrong. That'd be weird. I'm not wrong. Can I be wrong? Like, that's how I think it should be used, like, just before. But then I see the rest of it, then I see the Shaman's damage, and I'm like, maybe I'm using it wrong. like, because it's back up under 30 seconds. Everything else is back up. I didn't use it again because it came up when one ad was up. It still did the most damage. Maybe it just... Maybe that is just optimal. But I'm comparing myself to an enhanced shaman that presses tremor. What even is tremor? Is it one button? If it's one button, I will tweak. It is one button, isn't it? It's a totem he puts down. I hate shaman. I'm here like sweating, pressing 40 button rotation. He's like, presses one totem. 24-second totem. Cool. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, I've opened up my shop. Don't worry about it. That's not my shop, that's my bag. Dodge the waves. Become one with the waves. What, do they empower the totem, do they? I know absolutely nothing about shaman, I'll be honest. All I know is that when I look over at them damage breakdown, it is all tremor totem. Always. You're happy? What's got you happy? Watch shaman tremor totem. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think they're having their fun in the sun. And that's fine. I think every class deserves fun in the sun. Although I do think some classes get fun in the sun a lot more than other classes. Not to... not mentioning names. What was it they call mage? The hero class. I think the biggest issue is how many specs you actually have that do damage. So like for Windwalker, we have the 1 damage spec. Whereas like a mage, you have like 3. So because of that, if 2 of the mage specs aren't doing great, but one of them is, you just play the one that is. Whereas if Windwalker is not doing great, you suffer. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like everything dies too fast for me to get like a good combo off. Like I shouldn't have Celestial Conduited there, but I popped everything in preparation for it, and all the ads were just dead. It's plus 12. Oh my god, this is forbidden tech. I've seen no tank group all of these up in this corner here, but this is actually amazing. Then you can CC them all, and they can't lightning bolt you to death. This tank, he's the one. And he's a monk. He is the one. LOS in 2025. What is this, classic? Oh, I'm an idiot. I was reading chat. Oh, I'm so stupid. I was side-eyeing. Sorry, I'm going to have to ignore you from now on. No, I'm joking. I am well hungry, though. I think what I'll do is I will do one more dungeon. I'll try to make it a lower one so it can be relatively soon. And then I think it will finish up at about 9, which is when it was planned to.
I require a target.
I think that works out nicely. I can get some food. I haven't eaten all day. Oh my god, no, I have no roll. I have no... Oh, I've been watching myself play and I've seen my, like, quality decrease over these hours. This is good prep. So I've got to, like... If you saw the raid schedule for next, next tier, oh my god. I'm used to raiding, like, 3.5 hours a night, 3 times a week. Yeah, no. No. That's not gonna cut it. I think it's like 5-day raiding. For 4 hours, maybe a bit more. Basically every day. Every day. Which is fine. I love raiding. I really love raiding. I think it's the best content in the game. I just think like 20 people fighting a really hard boss. It's just peak game here. Mythic Plus is fine. But I'd be lying if I ever said I preferred Mythic Plus to raiding. I love raiding. I always have. There's something about a boss fight. Like a really hard boss fight. You progress it. It starts off like atrocious. You're really struggling. And then over time you just like slowly get better. Anyone else? Just me. Some people love Mythic Plus as well. Like absolutely love it and hate raiding. I don't hate Mythic Plus. I like Mythic Plus. That's boss, isn't it? Oh god, no, run. But raiding is just peak World of Warcraft for me. And it's just something I think World of Warcraft do better than any other game is boss fights. Like, even when I went to Final Fantasy, I only went there for like a few months. I didn't really play it properly. But when I went over to Final Fantasy, like, boss fights were good. But they just weren't wow boss fights. I think they nail boss fights. Except Tindral. All my homies hate Tindral. If any of you had to progress Tyndall Mythic at any point, pre-nerf, like post-nerf, it was the worst experience I've ever had. I want to say we wiped 500 times. The worst boss fight I've ever done. Hands down. It's not even close. I think a lot. If anyone's done oh, what's it called? The Stone Generals from Nathria. I've also heard those were horrible. I've heard a lot of people tell me that those were like the worst. I never progressed that on Mythic, but they that was also apparently a horrible boss. Mostly because it was buggy. A super buggy boss. Yeah, no. Yeah, I remember getting my first CE. It feels amazing, honestly. I think this is a good tier as well. I think Anthrax is like a really well-designed boss. I know it's had some nerfs. I think the nerfs are fine. The only bosses which obviously they had the big hiccup with Brood Keeper, you know the one I'm talking about, Ovanax. That I think was the biggest slip up they had, is that they made it too hard. Like it was just scaled too poorly. Kaiveza, one of the best boss fights I've ever played. Really fun boss fight. So punishing, really difficult, but like it's really simple as well, if that makes sense. Like there's like 3 mechanics. It is a super simple fight, but you have to play it perfect. I think that those are some of the best boss fights. You can like complicate boss fights, and they can just get a bit much. Like you can have like 20 mechanics in a boss fight, which can be fine, but oh, we need percentage. I thought I could leave. No, let me out of this damn place. Oh yeah, Ovanax and frame rate. Yeah, I suffer on Ovanax still to this day. It's not as bad now. I didn't do anything, man. I didn't delete anything. I didn't have ELBUI or anything. I heard ELBUI caused massive frame rate issues on this game for this season. But yeah, Ovanax frame rate atrocious. Like there were literal guides on like having to like remove this add-on. Send again. Sure. Yeah, a lot of people redid the UI because of that boss. I had mates that have used it since they started playing WoW, and they had to basically just delete it and go again, which really sucks because I think it is a good UI, but I personally don't use it because I think it's overcomplicated. It doesn't need to be.
Hey, how you doing?
I think what happened to me was I used it, and then I played Classic back in like 2019 or something, and I used Bartender on Classic, and I was like, well, this is kind of, I kind of like this. This is simple, and I just utilized it into retail, and it's absolutely fine. Because majority is all this weak or in the middle, like that. That's where everything important is, and then just some cooldowns. It's really good though. You can, it does so much more than that though, doesn't it? Like you can change anything from your map to your bars to your whatever. I'm sure it can make you coffee if you really asked it nicely. Yeah, you just need a few things, and that's all you need, really. Alright, we'll run this last one. I think we're running the exact same key again with the exact same group. I'm going to try to do better than I did last time. We're gonna lock in, as the kids say. That's crazy. Wind Fury attack did 10% of his damage. That's his auto attack then, no? Right, I'm like, that's his auto attack. What is enhance? That's just rare. That's normal. Divine Storm. Do I want to change anything? No. I feel like I've tested quite a lot in this dungeon. I think like next stream I'm gonna do a bit more prep on the WoW side. I spent like hours and hours setting up the stream side of stuff for this one, like trying to make sure that the stream looked okay, actually ran okay, had working features, and then I didn't spend a lot of time actually sorting out what I was gonna do. So what I'll do next time is I'll prep a bit more. There'll be more dungeons to do, so that's already better. But I'll have a look back at this and have a look at like what we actually went through talent wise and stuff, and set up a bit of a game plan for trinkets and stuff, because I think I can get more. I feel like this isn't Windwalker at its peak. I'm going to do a bit more testing off stream as well with... No, you can't give me a break. I don't have enough time for a break. What is this raid? Can't just give me a break. It's fine, it's fine. I'll go over 9. I'll go over 9 to do one more dungeon, because I just want to finish on a high. Gee, I know, just give me a break. Go get a coffee. I mean, I don't know. It could be scaling. I think these trinkets aren't it. I'm not sure if any of the trinkets I've tried today are it. I just don't think I've used them right. I think Junk Maestro's Mega Magnet, I think that has potential that I haven't really... I've only tried it once and I don't think I used it right. I think I'll try and set up some sort of tracker for it. I think that will be useful. I think it's a raid trinket, right? Raid trinkets are always good, especially agility ones, like setting the raid. I think one of these is a hidden gem. I need to discover it. House of Cards. I like it. Is it it? I don't know. The one with stacks were big. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I only tried it out once. I just think the only way I can see stacks at the moment is in the top right of my screen. Like, I need to set up some sort of weak aura tracker for it, which I can do. I just completely forgot how to do it. I can do it with details. I remember doing it years ago. So I'll do that. I haven't enchanted any of my gear. Alright, pretend you haven't seen that. Revoke that. Editor, remove that. Okay, yeah, I think the stacking one has potential. 30 stacks is a lot. But I think it charged up quite quickly. It's damaging abilities. I hate it when it says damaging abilities. So you have a chance to charge it. High chance. It will charge. It might not. Sometimes it will stack up to 30 in a minute. Sometimes it will stack up to 30 in 30 seconds. Just get good. No luck with Princess. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How far did you get? What part of Princess are you at? Is it the intermission? I can imagine it being the intermission. That intermission is nasty. Those pizza slices take no prisoners. Did I try the haste stacking one? Which one's that? Oh, I didn't even get to the intermission. No. Oh, you were quite early on in Princess then. No, I think the thing with Princess is it's the exact same thing 3 times. So once you get that first one down, like the first phase down, you know you do the exact same thing in the second phase and the third phase. So it's just learning it. Obviously the damage ramps up, but like all you have to do is learn phase 1 once, learn the intermission once. That's it. You know the entire fight. And that's why I mean Kai'Vez is like a perfect fight. It's so simplistic, but it's so punishing. But once people like get on, like just understand how you do the dash mechanic, it's quite cool. And you get used to it. But yeah, I really like Kai'Vez. I didn't enjoy progging it though. I say that now. I have it on farm, so I say that now from the mind of someone who has it on farm. I love that boss. That boss is great. But yeah, no, I know the pain. The pain of having to like last second get into the perfect spot, and if you're not on this exact spot, ooh, it's over. Pull that boss to the door. Oh, that's cool. I like Court. I don't know. Why do I like Court? I feel like it's scripted, and I like the fact that you can learn the entire fight. Like it's almost a script. It's like a dance. It's a strange like analogy for it, but that's the best way to do it. Like you're dancing with the other team. You're always kind of you're always in the exact same position every time. Same mechanics. Like you have a role to do. Like, because I played Red Team, which is the harder side. Anyone that's played Red knows it. Blue side are just you guys have it so chill. Like blue side, all they have to do is smack bosses. Red side, they have to do everything. You got to do the webs. You got to be the first ones to move. Man, red side, red gang rise up. But no, I really like Silken. I like all of the bosses this tier, which sounds like a bit of a cop-out answer.
5.
Actually, no, that's not
4,
true. I don't like
3,
Sikrin. I think
2, 1.
there's not enough to do. There's like 2 mechanics, which is fine for someone like Kai'Vez, which has like 2 mechanics. But Sikrin just, it felt really underwhelming. Blood, what was it? Bloodbound Horror, meh. Rashinon I think's interesting,
5,
but
4, 3,
also
2,
meh.
1.
I like Overnax. I'm not gonna lie, I like Overnax. But I didn't do it pre-nerf. I didn't do it pre-nerf, so I don't think I built up a bigger, like, I didn't play it long enough pre-nerf to hate it. Anyone that did pre-nerf, I can imagine, absolutely hate that boss. Yeah, Horror is a really cool one, and I've actually started using Conduit of the Celestial on it. Since last reset, actually. Because if you've done it enough, you'll know that the fight's like pretty much 2 minutes now, isn't it? Like it's really, it kind of sucks. Like if you're trying to do like if you're playing Shadowpan and then you're trying to get your second burst window out, the boss dies like 2 seconds into your second burst window. But if you use Conduit of the Celestial, you can actually get 2 full burst windows out. So I managed to 99 that on the reset, which is pretty cool. Oh, he's winding up. And I'm just dashing through it. Don't wind up again. Keep moving. You can't hit what you can't see. Oh. What is that on my left hand of my screen replying to whispers? Someone's whispered me. Help. I'll remove that in a sec. What have they said? Oh, you mean this trick? Oh! Hello, Igor. I found you in game. Reverb Radio. They have a chance to hype you up. What's that flavor? I probably have that trinket in my big pile of trinkets from dungeons that I haven't looked at all. But if it's haste related, yeah, there's a good chance that it might actually be really good for us. I just haven't tried it. I will definitely put that on the to-try trinket list. I don't think any of the trinkets I've tried Actually, that's a lie. I don't know what I'm going with. Of course, some of the trinkets I've tried have sucked. But I don't think any of them are, like, awful, except for Goon Squad. Alright, it's really funny. It's like, you know, haha, we're sending in the goons. It does no damage. The Goon Squad suck. I don't know if maybe they, like, it's meant to scale. Or maybe it's better if you're, like, a Bloodlust class, because they, like, all spawn if you Bloodlust, so like, maybe a mate. Well, I think it's an Agility trinket. I don't know.
I do not have a target.
Amorphous Relic. What, like, is in a Delve trinket that they've put into, like, outside of Delve? Like a Delve ability that he uses. Oh, that's cool. I can't think of what it does off the top of my head. I'll be honest with you, I haven't done many Delves. I sesh Delves week 1 of the game release. And then ever since then, I've kind of been neglecting my Delves. What is going on over there? Oh my god, what a cheeky ring of peace. Oh, it's optimizing this dungeon.
Too far away.
Why am I doing less damage in the tank? What is going on? My gear broken.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
What is that?
I'm out of range.
Oh, Sonic Boom. There's one thing I really like so far about Undermined. It's the flavor. I think the theme's really cool. It's just goblins, isn't it? Goblins, gambling, casinos, roll the dice. I think it's just a cool flavor. I think the Hearthstone deck for this is going to go hard when they inevitably do it. But like, there's like a boss in the raid that's like he's just a giant slot machine. Like, I have no idea what he's going to do. I can imagine it's going to be some weird, like, he's going to run the slots and he's just going to do something random. But I just think it's a really cool flavor. It really fits a goblin theme. Although I am going to miss Zelatath. Obviously, she's not gone anywhere. She's not. Why am I like this? She's not gone anywhere. But, yeah. It doesn't really tie into the Zelatath story, but I feel like they do this all the time. They'll, like, have a big bad. Why are we pinging? We'll have a big bad. We'll face them in Season 1 of whatever it is. And then Season 2 will have, like, literally nothing to do with them. And then Season 3 they'll come back. And then they'll be the main boss fight. It tends to be the WoW formula. It was, like, the same with Jailer. Gul'dan actually wasn't. Gul'dan was the big bad from the start. Who was BFA? BFA, we were fighting ourselves, weren't we? No, I haven't drifted yet in the car. I've done nothing outside of the dungeons. I might find some time to do it on another stream, but predominantly I want to like look at Windwalker damage. Just have a look at the dungeons, have a look at the raid. But I might do some drifting. Is it fun? I haven't heard anyone really talk about it yet. Good question, Airbnb Rush. I'm not sure. I spoke about this a little bit earlier. I'd heard that they were going to remove the timer. I'm not sure if it's like just something that they were like discussing or like bringing the question to players, like, do you want this timer removed, sort of thing. Potentially. I don't know. I'd have to do a little bit of research into it, but I've heard a few people say that they are. but I've also heard a few people say that they're discussing it, so it could be either. I don't know. I don't really want them to. I feel like the timer can suck, right? Like, yeah. Like, a Mythic Plus timer can absolutely suck, and, like, you know, you wipe on the first boss, we run out of time, we can't complete it. But, like, the timer kind of makes Mythic Plus. Like, I'm not a massive Mythic Plus doer. Like, I do it, like, here and there for Vault or to make videos on it. But I don't necessarily push high keys. I'm more of a raider. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm so sorry, team. But I feel like the timer makes Mythic Plus. It's kind of like, isn't that the core concept of it? Like, we've got to beat this dungeon before this timer runs out. It's us against the world, you know? Like, that's kind of cringe, but you know what I mean? Like, it is like just like it's a race, and if you take the timer aspect away from it, then why are you running it? Like you can guarantee you'll get loot then. Like, there's no challenge. I think that's what I mean. I'm saying it kind of takes the challenge aspect away from it. Like, it feels better to like wipe, but to remove the challenge aspects of it, I feel like that's what makes it. BFA was Nazoth. BFA was Nazoth. Who was the bad guy at the start of BFA? I know it was Jaina in between. Didn't we fight like... I don't know. Didn't we fight King Kong at one point already? Am I tripping? Not actual King Kong, but... It's a giant monkey. I remember him. Big worm. Oh, Gahoon. Yes, I don't know how I could forget about Gahoon. I spent years on that guy. Yeah, okay. My brain is a little fried at this point, I'll be honest. I am definitely not used to streaming for this long. Well, streaming at all, but talking for this long. I'm cooked. That'll be something I have to get used to. Yeah, Gahoon. Was he tied to Nazoth though? So was Nazoth like the big bad from the start? I don't think he was he? I think, like, they pulled Nazoth out of, like, nowhere, didn't they? I don't know. I didn't really play much BFA. I played Gahoot, like, the entire first raid. And then... that was it. Oh, my lord. Gahoon. He was, the big worm dude. One of my many cutting edge fails. Defeated by the holiday boss, which is where you get to a final raid boss in a tier, and it's December, and everybody goes on holiday, and then you don't kill the boss. Believe it or not, that's happened multiple times. Not recently, but the holiday boss is it's a rough one. You know.
I'm out of breath.
The bomb is awfully close. Your touch of death hits for 18 million. You what? Could I have your touch of death? Mine definitely doesn't hit for 18 million. What is this? Dragonflight. It could be some sort of bug. I mean, I'm half-minded to say that my damage is decreased because of the bug, you know? Yeah. That's why my damage is decreased. Not because I'm absolutely knackered. I'm just hungry. I think I'm hungry. I'm not really a breakfast person. I don't know why. I'm like a dinner person. Oh, look at this lineup. That was cool. I like this boss. I think this boss is really fun. I think it's chaotic, but it's like a fake sense of chaotic, if that makes sense. Like, there's a lot going on, and it feels, like, really crazy, but actually it's not. It's just, there's just a lot on the floor. Oh, bolognese. I want bolognese now. What am I having? Some sort of pie or something. I don't know. I'll rustle something up. I haven't had bolognese in ages. Making me jealous. Oh, we're pulled. Okay. Battle stations.
Farewell.
Oh, battle station, search category.
I require a target.
This is actually crazy. Like, I don't feel like I'm pressing my buttons wrong. But when I look at the damage meter...
Only the strongest survive.
Is that just a Shaman and Paladin thing? That's just crazy to me. What did I get out of there? I got 2 full slice... Are these going to pull? Oh, I hate my life. Why am I like this? You're an idiot sandwich. Look at you. Look at you. You're stupid. Yeah, I did like 2 full slicing... Slicing wins? 2 full slicing wins in that. Celestial Conduit. Storm, Earth and Fire. I managed to get a Ravenous Honey Buzzer off. And I did half the damage of the Shaman and Paladin. I don't know if that's... I don't know. Back to the target dummies with me. No, I kid. Well, kind of kid. Oh, yeah, it'll be a dummy thing then. That's very strange, though. Why is that guy spamming R10 over his head? That is some weak aura add-on that is not translated well to PTR. You got 19 million damage in one touch of death. That's crazy. I wonder what that is. I wonder what's causing that. So I just touched a death there, and this boss is still alive, so I want what you're having. I'm playing so badly now. Oh my lord. Did they just shut the gate on our teammate? No. They're trying to shut the gate on me. Hello, Bubbles. I'm definitely excited to try out some of the new dungeons on Mythic Plus, like the War Within ones or the Legacy ones. Oh, don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed doing the same dungeon on repeat. But I could do with a little bit of variety in my life. So that's what next stream will be. Next stream is going to be on Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday, same time. And that will be all of the new War Within dungeons, I am 90% sure. Following that, Saturday, same time. Hold on, I'm dying. I don't know why. Bubbles is doing some bad things. That will also be the new dungeons. There'll be no massive change there. What are we pinging? More trash. What else we got then going on? And then we get into the week, I think, where all the raid testing happens. I'm pretty sure it's that week after. That'll be exciting. I'm excited for all of those ones. I think the raid streams are going to be a little bit shorter. I think it's 4 hours of raid testing that you get a day. I might not be in for every boss, but I should be in for a good amount. Please, raid leader. So that's the plan. I'm really looking forward to the raid bosses. Following that, you have a week of legacy dungeons, so it'll be the same times. I try to make the schedule quite consistent. I've gone for Saturdays. Saturday, I think, is a good one because it's a weekend, so you guys actually, have time off. So if you want to watch, it's not like interrupting, anything you're doing during the week. And then Wednesday, I thought was a good one because it's kind of just the day after the PTR release. So it means that hopefully if there's any like massive initial bugs, I avoid them.
I'm out of range.
And then also it's like real fresh. So I think that kind of makes sense. Kind of works out. I'm trying to think if there's like a single dungeon that I've done today that I could make a video out of to explain this dungeon. I think I played awfully in all of them. Oh no. I promise I'm not this bad. I haven't been deceiving you. No, I think they were going well earlier. I think I've gone... I'm just so hungry. You know when you're like hangry? I'm not hangry. I'm like hungry. What am I talking about? I'm not
I must get
hungry. Calling sick? Calling sick for what? Streaming or raid? What, work? Oh, calling sick for work to watch the stream. Now you're talking my language. Cupcake, no! Yeah, I have been grinding the stream for a while. I mean, I wasn't sure. Like, I thought to myself, I didn't want to do like I wanted to put in a fair bit of like the stream for the fun, like words. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm talking about right now. I wanted to like make it a stream that wasn't like 3 hours. I feel like that's not enough like time to like have a stream, chat to people, like just hang out and stuff. Potentially 6 hours might be a bit too long. But I feel like it's felt long because it's just been the one dungeon on repeat. I feel like if there's more to do, I think it will be, it won't feel as like repetitive. That's my hope anyway. I might also reduce the time to maybe 5 hours or something. So I don't think it's been too bad. The only thing I noticed is I've got a bit of a sore throat. I don't think I've talked for this long continuously for a long time. I've enjoyed it. These aren't complaints, guys. I've really had a lot of fun, and I really appreciate you all engaging in the comments. I had this big worry that I'll just be talking to myself. So anyone that's like engaged in the comments, even the people that aren't engaging in the comments, just being here, I really appreciate it. I like answering questions, talking. So I thank you a lot. We are going to finish this dungeon. It doesn't look like it. You'd think, oh, wiping on the last 2 ads. Kind of embarrassing. It is, I know. But it wasn't my fault, I promise. I forget what my buttons do at this stage. Oh, no, please. These guys are kind of dangerous, actually. Because they both cast at the same time. They remind me of, I do this a lot. They remind me of the ads from Arakara, at the very end of the dungeon that put all the webs down. Except these are more dangerous. Those webs are kind of chill. I want those back. These guys aren't messing around. It like does initial damage and then they're bigger. And they're everywhere. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot. I've run a few dungeons with brewmasters to do today. I've noticed brewmasters have been getting absolutely walloped. I'm not sure if maybe their tier set really isn't anything crazy, or the fact that it's because they haven't had any changes at all. But that's through stagger. Like it is crazy. Yeah, I've seen brewmaster. I haven't really run with many other tanks. I think I ran with demon hunter. Demon hunters are just good tanks, though, aren't they? What I found crazy is, and this might sound like really naive, I didn't realize that Demon Hunters, they have like 2 defensives. Right, to me a tank is a class that has like loads of defensives. Like a Brewmaster. Brewmaster must have like 10 different buttons they can press. Like on demand, reduce damage taken. Demon Hunters just heal themselves. Like, I know, groundbreaking stuff. I didn't know that. I'm only just learning Demon Hunter, and to me that's crazy. They're all about healing. Anyway, I just like to share that with everyone. I hope that helps. Oh my god, I'm so cooked. Demon Hunters just live. Tank? He just rolled off the edge. He is a true monk.
I'm out of breath.
Only true monks roll off edges of maps. Where have I rolled off the edge of a map this expansion? I've rolled off of Rashanan. Anyone that says they haven't rolled off of Rashanan, you're lying. What else have I rolled off of? I think I've rolled off of Ansarek. I might have not, actually. What else? I've not rolled off of Olgrax at one point or another, but I have rolled into, like, the ads. Like, I've definitely died to those early on in the tier, early on in the expansion. This has really hurt. Why am I the only one taking damage? What else have I rolled off of? Yeah, I rolled off of Ansarek. Rolled off of Sikrin. Yes, rolling off of Sikrin's actually really easy because you've got to go to the edge anyway. And if you're late and you're panicking, like, yeah, I can imagine that. Just absolutely trying to get to the edge at the last second. What I found really gets me is when I use the talent that increases your roll distance. Like, 'cause I never really use that, but sometimes I do. And you just don't anticipate the extra distance that you actually get on your roll. And you just end up flying up for something. I've done that on Ansarek. But I think it's a rite of passage, really. If you're a monk and you haven't rolled for something, go roll off of something. It's the monk way. You can't play Windwalker without, like, you know, just tossing yourself off a ledge.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Oh man. I love this spec. Missing count. Oh no! It's don't tell me that. Delete that comment. Get that out of here. No, we finished that dungeon. Didn't miss anything. No, now I feel bad that I've just left this dungeon. And these guys were still. They didn't need me. They didn't need me. I can try to convince myself that they needed me, but they didn't need me. Oh no, the poor monks. It's fine. This guy will just Wind Fury attack them and they'll just die. Ooh. I guess they completed it. I guess they got that one down, eh? Cool. I love that. You get the achievement even if you leave the dungeon. Oh, that's so funny. Cool. Operation Floodgate. I can now teleport to that dungeon whenever I feel like it. Alright. Let's have a look at this dude. This... Now I look at it like this. It looks a little bit silly. But, like, in a good way. I think monks do not get, like, enough good mogs. I think we've been, like, neglected for mogs for a long time. Like, maybe once in a blue moon we'll get a good one. This is a good one. It's always balls, isn't it? Like, little balls, like, floating around us, or... I don't know, weird hats and stuff, which is fine, but, like, I'd like a bit more creativity. This is creative, at least. I do like this. I like this a lot. I want to go Super Saiyan. I can't wait to see everybody go Super Saiyan. Yeah, always some weird barefoot thing. Yep, we're monks. Yep, just how it is. But yeah, thank you for watching my first stream, guys. I think it went well. I hope you think it went well too. It went. I had fun. I really appreciate anyone that's watched for a majority through, staying here, supporting me. It really helps. Anyone that's even just turned up just to watch for like a couple of minutes, thank you. I didn't think I'd get as much support as I has. It's actually really like overwhelming. I was extremely like shocked face at the start of this stream. Like I was like, oh my god, there's no way. So yeah, big thank you. The next one, as I've said before dungeons, and that'll be on Wednesday same time. So there'll be a bit more going on. We can try out a bit more things, and I'm gonna have a little bit of a deeper look into the PTR, I think, for like trinkets and gear and stuff. And see what I can rustle up with an actual bit more of a game plan, maybe a few more talent builds, because I know this one was a little bit repetitive. I know it was. But you got to start somewhere. Look at this dragon boy, this dude. Anyway, oh, I'm gonna go rest my voice. I'm gonna eat some pie. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will catch you on Wednesday.